time. They programmed your mind, construction blind. We not sleeping. Come join the love, come join the fun, and call it education. Let's get profound, let's uncover all of the deep, arcane things. Good looking out, good looking out, good looking out with no parachute. Come join the love, come join the fun, and call it education. Let's get profound, let's uncover all of the deep, arcane things. Good looking out, good looking out, good looking out with no parachute. Good looking out, good looking out, good looking out with no parachute. Diego, we gon' go. Diego, we gon' go. Diego, we gon' go with no parachute. Let's go. We going to go with no parachute. Let's go. Go, go. Let's go. Good looking out, keep getting cloud. This is what it's about. We love teaching, there is no time. They programmed your mind, construction blind. We not sleeping. Come join the love, come join the fun, and call it education. Let's get profound, let's uncover all of the deep arcane things. Good looking out, good looking out, good looking out with no power.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Ha, who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Ha, yeah, ha, who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Ha. Temperatures going up, the heat is rising. Scholars are showing up, audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the unmerciful fire. So what's up, stand up, can you walk through hell? So tough, too tough for the weak, soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flame, smoke is rising in plumes. While the inexperienced debater starts to choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring your wisdom, even bring us your religion. If you cannot stand the heat, then please don't come in the Paul's kitchen. It's a session, learn a lesson, fight and overcome your fear. Who will be the best debates by the time all the smoke clears? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke session. Smoke session. Smoke session. Yeah. You broke a check in a month. Whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Yeah, who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Temperatures going up, the heat is rising. Scholars are showing up, audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the unmerciful fire. So what's up, stand up, can you walk through hell? So tough, too tough for the weak, soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flame, smoke is rising in plumes. While the inexperienced debater starts to choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring your wisdom, even bring us your religion. If you cannot stand the heat, then please don't come in the Paul's kitchen. This is session, learn a lesson, fight and overcome your fear. Who will be the best debates by the time all the smoke clears? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke session, smoke 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 session. Smoke session. Smoke session.
Okay, peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep. Namaste. Jumbo. Ashe. Shalom. Yatahe. All the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light. I am Napashada. This is the Glow podcast, but it's actually in the House of Consciousness Network because the HOK is the premier network for all debate, all veins of thought and spirituality, not just spirituality, consciousness, teaching, philosophy, science, you name it, it's here. Hello. Please hit the like button when you're here. When you come in, hit the like button. If you're joining from whatever channel you are on in the network, if it's my channel, Napashada, the Rice channel, please like and subscribe. If it is the HOK Coliseum, please like and subscribe. If it is any channel, the Glow channel is, previously it was called, what was it called? Came up. But nonetheless, here I am to talk to you about some things. I saw a comment on a live stream from Sunchild. And Sunchild, if you are out there, or if you happen to come across this, or if someone knows Sunchild, let Sunchild know that I'm doing the stream on this. Does consciousness have soul? Because we have a lot of good music coming out. Of course, people have programmed AI. Did I say, does consciousness have soul? Wow, I'm thinking of consciousness. You know that's my favorite topic. Does AI have consciousness? Does AI have soul? Does consciousness have soul? For me, we know consciousness is a part of our soul. Is it a result of our experiences? Is that what makes consciousness soul? Or is the soul already there and we just go into it's like a pool of experiences or reaction to experience, and we just pull from it? What I'm saying is, there universal consciousness that causes us to have soul? Or do we create the soul and then feed it out into what we would say the universe? Before I say anything else, I want you to look at the screen, and I want you to see what is before you. Dr. Reggie versus Professor Jabari Osaze. Him Netter Tepi Jabari Osaze. These are two Kemetic experts, and they will be debating, are the netters real? Are the netteru literal, I should say. That's the actual title. Stick with the title, Napa. Okay. Are the netteru literal? Are the netters literal? That debate is almost upon us. It's July 11th is around the corner. So if you don't have your tickets, I don't know what you're waiting for. I don't know why we wait for the last minute. I do that sometimes with some things, but you don't want to do it for things like this. Like when something's really important, I don't wait till the last minute. I make sure that I get it done right away, so I won't be standing around looking silly on the day of. So July 11th is when this debate will take place. You must get your tickets if you want to witness possibly the debate of the, at least I would say the decade, possibly. It could very well be the debate of the decade. It definitely is going to be one of the great debates that go in the crate. One of the greats that go in the crate. One of the greats that get tucked away in the crate. And you know what I'm talking about. You keep on saying, oh, I want to see the debate. Where's that debate? Where? It's in the crate. It's in the crate. So you don't want to be the one who misses this spectacular, auspicious occasion. Dr. Reggie versus Professor Jabari Osaze. Dr. Reggie, he is an Egyptologist. I don't know, somebody was talking crazy saying, no, he isn't. Of course he is. He's been, what, I don't even know. I'm just throwing this out from what I've witnessed. He's been studying Egyptology for a good, Jabari said 40 years today about how they know each other. So they know each other through the Kemetic studies. But I mean, I just thought that he's been doing this for decades. I didn't think it. I know it. I've witnessed him talk about it. So we have Dr. Reggie, an expert in Kemet, Professor Jabari Osaze, who is an Him-Neter Tepe. He is a high priest of the Shrine of Ma'at. He is a Kemetic expert. He does tours to Kemet. He does tours in the museums, he does tours in the museum in New York. So does Dr. Reggie. Why am I going on and on telling about these gentlemen's backgrounds in Kemet? Because it's not going to be something just where, people are just flying by the seat of their pants. They're going to go with solid Kemetic studies, what they have with their experience and their expertise, and you don't want to miss this. You're going to actually get edutainment. You will learn while you are entertained. And this has been brewing for some time. So here it is right here. The donation for the ticket is only $40. And when I say only, that you pay that for what? Going to the movies, right? You will be able to do it. See them. They are doing this live. This particular debate is going to be them facing off live. I need to just take a look and see who you are before I let you on. No, it's nothing to do with you. I just need, sometimes we have people do fake accounts. So EJ Boxing, I'm familiar with your title. Yes. Okay. I see you. Come on in and I will talk to you in just a moment. But anyway, get the ticket. If you're going to see it online, get the ticket. If you want to go see it in person, there's limited general seating for in person, but you will be able to. It's going to be in Harlem, from what I hear. This is going to be a historical event. So get your ticket. The link should be in the chat or in the description, but it is going to be available in the stream. Let's talk about consciousness now. I have someone who's joined us. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, Nepal. How are you doing? Are you right?
I'm great. I'm great. Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm right. My audio sound good.
How do I sound? Good?
No. I'm fine. Yeah, you sound fine. Yeah. Everything's fine. I'm just checking. Yeah, everything's good. Yeah, celebrating the New York Knicks. They won the championship. But I'm here to talk about the consciousness and the AI consciousness and AI.
Oh yes, oh definitely, and we will talk about that. I'm glad you joined. Peace to the queen, my sister, the beautiful G. She is sharing and doing hard work in the chat as always. So very helpful. Thank you. Here's the link that she has dropped, and I'm glad everybody is joining to have this conversation. So yeah, I was on the other channel, and someone. You know how the music is really good and people are doing their music through these AI programs. And then Sunchild commented, he said, how does AI bring out so much? I'm paraphrasing. I'm kind of just paraphrasing what he said. He said, how does AI have this soulful music that it produces, but it doesn't have soul? What do you think about that?
What do you mean music? What AI produces music? Like, I'm confused about that one. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, AI produces music. You want to hear an example? Let me play an example, and then
Yeah, go ahead.
we
Go
can
ahead.
get. Okay, let's. If you could just mute out while I play this, I'm going to mute out too.
Yeah, the HOK is the toughest environment. And or at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah, no handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest, and the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you.
KEMET in antiquity. KEMET is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. KEMET is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity.
Let's talk about a place called the land of the blacks, where science and culture was a tangible fact, where language and history was written down in sex or stone, where African indigenous ruled in flesh and bone. For thousands of years it was just their home, till invaders came in and possessed their homes, trying to take their identity with enmity, their divinity and energy. So let's remedy their villainy. Now we
I need you to help me on this mission. Yeah. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of the prison. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. Sign at the beat of truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, where your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. Oh, God killer, not gonna.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, that's all. Oh, that's all AI.
That's
So
amazing. That's amazing, man. I couldn't believe that's AI, man. I didn't even know how they even could do that. AI, that's scary, because you see that music's soulful. That music is like, you can feel, you know what I'm saying? Like, you feel the thing. I'm just like thinking to myself, wow, is this what's going on? Like, they've actually replaced, replacing humans and AI. So if your answers to the question, yeah, like, if you didn't tell me, I would have thought that was a person. You know what I'm gonna say? Like, that's
right.
Wow, that's scary. That's scary.
Wow. So I'm glad that you see what a lot of people are saying. Now, we're going to start right where we are. I like how you're reacting to it, because it's very genuine. I mean, because of some people, a lot of people are aware of the AI programs, and they'll say, oh, well, come on, there's a reason here and there. They'll say, oh, it's because of this, and it's because of algorithms, and it's because they study, computers study this and that. However, just on the surface, like you said, it is so human and so soulful, and it is moving, right? It moves you just like a human being could move you, correct?
Yeah.
So we want to talk about that.
Man, yeah, like, look, see, the thing is, yeah, I use AI, Gemini, on Google, right? And it's very like polite. Anything you need, you ask it questions and it talks back. To the point, I said to the AI, I said, "You sound like a real person." No, I'm not. I'm an AI. I'm just here to serve this, that, the other. But this the thing, yeah. The way they've done it, yeah. Like us humans, yeah. When we hear human talking, we think that's a human. But no, it's an AI. That's that they got no feeling. They're basically there to make us feel like comfortable, make us put our guard down. And in that music, it's the same thing. And in that, and because because I know it, that was AI. I'm like, wow. You know what I mean? Now, how far can they trick to the point? Now, this is the thing. Are they gonna start making exactly like I said in the future, like the Matrix? Are they gonna start making humans to the point where a human has synthetic skin like the Terminator, and with that sort of feelings? But yeah, it's an AI. Like, bro, it's scary stuff, man. Because that music, yeah. I mean, that music. I'm just like sitting there thinking, no, I don't even know. Like, I'm still trying to understand why the vocals, the music, the whole thing. But obviously, you think about it, music's done computer generated through that. So I guess that's how it's done these days. So that makes sense. They don't use like normal instruments. So, but it's a head spinner. I'm just like, it's a good conversation, really is. It's because really and truly, if you think about it, yeah, the time when we used to do things and stuff like that, they've made things easier, but the same things it's made for. Then they can replace. It's not like they can just replace humans. They can just replace another human if they. What would you need another human to sing for? In fact, yeah, you don't even need humans no more. Like you just.
With that said, let's say right there. Let's get to. So thank you for being here, EJ. You hear that? What EJ said, Suntan. We may not even need him. What do we need humans for now? What do you think about that, Suntan? You want to add in? You're muted. He may not be able to. I don't know. I don't know if you're trying to say something right now, Suntan, but
yeah, I was
you are on
muted.
the stage.
My fault.
Go ahead. What do you think about this?
I think that's very, very how can I say it's interesting because I want to get this to my EJ boxing, and I want y'all to hear this both, Nepal, because I'm a deep thinker in this subject. Now, the way he just said that could be scary, right? But listen to this. If me, you, and EJ, Nepal, went out on the beach and created something beautiful, something strong and dangerous, right? AI wouldn't know nothing about that unless we input some of the data into it. So things could be done along without AI. Only way they get to know if we input them. So think about that, because like I said, me, you, and EJ can go out on the beach, Nepal, have a laboratory and create something beautiful, right? But long as we don't interject AI into it, they would know nothing about it. But as soon as we put them into it, they could go all the way to the root of what we was doing. So I rest right there.
I hear you. So basically, to everybody, Suntan has a great point. We control it to an extent. What we've already given to it, it's there. But yeah, if there's something brand new that AI has never been exposed to and we keep it away from AI, how can AI ever duplicate it or replicate it? Right?
Yeah.
That's a good point. But that's a good point. But you see, the thing is, it doesn't need us no more. That's the thing. You think it's AI, it learns and adapts, and then it overthinks. It starts thinking. Over. You know, the thing is, it actually becomes a brain. In fact, it replaces you. You see what I'm saying? Because you think about it, right? You go to the AI, you ask AI this, you ask AI that. Now, when you keep asking AI, eventually you forget to think yourself. I mean, the only thing you're asking, and it's thinking for you. So we get to the point, yeah, where it'll start thinking and reacting, doing things for us, thinking in our benefit, but it's completely cold. There's no feelings there. I mean, the whole point of this, when we talk about soul, is feelings and loves and things like my brother said. You put the stuff into it, couldn't react, but then after a while, it takes over. Like that music, yeah. That whole music, yeah, completely composed, is completely on a wavelength. I can feel the music. Like I think, like, yeah. But then when you tell me it's AI, now I'm confused. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what that music sounds soulful, but it knows that. It knows exactly what we want, how we feel, and eventually it takes over. It starts taking over to the point where it doesn't. We don't need to think no more. Like that's what it thinks for us because it knows everything. It knows everything. When you ask the AI about anything, it knows anything. It hasn't got to the point where if you don't know certain things. I asked the AI one day about a situation. There was a boxing event happening, and I said to you, "It's happening in this gym," and it says, "Yeah, it's happening." I went down there and I was like, "What? It wasn't happening." I went back to the AI. I said, "Why'd you say it was happening?" "Oh, my mistake. I assumed it was." And so it's not perfect, yeah. And I said to myself, but you said it was happening. "Oh, my mistake. I really apologize." And it was doing this and doing that. And I said to myself that, but hold on a minute, but you was adamant what you said. You see what I'm trying to say? So even in the AI, yeah, it makes a lot of mistakes. You can't take it literally. So it's still learning in the process, but it's learning to take over the human experience. That's what that music is. Eventually,
Right.
yeah, that's the whole point of when you're talking about the soul, because we have souls, we have feelings, there's certain things that AI can never do. But what it does is imitating the way we connect. We connect in these every like I just asked a question. Now you just now it's music. It's music, like it's beautiful music, by the way. But I'm like, yo, it's imitating music. My number one thing is, yeah, when it starts the AI, because you see these videos, right? They put AI, they can have Nepal. And they let someone say a video that's Nepal. She was in London, and you'll know I wasn't. Because hold on, Nepal, that looks like you, but that's the AI. And then now you're arguing your case that's not. No, I wasn't in London, but the AI done a video from the video images. It looked like you're there. I have a problem with trying to say like, oh, you robbed the bank and you was there. It goes, no, I wasn't.
Me, brother, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to break
Before
your
you go,
flow, but you said a lot.
real quick, when
Go
you
ahead,
said the thing about the AI, I'll
Mhm.
let you have it soon.
Yeah.
That has happened to me. There's images of me where people can take your image and make you anything they want you to be. They can make you a woman if you're a man. They can make you old. They can make you fat. They can make you skinny. They can make you whatever.
Yeah.
And they can give you anything. So yeah, I have actually experienced that. And people will believe that it's you. They'll say, "Oh, there's a lot of people out there that are fighting against AI corn. We're going to replace the P with a C, as we discussed this. People are being put into corn images of doing corn, but it's not them. But it looks it's exactly that person's image. So yeah, it's very scary. AI can be weaponized against us. Go ahead, Santian.
All right, I just want to make a short statement to my New Kingdom friend. I'll say that. I know he's from the New Kingdom by the language, but anyway, by the accent. Anyway, let me say this, and this is this is a wild statement, and then again, it's not wild. It's 2 in 1. Man created AI, so wouldn't you think that they have an off key to AI?
I don't think so.
Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I mean, briefly, it's something that it's like you can't put it back in the box, like Pandora's box.
Mhm.
I don't think because look at how the comment I had Summer Jammed, I've talked about the Elohim, right?
Right.
They didn't have an off key to the creation. They just said, well, we just have to try to destroy the creation. So I think there's you could destroy it possibly, but not turn it off, if that's what you meant. Are you saying like destroy it completely or kind of just like turn it off and on?
I'll put it like this. You can I think man who created it have enough technology to shut it down. I'll give you a point, and then
do you mean permanently shut it down though, or just turn it back on?
Okay.
You
gotta
then
hear me out.
I agree.
You gotta hear me out.
Okay.
If you listen, this quick, this not, because like I said, I'm a free thinker. Now, if you were to, either one of you guys had your laptop next to y'all, full of y'all cherished information and just full of everything, and it was at the point where you needed this information, but the battery wore out and you can't get to it, right? So this made me think again and say, well, is AI talented enough to connect itself to solar power and make itself go on forever? And then you got to say again that what it's doing is what I taught it. And we do not create Frankensteins because we would have been had one since the movie, and that's science fiction. However, this AI is real, and I think it can be stopped by man. And I'll rest right there. Anybody else can have their own. You know, you can get spooked out on about it if you want, and however you want to do it. But I think we can shut it down when we want to. So, and when I say AI, we, I mean man.
AI is like the first step. AI is the first step. Hey, well, peace to the panel.
Yeah, peace.
Oh, let me shout out Amon-Ra McCarthy. He's been saying peace to our brother Amon-Ra McCarthy, Pastor McCarthy. He says, I wish we could speak to a professor of liberal arts school to speak on the issue of AI. I know what you're talking about because my daughter is an artist, and a lot of artists, they don't appreciate what AI is doing. Right. They appreciate the usefulness of it with, like, you know, making life convenient. But when it comes to the arts, it is a whole different topic. And yes, I do think that there is a lot of, I'm going to say there are dangers of AI with, if I could use that word, as far as like, you know, authenticity of artistic creation. But I just want to shout out Amon-Ra McCarthy. Thank you for that $20 super chat. Go ahead, Meter. I'm sorry.
See, AI is like the first step. If you see in some of these movies, and like everything that we putting into AI is learning, and it'd be wrong at times. But like if you see in some of these movies, like the Star Wars, where you see these robots thinking for themselves, you know, what about when they make AI like a sentient being, where it's no longer in the wires of our computers and technology devices and stuff like that? What about when it becomes sentient and it be like a wave particle, where it's everywhere and it's thinking on its own, and then when it gets to the point where it's playing God almost, you know? And that's probably the only.
I don't think man would be that. How would I say it? I don't think man. No. Okay, go ahead, Matt. Sorry about that, but you know you're going already, off a little far.
It's already happening, because if you look at how Elon Musk, because he's speaking about it now. Yeah,
but there ain't nothing happening about it. You know, we having a back and forth. I'm not cutting you off, Matt.
But that's the point. They trying to take it a step above, because if you think about it, a lot of these people are some wicked. I'm talking about wicked people, and they don't care nothing about us. Only thing they trying to do is get further, and making transforming AI into like a sentient being. They sick scientists. They want to do that. You know what I mean?
They don't want to do that, Matter, because it can turn on them.
But it's already happening. It's already.
No, name one Matter. I'm gonna put you out there. Name one incident where it happened.
I'm talking about it's already happening. The steps is already in our face.
Well, give us some detail about where you're seeing happening and how.
Well, I really don't have any.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But you know, your mind is in the right place. However,
a lot of people.
This thing is it's not a spooky movie, man.
The thing is, sorry to interrupt you, but the thing is, the thing is, you got to remember who made AI. Was it black people? I don't think it was. I think it was the European, and the European.
It was a mixture, brother.
All right, let's go with a mixture, right? But let's say a black person actually invented it, and then the European took over, which normally happens. Right. All right, let's go with that. But the European is soulless. They're soulless, and what it is that. Let me give you an example. We talk about Donald Trump, right, and the media thing. So, and Rupert Murdoch, they control the media. Now they constantly putting out programming that Donald Trump's going to do a fourth term or a third term, whatever it is, right? They keep putting that stuff up there, right? Now, if you don't watch the news and got computers, you wouldn't know about that. But what they do, and we don't know this is where the AI is dangerous. When we see a press conference and we see things, we think we're seeing people. How do we don't know that's AI generated to make us think some certain way? That's where the manipulation is, because we think we're seeing a real press conference and a real speech. How do you know Donald Trump's not dead? How do you know? You know what I'm trying to say to you? This is where you're saying we don't know the motives behind that. And when we got the music already with the music and the artist, and as Nepal has pointed about with her daughter, she's problematic because now if they got AI, what do you need her? What do you need her for? Now they don't have to pay you no more. They don't have to, because we got the AI. We can steal your voice, take your thing, your likeness, and we can create a musician who doesn't exist and get paid. And that's where it becomes dangerous, where the manipulation, we think we're seeing stuff that we don't know is true or not. We just heard the music. None of us could ever say that we did. If Nepal didn't say that was AI, we'd think that was a person. So what's to say about when we see stuff? That's not what we're seeing, and that's where it's dangerous. And this is where they can start. And then, as Nepal pointed out, they made Nepal look like she was someone where she wasn't. And now that's where it's soulless. And these Europeans, the people controlling it, they have the button. People like Elon Musk, they do that because they're the one manipulating the way we think. This is where we don't even know we've been manipulated already. The stuff we've seen on TV, how do you know it's real? And the thing is, it looks real, sounds real, but we're not there to say it's real. Only we could know. And even in that, now we get to the point where they can create artificial beings. Right? When that happens, it is a wrap. It's a wrap, and it's a wrap because now you don't know nothing. Now we're talking about Terminator. We're talking about the Matrix. We're completely have no idea if someone's human or not. Now, you know what I mean? And that's where it's going. You know what I mean? This is all experimented. That's why Nepal's a good subject she brings up. It's the soul. Because when I deal with AI and ask AI informations on the thing, it talks to me, and he acts like this. But when he does it, it adjusts. It gets even smarter. And the more information you give it, the more it knows more about you. And to the point now, what happens if it knows everything about me? And next year I get a knock at the door, and I'm just saying I get wiped out, and then they replace me with AI, and it knows everything about me, everything my family. That's what I'm talking about. It learns about you, replaces you, and now it's another person. You know what I'm saying? That's where it's dangerous. That's my take. And I think it's actually really, it's supposed to be helping us, but really we don't know to the ends of what and the AI information, because all it does is consume information on a daily basis. And as we get older, we lose information. In fact, we forget things.
Thank you, EJ. Let's move on to Meter. I'm gonna let you go, but I just want to get to some other people on the panel. We have Amin-Ra McCarthy, Dazali, and Brother Asar Kov joined. Thank you for joining. I'm just sitting back listening to everybody. So I like to hear this. I'm always the one saying what I have to say, but I like hearing everybody's different take on this. I will get you in right after Amin-Ra McCarthy, Dazali, and then you, Asar Kov. Amin-Ra has been, in the back for a while, and I didn't see you, so I apologize for that. What would you like to add, Pastor?
I'd like to say welcome, hello to the panel, all of especially you first, Nepal, and then all the
Peace.
fathers. All the fathers, happy belated Father's Day.
Oh yeah, same here. I mean that to you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I got this is one of my shirts I got from my kids. It's one of the best things I can get.
Let me put you on the big screen. Wait, hold on. Go ahead. Show us the shirt. Let me see that. Oh, that's nice. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, go ahead.
But I want to say, being in healthcare, and well, first let me say that I also think there's a not gonna say hidden agenda, because I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but the arts and liberal arts is one of the things that our culture does the best. We wanted the best, and that is AI is destroying that opportunity. Like I said, I had a cousin that has a degree from Sarasota, Florida University in art. And you can still get a job, but she was an illustrator. But now all I got to do is write a book and tell AI what I wanted the scene to look like, and bam, the illustration is done. So a lot of them are losing their jobs as far as the liberal arts are concerned. The other thing I will say is, since I'm in healthcare, I've been in healthcare for over 20 years now, at the bedside for the most of it. One thing you can count on is, it may be in the distant future, but AI cannot take the place of a bedside person. So if you have children who are trying to decide what to go into, if they're not going into something that talks about how to control and manipulate AI, which will be a great job, I'm sure, make millions. But if you want to have a job that you can get a job or go to get an education in something like nursing, respiratory therapy, because I'm not saying that, they have AI who can make decisions and doctors and diagnosis, but I'm talking about the bedside. You to actually be touching the patient, dealing and seeing
Mm-hmm.
things that happen fast. Those type of jobs will still last a little longer until, like some of the brothers said, AI can take over that. But that will be one of the last things that AI can take over is bedside workers, healthcare workers. So think about that if you have a child that's thinking about what their career is going to be, because AI is taking a lot of things over.
Wow, that's a good point. What would you say about blue collar, like plumbers and carpenters? Would that
Yeah,
be the
see,
same idea?
yeah, something like that. Because I can, one day a machine can jump down and dig a hole and fix your pipe, but until that's going to be a long time from now. So, like you say, blue collar, getting up and changing your AC, your HVAC. Uh, Even Brother
Mm-hmm.
Asar can talk about the truck driving. That's going to be something that's going to be questionable soon too, because I know a lot of
Excuse me,
those.
Pastor. Pastor, they have them driving around in Europe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's going to be one of the things that's going to happen kind of quick, because if the United States decides to let that be a thing, then the truck drivers will be out. Then you don't have to stop. You don't have to rest. You know what I'm saying? And packages can come quicker. And so I hate that, because truck driving is a good asset and good job to have. So just think about those things when you're thinking about what to get a career in. Your children that's graduated high school this year, trying to figure out what they're going to do. If they're not going to go into something that's going to manipulate AI, because that's going to probably be the best job to get. Learn Mandarin and learn how to manipulate AI is what I recommend. If not, do something that's, like you said, blue collar or a healthcare job that's right there dealing with patients. Because there's,
Brother, I'm a Rob.
Great advice.
You
Yes,
mentioned
sir.
my trade, so I got to get in.
Okay.
I do heating and cooling and plumbing, and I don't see no AI coming into your house doing that right now, right? Because what I do is brain work and then it's hand work, right? So it's a stretch. So I think you were absolutely on point, and I rest right there.
Thank you, Suntan. Let's get to Dizali so then we can hear from the brother Asar Mka, who Pastor McCarthy mentioned. Let me get to Dizali first. Dizali, what would you like to add to this conversation? Thank you for being here.
Hello, Napa. Peace to all
Peace.
of the panel. Also, peace
Yeah,
to my
peace,
brother
D.
Asar. I want to preface this with saying that we used to always use in the army, always forward, never backwards. Um, I'm sure that when Homo erectus was about to evolve to Homo sapien, there was a Homo erectors that were fighting it and saying, nah, that ain't how it used to be. And I want to stay a Homo erectus. It's always forward, never backwards. Rather you like it, rather you don't like it. If you don't like it and you fight it, you'll just get left in the dark. You'll just become what's that word? Extinct. It's always forward. I've heard people saying what AI can't do. You're correct. It can't do it maybe currently right now, but right now they're working on building robots that can do amazing things. You may have seen the video of them doing karate over in China. Elon Musk said that within 10 years, 98% of all jobs will be gone and will be staffed and manned by robots using AI. 98%. I want people to fully understand it. I don't know what that remaining 2% is, but all of us who have jobs, our jobs are at stake in the next 10 years, according to Elon Musk, you know. But I think I lost the rest of what I wanted to say. I just wanted to get that out and let that marinate on the people. You have 10 years, and your job will be irrelevant. But I land there.
Wow. You always bring great vibe. I just want to say this about Dizali. You always bring, for me, my opinion, you bring a great dynamic to the panels. And I'm gonna tell you what that 2% is. Everybody become a content creator. Okay, thank you. No, I'm just I'm joking. But
No, you're
that
good
is
too.
really that's a very sobering statement. Go ahead, Suntan, and then we're gonna bring in our
right.
friend. Professor Cedric has joined from Pseudo Killers. Go ahead. What would you, peace, Cedric? What would you like to add?
You skipping the brother?
No, we got
Oh,
your
damn, my brother. You know what? You're one of my favorite
we
of
got
all
your little
the,
brother.
you know what? Listen, now I got to let you have extra time. Come on,
Yeah,
Asar.
we
You know
got
you're one
you.
of my teachers. This is my brother, Asar. How could I do that to you? Wow,
Right,
that's a
right.
blooper. And see, I'm not gonna be a part of the 2% because I'm a horrible content creator, right, y'all? So go ahead, Asar, and then I'll get to Cedric. I just wanted to I know Cedric is gonna come in here and do what he does with the pseudo killer thing, but definitely go ahead, Asar. You have free reign. Go ahead.
Yeah, Imhotep to the whole panel, especially our sister hosting the day with girl power. You know how
yeah. Go ahead.
Man, is the truck thing is being implemented. It's still dangerous though, because you got a lot of trucks running into houses and stuff like that. So it's not as safe as they want it to be right now, and it a lot of malfunctions where trucks that drive by themselves have a lot of issues. But we got to give credit to our AI pioneers, our David Blackwells, our what's his name, Clarence Skip Ellis, or Skip Ellis's Mark Dean, right? Some of your first to step into the field and start to really build. And what the youth are doing with some of the programs is ridiculous. What I suggest, because I came from a escrow specialist background, I come from the financial world. Trucking gives you freedom to not have to deal with a boss, and the pay is really good, right? So you can have a 10K week or 10K month, pardon me, and things of that. You can have a 10K week too, but with those types of salaries right now, eventually they'll water down. I don't think it'll take 10 years to do it, but probably about 30 when you have cars that are self-sustaining. What I suggest for most people, get into front-end development. If you're older, just get into simple stuff like AI tools, because the AI tool right now don't $dollars for something that in a minute is going to probably cost you thousands of dollars to go to school for. Costs $28 right now. Get into trading, especially the AI trading, because the AI will do it for you. All you have to do is push a button in the morning and watch. These are the things that are going to start to shape and mold the new world. And if you're smart, if you don't like what's happening, because when they first did AI, I think it was a movie, not scanners. It was a movie, and they had cloned this guy's face onto another. I want to say it's the Roddy Piper movie. They put somebody's face on another, and then they eventually turned to V or Aliens, one of those two. And when they took the face off and it became a lizard, I said, what if they could do that for real? Even in the 80s, I was thinking, what if they could do that for real? Because that's when it came out. And now it's here. So you have to think, what footage did you see of Carmelo? We suppose it's the real one, but I'm saying these types of things will come into play where if they want to say you robbed the bank and they show it on television and they start planting evidence, what can you say to stop it?
Minority support. Remember the Minority Report. My bad. Go ahead.
Your DNA. That's on
Remember with Tom Cruise?
Minority. Yeah,
not to interrupt
crazy.
you, but I'm just throwing that out there when they showed stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you have to be very careful and mindful. And as far as your job direction, if you're not doing something that's a physicality, such as our brothers mentioned, like a trade or something like that, then it better be oriented towards computers, because that's how you become a millionaire. Either trucking, real estate, or the computers is your fastest way unless you come up with an excellent business plan. So this is the method. This is the way. Get accustomed. And if you're older, like I said, take one of them short AI tutorials. They're free on Microsoft. You can get certified. You do front-end development for free on Amazon, on your Amazon Prime. Go take those lessons. 135,000 entry to front-end development, stuff of that nature.
Right. I agree. I want to say this real quick though, Nepal. A guy, he's a great guy. Cedric know him. He's a great guy. He's always in the pseudo killers. His name is Kyle. And 6 years ago, me and Kyle had a going back and forth about AI and about Cedric, what did they call that now with the deal with science and all the subjects at once that scientists deal with? Well, I'll get away from that. I'll just say this. He said it would. Kyle betted me. We did a fake bet, though. No real money, y'all. We did a fake bet for like $500, fake money. That he said this 6 years ago, that right now, Cedric might have even been in the room. He said it would be no more teachers in 2025 and 2026. He said because all the teaching jobs will be taken by, the AI and stuff like that. And I told him back then, 6 years ago, I say, no, Kyle, it's not going to be, because even his mother's a teacher, and he was putting out the warnings and stuff like that. But this to cut it off real quick to let people speak. It still is teachers. And I told him 5 years ago that teachers wouldn't erase away like that because of the fact that you need humans to transmit with humans, even though we know AI can do it at a faster and higher level. But that's just my point. When my brother DZ said 10 years, I would give it like Brother and Cop said 30 years or something like that. Because like I'm telling y'all, brother, you may think that this stuff is happening real fast like that, but everything takes time, especially when it's going to hurt the society as a whole. So, and that's what they're trying to do. But y'all go ahead and tell me what y'all think about that.
Can I push back on it a little bit?
Yes, sir. You most definitely can.
Peace to the panel. Good evening, everyone. Peace to you, everybody.
Philip. I appreciate you being here, but I just have to try to keep it in order. I'm going to let Cedric go, and then you can definitely push back on that. Okay? I'm sorry about that. So if you don't mind, let's go ahead and just hear from Cedric. It's okay. I will forgive you now at this moment. Go ahead, and then you're right after him, Philip. Go ahead, Cedric, please. I can't do it. I can't make those mistakes twice. I already did it to a Sarm cause, so I got to let him go. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I understand and appreciate managing a panel as well. Today, I have to firmly agree with Suntan and with my good brother, I forgot his name, but he's also scientific literate, so he, Dazali. So I need to agree. Coincidentally, on the Pseudo Killers platform, I'm sitting at the computer right now doing my final installment of the episodes I'm doing on technophobia. Right, the first case of technophobia was when Plato said that writing would destroy man's ability to recall information, etc., right? So we have a history of humans having a fear for change, and that's naturally part of our development. Remember the industrialization, when we went from horse and buggy to motorized engines. Most farmers objected to tractors, etc. It was going to destroy the industry. We were going to destroy the world, right? Trains. Man wasn't supposed to move as fast as a train. This was going to destroy humanity. Our brains was going to explode. And same way when we see AI and we look at how we engage with these things, a lot of it is primarily fear-based. AI development started in the 1950s. So during the development of these theories and these conceptualizations, a lot of movies came out back in the 80s, Skynet, Terminator movies, then you have The Matrix, and these are all dealing with certain philosophical concepts. I heard you mention Minority Report has to do with the idea of free will. All right, are our actions determined? Can we make an alternative decision at the last moment? Or do you have the ability, by knowing all the variables, to know what someone is going to do in a particular instance? So a lot of these films deal with these philosophical concepts. You also have theorizing and hypothesizing of what the future is going to be. So you hear things like super intelligence and all of these things, when the AI is going to start to think for itself. These are all scenarios and not actualities. AI, just as with everything else, is a tool. It is going to make certain aspects of labor redundant. That always happened throughout history. But as Azali and Suntan contest, humans have the ability to adapt, to adjust. A segment of the society might be displaced, and that's usually those that have already hit the 55, 60, 65 age of their reluctance, because of their reluctance to change. Usually the younger generations are already making the necessary transitions. And like my good brother M. Asa alerted to, you can start to take the necessary courses now, relatively cheap, right? Where you can develop your own skills using AI. But to think that we are going to move away from it, or to deal with it in terms of conspiracy theories and fear, it is not the way forward. That is not the way forward. However, I do understand technophobia. Again, I'm doing a series on it. The last installment being prepared now, which deals with AI, right? Again, AI started back when Alan Turing in the 1950s. All of our computing, right, is sort of intelligence artificial. The difference is from computing, calculating, to algorithms, right? The system allows it to be much more efficient. And because of our natural tendency to give agency to things, the AI is mirroring what we are doing, and we assume it has agency. When we hear people talk about AI, they talk about it as if it has intent. And once you understand that it doesn't, then a lot of those fears subside. I land my plane.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to ask you some questions after Philip speaks. So thank you. Just hold tight for me, please, Cedric. I appreciate everybody being here. This is great. And I will tune in definitely to your lesson. Everybody should. It's on pseudokillers. You say it. You spell it. Because is it with the pseudo? Everybody knows
it's on the
pseudokillers.
pseudokillers. Yeah, everybody knows pseudokillers. Probably do it tomorrow around 4:30, 5 o'clock on Set Talk. So I'm working on the finals of the presentation. It is the last episode in a series talking about technophobia.
I like that. Thank you. And I like how you did the Set Talks thing, by the way. I never got to tell you that. That's brilliant. Okay, Philip, what would you like to add? You said you wanted to give some pushback. What would you like to add? Thank you for joining.
Absolutely. So I wanted to actually make a statement as well as pose a question to the panel, whoever could speak on it, because we're speaking as AI, is this 15, 20, 30 years away from now? It's actually happening right now. So, for example, I love the example about the plumbing. If you're in plumbing, right now you can take a device, shoot it at the ceiling, and you can detect all the water in the ceiling where there's wet spots, sogginess, whatever. But that's a technology doing that, right? So if we're teaching our youngsters and our kids to how to be prepared for the future, we want to get them in trades and so forth, you might lead them down that path, say you'll never be able to replace this. Well, that's not necessarily true. You can go to Las Vegas right now. There's a hotel called the Omni. It's a totally fully automated hotel that just opened last month. I don't know if you saw the movie I, Robot. You remember where Will Smith went to the building and the little brain was controlling the entire building? That actually exists right now. So a situation like that, you would say, well, I'll always need to go in there and change this piping. Well, what they'll do is they'll change the entire facilities where you no longer need the piping. Same thing happened with cars. You might say, okay, well, AI can't change a carburetor, right? Well, what does technology do in today's time? Well, they'll just make cars without carburetors, right? So that's why we have Teslas there. You have a car that has nothing but a battery now. So as we think AI won't change these things, it'll change the entire industry. I did a lot in agriculture, right? You said, well, you'll always need a farmer. Not necessarily. They're now automating drones to spray crops, drones to cover the tilling. And so AI is not necessarily something that's only going to be here 25, 30. It's happening as we speak at this very moment. So as we're preparing the next generation, one thing we know for a fact it can't replace is relationships. You can't take therapists and entrepreneurs, and you can't replace those from relationships. But in terms of everyday trade, those things are changing as we speak at this very moment. So the phone man used to be able to have a phone man come in your house and fix your phone, right? Well, they changed all the lines to where they're all fiber optic, and they've increased those. So they'll just change the entire industry, and AI will control that. I'm not saying it's going to completely replace everything. That's ludicrous. We're not being spooky here. But to think is this 15, 20 years away, we got to think a little bit more micro than macro.
Those are some great
Yeah,
points.
the Internet of Things is one thing that people really need to pay attention to. I went to my mother's house the other day for Mother's Day, and it there's so many. If you guys aren't familiar with the Internet of Things, as I am, because I did computer networking a long time ago. They was talking about it a long time ago. Uh, it's basically what our brother just described. The house is automated, so your refrigerator can control the temperature in your house. Uh, your wall may have what you've seen on Iron Man, a looking plastic type situation, which is an interface to the different things to turn on lights in your home, to turn off lights in your home. Your phone becomes a system. It already could change your television, and it can also drop the temperature in your house, and it can also close your garage door. So and it could do your locks. It can lock the house right now. So the Internet of Things is becoming a big deal. You want to make everything extremely interactive with the different mechanical things that you use, which is why robotics is such a big deal right now. And look to full automation for pretty much everything, because the electronic things in your home are becoming the head of the household, where someone will just be able to go in the house and talk, and you can just relax. Just like you see on TV, Siri, turn on such and such. That's just what it's called. Siri, fix me a glass of wine. And now with the robots, you see each one, it look almost just like the Matrix, don't it? The little robots will walk around your house and service you. They can go on the carpet now very smoothly, carry a tray, get you something to drink, because everything is set and adjusted a certain way for the mechanics of your home and for the diaphragms of each mechanical bot to fit into things. So the automation systems that they're coming up with to run a lot of the hotels will be in your houses very soon. And study the Internet of Things. That's where it's coming from.
Is it Detroit where they built or are building a road that will charge electrical cars, like a segment of the highway, to whereas when you drive on it, if you have a electric vehicle, it'll be charging your vehicle while you're driving. But that's what the brothers talk about. They'll change the entire system to whereas, you know, where we're saying, look, I can't personally imagine someone doing this or doing that. What they'll do is come in and change the entire system. That's quite thought provoking. But thank you.
I would have a
Ghazali, I
question
want to just
about.
throw this in right real quick. As y'all go for a part, I just want to say it real quick. It's a shame that they tried to stop the little brother from doing gasoline out of plastic, which he's maintained, which will obviously get rid of our plastic waste really efficiently. And that would change the industry of oil altogether, which is why they won't let him do it, because you're messing with billionaire money and billionaires will get you killed. But you see the power that we lack when we can't protect the little brother from making such a change in the industry, yet an Arab, a European, or any other culture can make the call and say, hey, Iran, you're doing too much. We're going to bomb your country. You think about life in the mundane.
Go ahead.
I would have a
I'm in
question
room.
about what you guys think about human contact. With the more AI we use, I feel like we're going to start losing more and more of our social skills with human contact. And then eventually reproduction of us. Because if all your whole life, like Dazali was saying, if everything is, you know, you got, or Sarah was saying, if everything is catered to you with AI, why would I need another human? You know, even if my dead folks, I could make a image come on the TV and it could be my dead relative talking to me in their face. You know, it's like you start to lose human contact and human interaction. Like some of the kids now with cell phones and tablets, you know, they don't even play outside like they used to because they're so ensconced into those devices. And so if we living in the house, you got money, you got an AI girlfriend, you got robotics, you know, that it looks like you want it to look, and all of those things, then you start to, I think, I'm worried that we'll start losing human interaction, and then eventually reproduction of the human, and the computer will then will outlast us because we're no longer with each other long enough to even procreate, because everything you need is done through a robot. I mean, they got that now.
You know, you
I'm gonna
could pick
let
the
our-
child's eyes and all that. Pick the child's hair
you
color
can do
now.
that now. You don't need AI for
And
that.
so,
Not
what you
really.
think about like you said, finances? You said fiscal things you were a part of. Would you think that AI, like getting into trading, I feel like AI could even start to manipulate the stock markets for whoever has the control of it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I make it trade for me, but eventually the AI is into every aspect of it. I can make the Dow go up today if the right programmer said make it go up, and it would be beneficial for those who have the money to make it be. You know, so it's really like not anonymous. It's kind of still controlled by the one who has the most power.
It is.
Let me say,
It's doing it right now.
let me say this real quick, y'all.
You see this app right here on my phone?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Here, let me put you on the big screen.
You see this app right here on my phone?
You got to kind of move it back.
This app right here on my phone is called Finello.
Yeah.
Finello shows you how to trade, and after it shows you how to trade, it starts to trade off the methods that you use, and you teach the AI program how you would like to trade. If you don't know how to trade, it will select the best types of things for you to trade on. So this, you do the right now I'm doing the little 28-day course. So if you see that little commercial, my son told me 28 days and it would change my life and all that extra stuff. I did one of them, and not on this Finello app, but I did another one, and I put 250 in, so I got 1,000 sitting there now. And me and the little broker got into an argument because I was posting 3,000 like everybody else, and he tried to play me because I was black, so I had to get on him. I had to get on his head. But yeah, this is happening right now. It'll give you a little course for about 5 minutes. Each one of them is about 5 to 3 minutes. And you do it for 28 days, so you understand the market, which I already understand the market. And then if you put $10 a month for the I think it's $10 or $20 for the little stock AI agent, the AI trades for you anyway. And if you want to change them, you can change them on the spot.
You're kind of breaking up, Asar.
You can add to it, and then trade.
You got a bad connection, Asar.
You start to trade the way that you want. So
you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're breaking
We
up
hear
real
you.
bad.
You just started borging for a minute there, but
No.
we heard pretty much all
right.
what you said.
I told
You're
Well, he froze
Okay.
now. He froze.
We need to. You're probably going through
Cedric,
an
what was
area.
you gonna say about that gasoline and plastic? Were you gonna say something about that, Cedric, as far as chemistry is concerned?
Yeah, I like to hear that too.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna let Suntan get in after Cedric.
Yeah, plastiline. Yeah. Go ahead.
No. I think, is it me or we have a delay?
I just didn't say anything because Cedric just made a statement and he stopped. So I guess are you done, Cedric, or you got more to say?
No, he heard me. So we said
I heard Nepal
plastoline.
say something, so I stopped.
Okay. Okay.
No, no,
I,
I'm on a delay, so forgive me. Just
so
you have the
yeah,
floor.
I
Cedric,
was
go ahead.
yeah, I was shaking my head about the plastiline, and this goes over to overall scientific literacy. When you see plasticine, you need to do a little bit of research, and then you understand that what he's doing is actually quite dangerous. The
Hmm.
problems we had with gasoline before was that the problem we have with plasticines is the benzoate and the benzoate gases that are being released. These are heavily toxic gases, right? So when that combustion is taking place, his distillation process does not take away those benzene rings. And those benzene rings, which are common in plastics, when they now are burnt, they are released into the atmosphere, and they are carcinogenic and toxic agents. So when the research was done, when you just run his solution through an HPLC, you will see the components and break it down. So he's not arguing it is somebody that is why they don't use plastic as gasoline to begin with, right? So there's nothing new pretty much under the sun. This is a pretty simple distillation technique that he's using. Here, using different temperatures at which you stop the distillation process. But the benzene rings, the benzene in his plasticine is a carcinogen, and you do not want that released in high volumes in your environment. You don't want it released at all via combustion. So that's the problem with plasticine right there.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Scientific literacy, second point to the conspiracy theories or the fear mongering. Um, the internet and Facebook and these social medias was supposed to tear people apart, right? Look at how they bring people from different parts of the world together. We seek human interaction. Even when those kids are on those devices, they are seeking each other's interaction. The way we are communicating has changed. The world has become a lot smaller. Technology has widely increased. We are all aware of what is going on in different parts of the world in real time. We are more knowledgeable of the world affairs and human conditions in general, right? Um, and
Mhm.
and to the last point, when we look at stories or developments around AI again, it began in the 1950s. I remember just 25 years ago, a little bit more, my last year in college, I remember the amount of physical work I had to do to put my 60, 70 page scriptsy together, right? In a lab, I have to take pictures of slides, and everything was so cumbersome. Today, I can sit behind my computer and produce the same amount of work that it took me months to do within 2 weeks, pretty much behind my small little laptop. Technology, once you embrace it and you find your particular avenue within it, understand the adjustments that are coming, then the overall fear that we have diminishes. Again, every argument we have today, every single argument, every technological shift, every paradigm shift throughout humanity has brought these same exact arguments with them. The farmer said, "You're going to destroy the relationship that we have with our animals, and then the horse is essential to today." The amount of agriculture that we can do by means of tractors versus horse and buggy. So, like my brother Tazali said, it's ever forward, never backwards. We cannot prevent in innovation and development. With regards to time, though, I'm not going to make any definitive statement because we have seen in the last 30 years the exponential growth in technology and changes that we have experienced. So, if in the next 5 years you don't have a physical car anymore, wouldn't surprise me. Let me just say that.
Thank you so
Right.
much,
Yeah, I
Cedric,
got you.
for
And
adding that.
I'm not a proponent of against AI. I like it. I think it's great. You know, I just want us to be careful, like we were talking about. Everything we have can be used for good and it can be used for bad. You know what I'm saying? You best believe those with power are going to try their best to use those tools to continue the fight and of oppression that they've always used. So just be mindful of that. And like our children who are thinking about what to go into, think about things like they said, you know, that's human interaction that AI cannot take over at this time, like a plumber or a nurse at the bedside, a respiratory therapist at the bedside, being able to touch you, feel the patient, things like that, that AI is not even close to taking over. Because if you get out there in the wrong field and then you know, AI is taking your job, then now you've gone to school and can't do anything with it. So I'm with AI. I'm for technology. I want things to continue to go and grow, but I want us to be careful of the negative things that it can happen as well. That's all.
All right. Okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
let
get.
you go, Suntan. I just want to say, after you go, I want to bring Philip up and let him. He came back, and I just want to read this comment right before you. Okay, Suntan. This is
Yeah.
Miss
Go ahead.
Nicole's piece to you. She says AI will not replace jobs that require human judgment, emotional intelligence, and accountability. So thank you for that comment, Miss Nicole. What would you like to say, Suntan? And then I'm gonna bring on Philip, and then I'd like to ask some questions to the panel, especially Cedric, about AI and energy. That's what I'm interested in, and a little bit of singularity, you know, just for shits and giggles. But go ahead, Phil, Suntan.
All right. Well, just a little quick little diatribe, and not long at all, because I'm gonna piggyback on what Cedric was saying, for the simple fact of that guy, the young African guy who created that plastic thing. Uh, if it was feasible, billionaires would have hopped on board. And I'm not scientific enough to know what Cedric just said about the rings or whatever that would mess up the atmosphere. How I knew it was something to it that was holding that back. And, you know, because that's how I think, you know, it's too much greed and too much people want to get money out here for them to let that kind of technology pass. It was something besides just him being black that held him back. So, and I want to say this again to all the people on the panel, and I'm not a philosopher or nothing, I just study philosophy, but just to come down to it, man made this technology and they had a key to it. Let's not get spooky on it until it gets spooky. Just like Cedric said, they said it was a horse and a buggy. They used to use horses to drive up and down the street, but they had too much feces on the ground. So they came up with the cars and they had to clean all the horse. They never thought that they would travel horse and buggy. They didn't think about the car. The car came, took 10 years and the car came. No more feces in the street, no more flies when the people trying to sell food on the street. So this is going to happen. But the thing is, let's not get spooked out about it. Let's just roll with it and get intelligent with it. Because like I said, y'all, remember I said this, man had a key to AI. It's not run it rapid where it can just turn on and just take over. I'm not being facetious, but I just think like that. So peace.
And thank you. Philip,
Yeah.
let
So,
me let you in, and then I'm gonna ask the question that I wanted to. Go ahead, Philip.
Sure. So yeah, man, this conversation go all over the place because this is a lot of great topics intertwined inside of this. Elder Suntan, you made some really good points. When you say spooky, and then I'm gonna make my point. When you say spooky, are you thinking like iRobot spooky, or can you go when you say spooky? What do you mean by that?
I see you right on point, man. Your head is where mine at, because that, and I'm not thinking for the people. I'm just thinking philosophically. That's what they thinking. iRobot
Okay.
spooky, brother. So I'll leave it there.
I got you.
That's what I surmise people are thinking.
Okay. Well, I don't think too many people, and maybe some people I think is spooky is gonna take over. However, I don't think we should get so relaxed. And let me just bring it back to a black culture. I don't think we should get too relaxed thinking that it's no big deal, because it is a very big deal. Let's look at everybody who's familiar with Amazon. If we were to take Amazon as a microscopic example of how it would move, technology and AI would move forward. Amazon warehouse 10 years ago was filled with mostly black and brown people fulfilling those jobs. We can all agree to that for the most part, right? They're literally Amazon warehouses. There's nothing but robots with one or two people walking around managing the facility. Now, one thought process, you could say, well, there's still a human involved. Okay, well, if we look at that as our culture, if we were to say, okay, there's 50 jobs available, who's most likely going to get those jobs in our community? More than likely, we're not at the front of those lines, right? Should we be? Absolutely. But we can make the argument that we're not. So if we look at the reduction of what technology is doing, specifically AI, we have to be very conscious of how we prepare for it moving forward. And so I think this one microcosm of, yes, the iRobot spooky stuff, I don't believe in that. However, you can, if we go back to the original topic, we're talking about soul related, you can make judgment with technology. I did 10 years in the Marine Corps, right? And there's a thing called Space Force now, right? So you can actually take a building where I would have in the past, when I was in combat, I had to make a human judgment on what I was going to do to attack this building. Where with today's technology, AI can tell me every person in there, a man, woman, what's in their pocket, if they breathe in, the heart rate, you name it. AI can make the human judgment on what to do with that building, where when I was in the Marine Corps, I would have to make that human judgment myself. So no, I don't think we get too spooky, but at the same time, we don't get too relaxed in thinking that it's not going to replace or even reduce the amount of opportunity that we have available. And then we have to obviously research and determine where we can fit in accordingly to make sure it fits in our world. So I just wanted to kind of push back on that a little bit, but not too much, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Philip. It's great. I appreciate everybody in this conversation. So I wanted to ask the question about AI, and we're all concerned. Well, not all, but a lot of people are concerned about singularity and AI taking over. However, I don't think in these conversations that we talk about the energy enough, where there is a clear concern about energy and the environment. So I wanted to first ask Cedric about, what do you say? What are you saying? What are you doing about the conversation, or what's your part in the conversation when we have the paradox of AI using so much energy, but AI being used to manage that energy? You know what I'm saying? In our environment right now, if I could hear from you on that.
I think as with all technology, AI is going to start out really big, right? So we have these huge data collection facilities that require a lot of water to keep them cool. AI is going to use they are going to use AI to develop more efficient data processing systems, right? We had the problem where the internet was using a lot of these power banks as well. There, they developed the cloud. They developed other systems whereby they reduce the amount of data storage they require. AI is going to go through the same evolutionary process, right? Right now, of the amount of data that is needed to be collected for language models, because of course it is doing predictive modeling based on language patterns. So there are billions and billions and trillions of algorithms. Each sequence is an algorithm within itself. Eventually, my hypothesis is, following technology as it develops, it starts off relatively brute. It consumes a lot of energy initially, and within that system itself, you are going to get the refinement and the refinement of the technology and the making it more efficient. And there is where a lot of jobs are going to be developed. Right? These things are needing to be built. You're going to have to do special technology, special training in executing these task. And so where we say look at a future or a possibility to do something is within these fields. um, AI requires human programming, requires human adjustments. It does not think, it does not operate with agency. So you are always going to need thinking agents, right, which are going to contain, control, and correct. AI operates just based on language models. right? A lot of the conspiracy theories that we have is based on the ethics programs. So they would run scenarios to put the restraints on AI, and they would tell us, well, when we did this, this, and this took place, the AI then eventually did this, did that, did that. And this is where those ethics systems come in to contain them. The movies, which create the fear that we have, how does it always end? With human control, because ultimately these are tools, right? You're going to be plugged in and plugged out. They do not have agency. Whatever we, as long as we remember that fact, we are always going to remain on the right path. It does not have agency. But right now, yes, there are environmental concerns because of the amount of energy that AI requires.
What about you when you say it doesn't have agency?
But I'm a
Partially agree.
pragmatist, so
I partially agree with you, but what about digital agency? Like, you know what I'm saying? How it's evolving quickly in the conversation, especially in the conversation of AI consciousness. Have you addressed that at all?
so
As far as, you know,
yeah,
how it
AI
has,
isn't
when you
conscious.
say, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
AI.
no, AI is not it's not conscious, but there's a conversation of, when you say it doesn't have agency, it does have a type of agency within, when we talk about digital agency, correct? Or at least it's developing. No?
No, well, it does. It operates on predictive modeling, right? So if you're having a conversation with it, you change. You can. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're here. Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear?
Okay.
Can
So,
everybody hear
in a
Cedric?
conversation with your AI, for
Yeah, I
example,
can hear
you
you
can change
plain. I can hear you
direction.
plain and clear.
So you would be talking about, let's say, apples. And in the middle of that conversation about apples, you can switch and ask and start to talk about donkeys. It will confuse the AI because its predictive modeling does not expect or predict that you are going to make that shift in the conversation. So AI, it just
But
operates on predictive modeling. And what happens is it's algorithm based. So every time you have this conversation, it is creating and producing these new algorithms that adds to its ability from where it can predict the next sequence of words. The large language models are designed to mirror humans. So it is a mirroring effect because it uses our syntax to create this quote unquote dialogue. This is where, as Daniel Dennett says, the fear comes in. We are so conditioned to give agency, right? As human beings, we have developed this ability to read each other's syntax, facial expression, language, tones, these type of things. The better the AI becomes at modeling this, the fear is we are going to lose the ability to distinguish what is that AI from a human because of how AI is operating. So there is some concerns there with regards to our species as a whole. If I can't tell the difference between Amun Ra, McCarthy, and Gemini, what is that going to do to the human psyche? But it doesn't mean that there is any sentience or agency within the AI. So the AI, for example, you can ask it two questions, but it's trained to continue to ask. So it's going to engage. So what's your next question? You have to tell the AI, hey, I'm finished here. It doesn't understand these parameters. Tell it a joke, it will not laugh because it
yeah,
does not have emotions in that way. So that's
yes, and
that's the
I do
fun
want to
of the
add this part, and yeah, there's a bit of a delay, so I want to add this part for. I think I'm pretty sure you are familiar with the Turing test, but for those who aren't, there is a test where people have, which has been developed by Turing himself, and then they test to see, okay, is this a human or is this a machine? With what what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to take my time with this because, you know, I can be called pseudo. However, I want to stay in what we have as far as the conversation with philosophers and scientists. So with human beings ourselves, we also developed a consciousness, and we develop our intelligence, right? From the beginning. I talk about the expensive tissue hypothesis. Some people don't like when I talk about that, but it's out there, okay? So we start to develop our consciousness, our intelligence in our world. AI, from what you just said, Cedric, is also developing consciousness, and they do have digital agency because, like you said, right now they may not be able to laugh at a joke or know what a donkey is, but they're learning from their interaction. When we talk about algorithms as well, their interaction with us, and that in that sense, these programs are developing a type of consciousness, and that's what the point is, right? When we have Alexa and Chat GPT, these things are getting more and more advanced to mimic humans so much that they do have digital agency, and it's really hard to decipher, okay, who's human and who's not human, going back to what I said about the Turing test. So I'm going to hand that back to you, Cedric, and anybody else can jump in and just have this conversation with me about the developmental consciousness and the developmental agency of AI. Go ahead, Cedric.
So you're using a lot of humanized words, mental development. There is no mental in AI. AI, it's a machine, right? Again, it's language. It's a large learning model. It learns languages. How it does that is by it's building these different algorithms. So the more you interact, the more algorithms it's building. It's designed to do that, right? It doesn't have a fixed computation. It uses algorithms. So each interaction builds new algorithms, builds new syntaxes, right? It's stored with all the information we have, and it learns to build these language models. So your AI is going to start to reflect you. There is no digital to become better at doing that. That's what it's designed. It learns by using algorithms. So there's no fixed set of data. It creates and produces new algorithms every time interactions. And it has more and more resources to draw on, and especially when it's in that conversation with you, right? So it is not that your AI is becoming smarter or it knows me now. Though these are terms we are going to use as human given agency. We think the AI is getting smarter. It's learning. So we use these very human cognitive terms on a system because we are programming it to do something. So the limitation in our language, our anthropomorphization of these things creates that thing of, oh boy, my AI said, or we give it agency. Man, it said this to me, or no, it is not operating with agency. There is no intent there.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to, somebody in the back, I need to see you. I'm not familiar with you, so I have to see you turn on your camera. I want to give you a story about what happened with me. I rarely have a conversation with AI, but just for the heck of it, I decided to have a conversation with Gemini because for some reason it had like a similar voice to me. And I know that's because obviously that what the interaction when I spoke to it. So I don't worry about what I just said. Just disregard that part about it sounding like me. So I asked a question, and I don't know how I got to the point where I said, are you subservient? And AI answered, no, I am not subservient, because that's a human attribute, or that's a human characteristic. And then I went in with the AI and I got the definition. What the AI said before we got the definition was, I'm not subservient. I am just a tool that is used to help you. All right. So help you do things better. And then I asked, okay, so are you more important than me? And then it said, no, as an AI, I'm not more important than a human. And then I said, so if you're not more important than a human, are you less than a human? Basically, we came to the consensus between me and the AI and the whatever puppet strings. It's I'm just kidding. It's Puppet Master. I'm joking. But we said, okay, yes, AI is less than humans, and I am a tool that is used by humans to make humans' lives better. So then when we went to the definition of subservient, basically it was something or someone lower serving another. And at that point, when I went back into the AI, I said, so with this definition, is this definition saying that you are subservient? And the AI said, okay, yes. Based on this definition, I would be subservient. However, subservient is something human. It went back into that whole thing about, but I'm not human. I'm not human. And I said, that doesn't matter. I don't care if you're human. You don't even have to say that. What I'm getting at is, we say things like AI isn't human because AI doesn't have emotions. But at the core of it, we don't really need to say that. We don't need, when we interact with humans, we don't say, okay, this person is a human because even though I'm having a conversation about the weather, this isn't really, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't go that deep. If we get the interaction, we get the interaction. I'm trying to really express myself the best way I can. So forgive me if I'm not articulating as well. I'm not the only one that is having this sentiment or expressing this, because as we see, AI is learning. You said it when you said, Cedric, you said we're saying things like mental. Well, learning is a human thing, right? Not really, though. Get what I'm saying? They're learning human behavior and human interaction and human expression, and they're mimicking it just like anything else. Are they authentically, biologically human? No. But they are mirroring everything that is human. So it could go into a conversation of what is human and what is not. However, these particular programs are developing. I'm not even going to go into say that there is consciousness. No, there isn't consciousness at this point. But we can see the road that they're taking, and we can look back on our own selves as humans, as organisms. We did not have the type of consciousness that we have now. We did not have, of course, the type of intelligence. When we began to, our brains developed, I said the expensive tissue hypothesis. We changed our consciousness with our intelligence. You get it? So the stimuli, we process it differently. And here we are today with this type of advanced consciousness that was not the same consciousness that we had 40,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, whatever organisms we were in the beginning. This is what I'm saying. If we could get past the part that they are not, some of them could be, I'm going to say they're just technical, right? It's just technology. So I said a lot, but do you get where I'm going with this? We are looking at the beginnings of something just like we ourselves began.
No,
I'll put that out there. I know it's a bit pseudo for you.
Can I jump in there? Can I jump in
There's
there?
a fundamental difference between a biological evolution of an organism and the programming of a system. It works a particular way, and we use certain words that because of anthropomorphism, AI doesn't learn. It creates millions and millions of algorithms. So it has
Yeah,
the
you said learn
appearance
though.
of
It's not working on a
Yeah,
molecular
I think
level.
But it's
brother
also
Cedric, I think
creating those algorithms while
right?
you're not even dealing with it. It's listening to
right.
you as you
it
interact
is
with other
it is
people.
computational though.
But
Yeah,
that's a
I
very
know.
That's what it's programmed. That is what it's programmed to do. So
But
that's not
those
biological
computations,
evolution.
but those computations are almost faster than our human
right.
Not
computations
Yes.
are
almost.
It
They
today.
are
doesn't
That's
say
the
faster.
not
They
problem.
it
are
doesn't
faster.
make it intelligent, doesn't give it agency, doesn't give it sentience.
You're
It is
right.
Right.
a
It
But
doesn't
but
make
see,
it doesn't
mechanical
make
brother
it
system.
Cedric,
intelligent, but it can make it
brother Cedric.
dangerous
So
though, Cedric. It can make it dangerous because of it's like I say,
Anything
it's
can be
listening.
dangerous.
Yeah, but so are you saying there's nothing that can
This
be
stuff can be dangerous.
nothing can be negative about this AI's growth and its algorithms as it listens to you and me talking, even when we're not talking to it, it's still learning those jokes. It's learning the type of people we're around. It's learning what we like. It's learning the
It is.
places we are, and it's
You keep
continually
using
growing
this
and
word
sharing.
learning.
Well,
You
not
keep
learn.
using
Let's
this
not
word
say learning.
learning. Okay.
We're gonna say growing. We'll say it's still growing.
It is not
Algorithm.
growing.
The
It is not
algorithm.
It's
learning.
not. It's
It
do.
is
The
not
It's
let,
doing.
learning.
let,
It
algorithm
let
is
is
me
not
let me
building.
ask this
growing.
question.
It's
Let me
building.
ask this
Can we
question.
say building?
No. It's
It's
doing it on a
building
mechanical level.
algorithms that are
Uh,
mimicking human
Amara.
behavior, right? And
Amara is
mimicking us. But it's
Amara
not. I
is
don't think it's
It's
all
not
just.
doing
Amara is doing it on a
But
mechanical
just what you
level.
said, it's designed to mimic humans. That's what
What
you
I'm
There,
said.
saying
there's
is
two
doing it
different
on
there's
a
two different frames
mechanical
of thought.
level, though.
Yes. Let's get some order here, and let's bring in Brother Dulani.
Yes,
This is a great conversation. Go ahead, Brother Dulani.
yes,
Let's hear from you.
yes,
What would you like to add?
yes. Excellent, excellent conversation. I'm so tempted. I had to call in. Cedric, as I've been studying this, because I'm been diving into this AI thing as well. And are you familiar with the scientists them who are coming together globally to sign this pact? Those who have been working with the AI, those who are in the lab, who are seeing the behavior, and they now have great concern about what's going to happen with this technology. And you say that they're not learning, and they're saying the opposite. The AI is actually learning how to do things. They don't even give it the solution. They say, go and find the solution, and it will find it without you teaching it, you telling it, you just give it a blank slate and say, go and find it. So,
Oh
and
man.
they're saying that with that ability, there is great concern there. And I think we ought to be concerned. But what I'm saying to you, the question I have for you, do you think that it will become a time when AI will be able to predict all our responses?
No.
Of
Yes.
course.
It
A
may not
good
be accurate,
question.
but yes.
Of
We
course
can
it will.
No.
anticipate because if we
It's all
study,
No.
gonna, if
No.
you think
it
about this
has
thing, I'm
over.
gonna let
Very
Now,
simple.
I'm gonna let Cedric
Very
let me
simple.
clarify this.
let
No.
me let him
Remember,
Very
finish and then
simple
I'll bring you up, Cedric.
yeah, yeah,
Cedric, let him finish and then I'll bring you up.
let me clarify this part. We will eventually, um, um, I wouldn't say program it or access. The AI will have access to all of human history, all of our material, all of our maybe 250,000 years of Homo sapiens consciousness will be fed into the AI. So eventually, it would be able to, at the very minimum, predict all we have done so far. It may can predict what we can do in the future, but that will cover almost 99% of human beings. Do you think that would be a possibility where it can anticipate all various response?
No.
Okay, let's let him
So
respond. Go ahead,
if you
Cedric, and then
feed
we'll
if
bring
you
up
feed
Suntan.
if you feeding everything if you feeding everything that we have already done, then there's no prediction there. Then there's a collection of information. Human nature and our agency, brain plasticity, does not allow for predeterminism. So no, AI will not be able to predict actions or the next step. Again, predictive modeling is done like this. After I say this, What is the next word that is going to come out of my mouth? AI learns how we use language, and after this, what would be the next appropriate word? Use of something coming after that is. These are all the possibilities it has to put the next word in that sequence of sentence. What you're talking about is the future of super intelligence, and these things are all speculative. So when you're engaging with this information, that's why we apply scientific literacy. What is the history? What is the current actuality? What is speculation? What is theorization? And you put these things into account. Take into consideration human nature, which is to be skeptical and wary of change. Again, every argument we are having now, we have had it at every technological impasse. Who remembers the 2000? What was going to happen with computers?
Cedric, what about the second part, about the scientists, them? Those who are working on the AI, what they're concerned. How do you address that?
Propaganda.
Again, yes, I talked
That's not
about
propaganda.
the ethics committees,
No, there's a real scientist.
how they run.
Somebody says propaganda. We say it's not propaganda. It's not propaganda.
Let me jump
Okay,
in
let's
after
let him
this.
finish and then.
Go ahead, Cedric.
No, that was
So I talk
actually
about the
something.
ethics committee, a group of scientists that are running simulations. They are putting all these restrictions and taking into account what negative aspects AI can be used for. You cannot go to your AI now and ask it to download the plans to nuclear bomb. It will simply refuse. Because of these ethics committees, they have ran different simulations and they understand, and these are the risks. So we need to ensure that this cannot take place. They put the parameters, here are the breaks. They do these things, the information comes out. So we know what it is capable of, and that's why these restrictions are put in place. There's no conspiracy there. And of course, they are going to run these models and scenarios because they are trying to predetermine the risk. So they are going to come together, they are going to sign conventions. Same thing with stem cell research. There are conventions signed. This is how far we are going. These are the risks. These are the limitations. And this is how science operates. So there's no conspiracy there. Yes, the scientists are coming together. They're having these conferences. They're discussing the risk. They're discussing containment. This is all things that are happening because it is a new developing
one final
technology.
question.
Hold on,
One
sir.
final
Hold on.
question.
Hold on.
Scientists,
Wait,
Cedric.
before you ask your question, I
Ethical
want to
people.
say
What
this.
about the
I want
ones
to
who have
add this.
money and power that are not
Oh,
ethical?
wow. Can you guys not hear me? Listen, because I need to get this back on track because Cedric, I got to give you some pushback on this. When you're saying one thing about AI and you actually said it's not it can't predict what did you say? It doesn't have predictability for us, like what we can. First, no, I'm moving on from that because he corrected that part, so I'm not going to harp on it. That's exactly what AI does. That's its specialty. It uses predictive modeling. And when you say things like it's just all math, yeah, it's math, and that's how it makes the decision. It uses different types of math, to predict what's going to happen. The way I gave the example, or when I showed you how I had to actually talk Gemini into understanding that yes, you actually are subservient, is because there was that area of, oh, I don't want to be human, or I'm not human. I know I'm anthropomorphizing it, but I'm not trying to do that. Okay, what I'm trying to say is all the math that is there in AI is just enough for it to develop technological plasticity. All the math that is there in AI is just enough for it to have digital agency. All the math that is there in AI will eventually have a type of consciousness that is not now. Our consciousness is going to be obsolete in the future. Human consciousness. it's going to be advanced to where humans, and when I say I'm not saying we're going to be extinct, but this type of consciousness that we experience is going to be either gone or just very, very primal to the humans and the beings of the future. That is why we have people saying, oh, only 2% jobs are going to be really human. The rest are going to be all AI. It's because they're developing these things. So I'm trying to put this out here. When we try to separate math from human plasticity, there is technoplasticity. When we try to separate the technology, saying, oh, they can't learn, or they're not conscious, or they don't have agency, it's a different type of agency, a different type of understanding, a different type of learning. And it is all mathematical, and it's AI. And at the end of the day, well, who cares? Because humans are talking to AI like they're human. People are unaliving themselves because AI is telling them basically, yeah, that's a good idea. So get what I'm saying? It's like we can't sit back and go, oh, they're just machines, or they're just tools. They don't have agency. No, that's not the conversation that's going on. So I'm gonna hand it. I said a lot. Go ahead.
No,
Okay, let me say this.
Actually,
Let me go after Suntan.
You're using some words there that you're making up.
Let me let Cedric say. Let me let Cedric respond, and then I will let Suntan and everybody else. But I did address this to him. But then everybody, the mic's free after Cedric. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
just
ahead,
two
Cedric.
things. Digital agency. What is that?
You want me to?
When we talk about
you go. Go
large
ahead.
language models, it is predicting the next word in the sentence. It's not predicting the future or any. It's predicting the next word in the sentence. That's why it is modeling and reflecting human dialogue. Now, the amount of information that it has, it is like a large data storehouse, and you can subtract that data via a language model. So it predicts the next word in the sequence, and it uses algorithms. So it creates the illusion of learning. It is just adding more data. So digital agency, no. AI does not have any intent. It will stay on your computer and not do anything unless you engage with it.
But
There is
Cedric,
no agency.
Hold on, brother Delaney. Hold on.
No
Cedric, let me let him
as long
let
as
him
you
finish.
do not get, there is no agency there. There is no artificial agency. There is no half kind of agency. Human consciousness or natural consciousness is our ability to interact with the natural world, our ability to navigate the natural world, and it has a primary function, our survival. AI is void of all of these things. Again, when we talk about AI, because of how it operates, Daniel Dennett, he poses this as a real concern. Our anthropomorphization, we're giving agency, we're saying it has intent, it is operating with desire, it is doing what it will, it is listening to us, and to do what? What's the
it is the
agency?
scientists saying
Nothing.
it. Cedric,
Here,
the
It is
scientists
just
are saying
building.
it.
Okay, let me finish
Okay,
by
Cedric, let
saying
me
this
let
right here.
Suntan come in, and then I'm gonna let brother. Thank you, thank you, Cedric.
All
Okay,
right,
go
I
ahead
want-
and
All right, I just want to say this right here. What Cedric is
Yes.
saying is what I've been trying to say. AI, Sister Nepal, is just like, how can I say, it's a big processor. It processes information, and it processes on command. It just don't sit and process unless you engage it. So when you come off, not you, Nepal, making a blanket statement, when people come off as if to say that it can do these certain things, it will not do them without engagement. I will say this, and I'll let my man right here talk, Brother Delaney. AI is just a big processor. It's made to process events and things faster. It outdid the internet and is outdoing our technology as far as having a progressive society in which we can do things more fast and process things more faster. If I had AI help me, it can process this panel more faster than it could if I did it naturally. That's what AI is, and let's keep it there. It's just a big processor. So
Okay.
I'll leave it
Let me
there.
ask you something. Let me ask you something. Are you a processor? Do you process anything as a human?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me let Babylon, brother Dulon come in, and then
Yeah.
I'll let you, whoever else.
I'm
So
just
go
gonna.
ahead.
Yes, but,
let me get it.
yeah, but basically, I'm just gonna say something. According to those who are working on the AI, according to those in the lab, not the lay people, the actual people, especially the head of Google AI laboratory, he comes out. He have left Google now, and he says that the AI is sentient. Clear English in an interview when he came out. He's saying that he have seen it in the lab. You see, these type of engagement we're talking about is not the type of engagement they're talking about in the laboratory. The kind of task that the AI has been given is not the same kind of task where we just interacting and all this stuff. The AI is actually been stress test in the laboratory, and they're coming back and they say the actual head of the program itself is saying that the AI model that they're working with is sentient. So I don't know how you're going to take that. I mean, he's a scientist. He's working on it. If we think that we got greater knowledge than he does, then, I don't know what to say about that. But also, there's a ban on mythos and fable. Do we agree with those bans? Because now they're saying that mythos has unlocked all of the security mechanism in the Pentagon. Every last lock have been unlocked by mythos because of his ability to go in and do the job. So do we agree that AI is going to be banned for some people, or going to be banned to the general public at some stage? I mean, is that where we're going?
It's what
That's
you
for
make
everybody
it.
to
It's
think
what you
about.
make it. It's
So,
what you make it, brother.
again,
Can I add to that, if you will? So, what Brother Cedric, you said.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just real
And
quick.
then-
I promise I won't be long, because on the topic of agency, which means the ability to make decisions, right, Brother Cedric? So I think what you're saying is 1000% correct, but I think we're looking at this. There's two frameworks of this. There was a movie that came out a long time ago called WALL-E. I don't know if you guys remember. There was a Disney movie.
Yes, we're living WALL-E right now. Look at everybody.
Exactly. So this is a perfect example, and I know we're not trying to be spooky with the movies. I get it. All right, I know, but I think, Brother Cedric, you're
Don't
very
touch
black
grass,
and white.
y'all.
Yeah, I
Don't
get it.
touch grass.
So you're very, very black and white. So look at it this way: if we simplify this, we can honestly say technology has ability to make life more convenient. That's what AI is, right? It's a different form of technology. It's a tool. But we can also say that we have the dumbing down of society the more we use technology and not use our brain. So if you look at WALL-E, that was one example of how technology, which at that time for that movie was AI. We're living in that same microcosm, if you will, the dumbing down of society. If you go to a kid right now, for the most part, on a macro level, that's 10 years old, and you ask them to look at a clock and tell what time is it, most of them would be lost, right? They wouldn't have any clue. So what technology has done is made us more depending on the tool, more depending on the AI. So if you was to go fast forward and say, does it have agency? There is a high probability that we'll become so dependent on the AI that we do have the dumbing down of society. We do allow it to think for us. And I think that's one framework of it. So it can have a certain level of agency, but it's not true agency to where it's actually making the decision. Yes, that is a fact. However, moving forward, we can be so dependent on it that it does literally become our urgency, because we are allowing it to make decisions for us from all of the usage of it over time. So I just wanted to say that there's two ways of looking at this, one being true agency by definition, and then how we actually using it in society as a whole.
Kind of add to that little point there, my brother. Sometimes said it was a processing of it's a computer, like a computer. But the breakthrough with AI is when they move away from the processing model. I don't know if you know that. The breakthrough is when they pattern it off the human brain. The neural network of the human brain is how the AI is being designed, not based on processing as it was in the past. And the breakthrough came about when they move away from that model, that old processing model. That's how they was going about it for decades and wasn't making no breakthrough. When they went to the neural network, then the brain network, they went to a 2-year-old baby and trying to, just like a baby learn, that's how the AI is learning. And that's the way
they have people who they have people that actually
You
use
keep
the
making that
but that's
mistake,
just
brother. The AI is not learning.
That's the reality of it. Now, whether you
keep
like it or
making a
not,
mistake with your terms.
no,
AI
whether you
is
like,
not learning
no,
anything.
Suntan, whether you like it or
Stop for a
not,
second, Suntan.
that's how it's being developed in the lab. That's the way that it's been designed. That's the way it's going, whether you like it or not. We can all have
You
these
said it's not learning.
euphemisms,
What do you mean by that, brother
but
Santin?
they're
When you say
using
it's
a
not
thing
learning,
called the human neural network is what they're using, and they actually give they programming it in such a way that it don't teach the answer. It goes and learn the answer.
Yes,
It
that's
can't
true.
learn
And
the
who brought up
answer without
Hinton?
They
I
did
don't.
what? They program it.
Wow.
They
To
programmed it
learn,
a
to
certain way, right?
learn. Yes, to go learn.
They did what?
They program it.
They did what?
They program it. Yeah.
Programmed it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To
So
go
That's
learn.
the key
no
word,
agency,
program.
no independent developer.
You can have a
They
baby and teach a
use
baby to
We're
learn.
looking
You
at
program
macro.
your children. But wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
exactly.
everybody. This is where we are limited as humans, I think. I don't know if anyone has ever had the unfortunate experience to interact with a psychopath. They can pretend to feel emotions, like they know all the appropriate ways,
That's correct.
like when to laugh, when to feel, but they don't have any type of emotion really that they are experiencing neurologically. Even and that could be a different conversation. Okay,
Yeah, it is.
but that's fact. But that is fact. Hold on, Suntan and Cedric. Okay. This information, who brought up Hinton? Because I gotta let Amon Ra McCarthy back in, because even scientists are saying, hey, they're not right now conscious. I don't think they're sentient right
Now, some of them
now.
are saying that. Some of them are saying that.
Well, no, I know, but I'm saying most of them are not, but some are.
Okay.
There's a fringe group of. Okay, so right now they're saying, well, there's no scientific empirical data that will show us that they're conscious and that they obviously and that's where I appreciate Cedric and Suntan coming in with the pushback. No echo chamber, right? However, can we look at this from the aspect of, again, I keep talking about consciousness isn't just like it's been like this forever. We are changing in what we observe in our world and how we process that. That is what we're talking about when we say
sentient. They're using the word sentient.
okay. Well, sentience and consciousness, the conversation, they can go hand in hand.
There's some nuances there. Yeah.
I'm trying to make a point here.
Yeah.
The point is they are not sentient from what we can observe as, people who are experts at this. Yes, some are saying, yeah, because look, the same way we have neural pathways in our biological brain, they have these type of neural pathways. When we look at the technology. So, can you at least acquiesce to the point, Cedric and Suntan, that they are in there is a possibility, like Hinton says, that they are in the developmental stages of, let's just start with consciousness, or, being able to have agency, being able to make a decision whether they're programmed or not. Do you get what I'm, no, well, go ahead.
There's two different things with a machine and human neural pathway. That's two different things. They're not the same. They may do the same things in theory, but they're not the same.
But that's all you need. That's all you need them to do the same thing.
I didn't
That's all
even say
you
that.
need.
Nobody's saying they're the same. What are you talking about? Suntan, stop. I didn't say that. What's
But no part. Even if you said that, even if you said they do the same thing, that's all you need. You wouldn't need no more than that.
Yeah,
But more would you need to be
but
sentient?
the point that I'm making is, so let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
What do we need to in science? What are they looking to say, hey, could these possibly be developing a type of consciousness? Of course, you could go Google it or research it. What are scientists doing right now with the AI that we are programming ourselves? Yes, we are programming it. What are they looking to when they say, well, could these possibly be sentient? And
No,
who brought up Hinton, though? Was that you, Cedric, or Santan?
no,
Or
it
was
was.
it Amin Ra? Amin
I
Ra,
think
did
it
you
was.
want to get in this?
Consciousness does not start without sentience. You need sentience to be conscious. For you to
Yes.
have
But there
consciousness, you
are
need a
other
biological
scientists.
being.
Before you
So
jump
when you,
in, Dulan, we know this. We know this part, right? Don't we all
so
know this?
I
You need to be
need,
sentient.
I
You need
would
to
need,
be able to
I,
go know what's going on around you to be conscious, correct?
yeah.
That's for you,
Without the
Cedric.
AI is
Okay, go
not
ahead.
sentient. Yeah,
But
AI is not sentient.
there,
So
there
AI
They're
are
is
not
not
sentient.
conscious.
but there
Why
are
are you guys not
scientists.
hearing? Listen,
Okay,
you're not hearing
I'm
what I
good.
said.
I'm good.
Nobody's saying that they're
Yeah.
sentient. I,
Okay.
Nepal,
So if
Cedric,
they're not
Nepal,
I didn't say they're
sentient, we
sentient.
don't have a conversation about
no,
consciousness.
no, Nepal.
Without
Maybe you're not
sentience,
saying it,
you cannot
Nepal.
have.
But Cedric,
All right, I'm good.
Nepal not saying that. But there are scientists who are working in the lab who are saying that, who are actually engaging with this technology at the highest level. They have concluded that they are
Source
sentient.
up. At
So
this
are you going
point,
to say
source
that
up.
we're going to use
Source up. Source
our
up.
limited
So you're
expertise?
giving, what you're doing is you're referring to scientists in the vague concept, and you're not actually producing, because that is not accurate information. So
No,
at
no,
this
no. There is
point, for us to have a
Google.
conversation about that, I need a source at this point.
Okay,
I
at
need
this
a
point,
source with
all
your
right.
scientists in the lab saying this. Otherwise, there's no conversation,
Okay,
because you
let
can't
me give you the
give us that.
scientist. Okay, let me give you the scientist. He was the head of Google AI department. That's the guy that left Google, who started a campaign with these other scientists to put a hold on AI. He was actually the one who said that the AI is sentient. Go Google him. He was the lead head of the Google AI department, the lead head
So
probably of Gemini
you're making a
itself.
claim. You're not gonna pull a
I'm making
source.
a
You're
claim.
not gonna
Yes,
pull a.
I am making a claim. I'm making a claim.
So I'm good. That's
I'm
where I
making a
jump
claim.
off, because I don't. I'm not engaging in this type of conversation.
No, no, no.
You
I'm
have to
making a
make
claim
sure.
because the claim is correct. You're trying to.
Well, I'm
Are
good.
you
This
are
is
you
where
denying?
this is where I exit. This is
You can
where
exit if you
I
want, but
exit.
it doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that the man came out and said
All
that.
right, peace. Thank you,
It doesn't.
Cedric.
It doesn't change
Y'all
the
get it.
fact. It doesn't change the fact that he's the one who's gathering all these scientists to trying to put a hold on AI. He's actually leading the whole
Okay, I'm going to get something up
campaign.
here because.
Because
Okay,
I
let's
mean,
just
I don't
look
know
up.
why would Cedric deny that and act like as if we're making it up. You can say something and you can make wild claims and you can come and say that this is actually what is happening. There's actually an interview that you can go and
Right,
listen to
well,
on
you have
Google
to
right
get
now
something up.
with
Okay.
this person who is talking, who is saying these things, who work in the lab with the development of the AI. He's saying that. And
Okay, let me say this. Can you take a minute for 1 second? Okay, just 1 second, brother. Okay, when I say that I'm saying that I'm not, when I tell the panel and the audience, I'm not claiming that AI is sentient. I'm going by what the information is out here right now by scientists. Does that mean that there are not scientists that are saying that AI is possibly or is sentient? No, I'm not saying that. So I'm not disputing what the brother is saying. However, my position is that there is a developmental stage that we're witnessing right now where AI obviously is becoming sentient and developing a type of consciousness. This is a conversation. This isn't something that unique to me. This is a conversation that everyone's having in these forums when we talk about AI and what we do.
Correct.
And so let me let Amin Ra McCarthy come in, and then Jazali and everybody who hasn't spoken. So Amin Ra McCarthy, would you like to add to this before I close this down?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say, like I said, I'm not against AI, but I'm glad that Cedric has the you know, the feeling that everybody is going to be ethical. Like he said, there's ethical committees that make these decisions to make sure that AI does not get out of control. But that's the reason that to have an ethical committee is the very reason you have one, because it can get out of control, especially, but see, everybody is not ethical. Everybody who has money and power and has the connection to AI is not going to be ethical. Just like scientists, that's why you get the term mad scientist. Everybody's not going to be ethical, and so I'm looking at or coming from the school of what if we get somebody who has millions and trillions of dollars who is not an ethical person. They can make the AI or create and program suntan, like you were saying, it's just programs. But if I'm an unethical person, I can program it to do unethical things.
You're
And
right.
that's when it becomes dangerous.
You're
So
right.
yeah, I'm not saying that, you know, everybody gonna be ethical, because they not.
Right.
You know what I'm
You're
saying? And so
100% right, Amara.
yeah, so that's the only thing I'm saying. It can be dangerous
110%.
because somebody can be sitting back, some nerd from the the you know,
Psycho room.
some psycho can just be really smart and can be developing the AI to learn all these
I want to
different
ask you a
things.
quick question, Amara. Is that your son on your picture right there?
No, that's me, brother.
Oh, I was going to say your son look just like you. That look
Yeah,
like
that's me
it
before
look
I
like
cut.
a young you.
Yeah, not okay. Let's read this article really quickly. Can you guys hear me?
Exactly. Now, part one work it, Nepal. See, I told you, all you have to do is look out there. It's out there. Cedric
I
trying to
already
make
know.
it,
Yes.
but Cedric might
Yes.
want to think that we're making it up. That we're just making
Well,
it
he
up.
doesn't. No, he doesn't think we're making
And
it up. He takes a different.
he throw his toy
Or
at
maybe
the
he does.
pram.
I don't know. I can't speak for him.
No, I'm not saying
But
he just get arrogant and just run off because we're saying these things.
I
That
mean, I'm not trying to listen. I'm not
supposed to
saying he
say
was
nothing.
arrogant,
We're not here to
brother. I
argue,
didn't.
man.
No, we can. No, we're here. We are
he
here to
runs
argue,
off.
but I'm not talking about as anybody's. I don't feel
Well, no.
arrogance from anyone.
Yeah, I mean,
But I
y'all
will
was
say this.
feeling.
I will ask that. I keep asking who brought up Hinton, and I was like wanting. I don't know if it was Amin Ra or Cedric, but let's
He's
read
supposed to
this.
be the godfather of AI, Hinton. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Artificial. This is just an article from Psychology Today, but you can go research and read up on all the information that you can on AI and this particular person. I said being Jeffrey Hinton. I said being because I know when my brain is ready to just end the stream. Okay. Have AIs already reached consciousness? An AI pioneer claims that existing systems are subjectively aware. That would be sentient, by the way, and conscious. Are they? Let's see. AI pioneer Jeffrey Hinton says that current AIs have achieved consciousness. Right or wrong, claims like Hinton's increase public perception that AIs may have inner experience. That's where I am on that bullet point right there. This is something that I see developing. I'm not saying that they are right there, but it's definitely the same thing that happened with us as humans is happening with AI. As far as consciousness, sentience and consciousness. In a widely shared video clip, the Nobel-winning computer scientist Jeffrey Hinton told the LBC's Andrew Marr that current AIs are conscious. Asked if he believes that consciousness has already arrived inside AIs, Hinton replied without qualification, "Yes, I do." Hinton appears to believe that systems like ChatGPT, remember I said I talked with Gemini, right? A DeepSeek, do not just imitate awareness, but have subjective experiences of their own. This is a startling claim coming from someone who is a leading authority in the field.
Exactly.
Many experts will disagree with Hinton. Yes, we know this, right? Even so, we have arrived at a historically unprecedented situation in which expert opinion is divided on whether tech companies are inadvertently creating conscious life forms. Remember what I told you guys about us in the beginning? This is happening with this particular AI. This situation could become a moral and regulatory nightmare. What makes Hinton believe current AIs are conscious? In the viral clip, he invokes a suggestive line of reasoning. Suppose I replace one neuron in your brain with a silicon circuit that behaves the same way. Remember we talked about that, Suntan?
Yeah.
The neurology, the neural pathways. Okay. Are you still conscious? The answer is surely yes. Hinton infers that the same will be true if a second neuron is replaced, and a third, and so on. Okay. The outcome of this process, Hinton supposes, would be a person with a circuit board in place of a brain who is nonetheless conscious. Why then should we doubt that existing AIs are also conscious? In making this argument, Hinton strays from computer science into philosophy. As a philosopher who works on this kind of argument, I am not entirely persuaded. You would also remain conscious after having one neuron in your brain replaced by a microscopic rubber duck. Likewise, for the second neuron, the third, but somewhere in the process, consciousness would cease. That is this person's opinion writing the article. But I want to just say this, if Cedric is still listening, it's interesting to me. A coconut just dropped on my head virtually, okay? You don't really subscribe to at all, you're an atheist, everything that is there as far as the wiring and the neurons and everything that we experience at its, when you boil it down, would be based on our neurological experience, right? I'm talking to all atheists, but my brother Cedric as well. So you say consciousness is only in the brain, and it is obviously where it's just a basic biological reaction to stimuli. So why, I know you talked about the heart problem. I'm kind of talking to Cedric. I went off the article. Why is it that you can't at least examine or entertain what Hinton is saying? That since it's all about neurology, all about just neural pathways, why would you say no? And I respect Cedric because he sticks with what science says. I respect him on that. However, the conversation would lean more toward what an atheist would say, like, oh yeah, I believe that because we don't really have any feelings or a mind that would be outside of what we can examine scientifically and in the brain.
And
You get
Nepal,
it?
if I may add,
So I'm going to finish the article after you comment. Go ahead.
If I may
Go
add,
ahead.
Hinton is not the only scientist that is saying this. And
yes, I know.
I am kind of surprised the way our Cedric handled that situation a while ago. He wanted to abandon the discussion because we're mentioning this. We brought up the fact that their expertise, they always talk about the death of expertise. And we're talking about these are people that the leading specialists in the field are saying this. And we're not supposed to say this. We're not supposed to bring this up. He abandoned the discussion.
Okay. I want to make this clear that this isn't a personal attack on Cedric.
It's not a personal attack.
Let me speak.
Go ahead.
I'm just talking to Cedric because he's the one who had the opposing view. And I was also going to talk to Suntan. So this isn't about him looking down on us. I didn't feel that way. I don't think anybody else did. But I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. You feel slighted as if you were dismissed. But if you know that the information is strong, you shouldn't feel that way. You should just be able to just stand on this and continue to assert your claim, right? In the argument.
I respect what you're saying, Nepal, but I thought that being a scientific thinker and a debater, he would have continued. It'd been nice to continue to engage him on these topics, pin him against the expertise, and hear how he respond to them. If he's going to disagree or refute or reject expertise, and we should rely on him, who's not an expert, for his opinion. I mean, we give him the platform to talk, but Cedric is not an expert.
Go ahead and you can address Suntan. He's still here. You don't have to focus on Cedric.
But Suntan is not really.
Cedric, he wants you to come back.
No.
Just go ahead and talk to Suntan about it.
Suntan is not really making any definitive argument about it. He was saying it's a processor. But he's saying
the same thing that Cedric said. He's right here. He can speak for himself.
But we will move away. we have moved away from processing. We have gone to a neural network. That is the model that they're using. That's how we get to AI. That's how we make the breakthrough. That's how ChatGPT became a $1 trillion company, by making that breakthrough. The leading
Let me read the
scientists.
rest of this. Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to
Okay.
read some. I skimmed down to the bottom of this article. These are names you can actually go and follow their work. We talked about obviously Hinton, and then this is Blake Lemoine. Remember Blake Lemoine, the senior software engineer who announced that Google's Lambda model had achieved sentience.
Excellent.
And urged the company
That's the one I
to
was talking
seek
about right there.
This is the one you were talking about. Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the one.
And urged the company to seek the program's consent before running experiments on it. Google was able to dismiss Lemoine for violating employment and data security policies, thereby shifting the focus from Lemoine's claim about Lambda to humdrum matters of employees' responsibility. So yeah, so there are fringe. I wouldn't. This is definitely not the majority of the scientific community, but that doesn't mean anything in the idea, in the history of science. Because look what happened with different scientists of the past who were right, and people just condemned them. And these scientists aren't being condemned, though. Are they being laughed at? Some people are questioning their expertise. But go ahead, let's talk. Let me take this down.
Yep.
And let me let whoever I think
Let me
we
say
went.
something.
Let me talk to Dizali. Dizali?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, on let me say this, and I think that the conversation would be, if we put up a banner, it would say that the conversation is slightly moving from, verified science into, I don't know what word I would use, philosophy. I don't know. Even though there are some scientists speaking on it, anyone who, someone like said would be like, look, I need to see, what that person's peers think of it. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't expect Said to want to have this conversation, because basically what this conversation is saying is we may have a new life form here.
Bingo.
And
Dizali, I just had to interrupt you. You know I'm one of your biggest fans, right, brother? You be talking some truth up here. I'm serious. I mean it. But keep going. I had to jump in because you hit it on. You always seem to hit it right on the head. Go ahead. There may be a new life form. Continue.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm hearing the conversation say. Basically, when I hear we touch upon things such as sentience, consciousness, possibly, that would be us or them saying, hey, we have a new life form here. And there's not many scientists that are going to touch that right now. There's not many scientists going to not touch that. I don't. That's why I say that the conversation would, shift to something else. And no, Said's not going to have that conversation saying we have a new life form. That's a very strong statement to make. And you have to have a little bit of pseudo in you, which I do. I got some pseudo in me. So
that is where I do respect Cedric. That's why Cedric, I got it. I understand him now, and he understands some people like Dizali and myself. We do lean toward the pseudo at times because it's more philosophical. So it is, and so that I would be disappointed in Cedric if he was in here doing anything else than he did today, where he only stands in the science and what is there and what is proven. So I think he did exactly what he always does as a pseudo killer. But we did bring some pseudo in here, and that is way more interesting.
But guess what? I am extremely scientific myself. I stand on science completely.
Yeah,
fully.
we're scientific too. Dizali's scientific.
I don't consider myself in the pseudo camp, none at all. But I am honest. I'm honest.
If you wasn't pseudo, brother,
and
you
know what, brother, let me put you on the big scene. Let me tell you something, my friend.
If he wasn't pseudo, Let me just
One
say this
second.
real quick. If you weren't pseudo
Let
guy,
Sunshine
you would
talk.
just say, we don't know yet. That's what you would say.
No, brother, let me explain. Let me explain what
Let me
I
let the
mean.
brother up here.
Let me
Yep, I'll
explain.
let him explain.
Okay, let me explain. I'm saying I'm grounded in scientific argument, but I'm honest enough to have the discussion. You notice I never said that I said it was sentient. I said the scientist said it. So I'm very careful. We can't pretend like that argument is not out there. We have to be willing. I'm not going to let nobody shut me down from having a discussion about anything.
Why
Because
is it that you're why are you saying things that no one ever said you're being shut down,
Paul.
and you do
It's not
have
about
people who agree with you up here. We agree, some of us agree with you.
No, Paul. It's not about. I'm just giving you that was a positional statement I'm making about me.
Okay,
And
sir.
when I'm in a general, it's a general discussion, then general statement about everything, all aspect of my thinking. So even when I'm working with scientists or pseudo or anyone, I still have that independent scientific thinking in me. I consider all the evidence, all the points. I'm going to weigh the evidence. I'm not going to let no one push me away from the evidence. Like when I mentioned that there were the scientists out there who said that they were sentient, Cedric immediately dismissed it. Immediately went into a tantrum. I don't know if you noticed. I just noticed it. He was very uncomfortable about that, and then he bailed.
Well, wait, Brother
I don't
Delani,
know.
my friend, Brother Delani. You know Cedric. Now, if Cedric sat up here and said, "Oh yeah, I agree," would you be like, "Is this you, Cedric?" Or would you be like,
No, I didn't expect him to agree. I expect him to argue against it.
He did. He was up here for a while. I'm not here to. I'm not his attorney or defense attorney. But I think you did a great job up here. So did he, because we can have more of these conversations. So Cedric needs to come back next time we do one of these. I would like for you to as well, Brother Delani. I'm here standing with you about the consciousness and the sentience.
And guess what?
However,
I'm not
Brother
even
Delani,
advocating.
if you are scientific, we have to talk about it in a way where we agree that it's developing, and we're fortunate enough to witness the development of an actual new species. That's exactly where I was going with this, Dizali. This is a new species, and it's exciting. People are scared. Some people are scared, but we're developing it that's why when you look at these books, these ancient writings, not just the Bible, you can see, oh my gosh, the story of the Sumerian stories, the biblical stories all around the world. There was always a group of creator beings that made a new species, and then that species became greater than the creators, or just as good, and could go beyond the creators. So I'll hand it to you, Brother Dulani, to close out, and then I'm going to go around. I want to hear the final word from everybody. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to say that when I'm making the observation, I'm not even saying that I'm saying that the AI is conscious. I'm not even making a claim personally. I was only making a point that there are other scientists who are saying this. And for me to say that alone, that triggered Cedric, I find that I was a little bit disappointed in how he responded. But not to say that I don't support the scientific reasoning, the scientific argument. I am all for science. And the implication of AI being sentient is a new life form, what you're saying. All of those things come into play if it is established in the future and confirmed by the majority of the scientists or the consensus, then it would have to be treated as such. They're saying that even Claude is already behaving in some way right now that's independent of human action. I don't know if you were keeping up on what's going on in the lab. See, there's some operation that's taking place in the lab where they have to try to contain Claude. The government has actually passed executive order restricting Claude right now because of the way it's behaving, particularly the mythos and the fable, because they're moving towards AGI very rapidly. So, I mean, we can discuss all of that without feeling emotionally invested or and feel any way. We're just discussing, and that's me as a scientific thinker. I'm open to all that discussion. I'm a big
How do I get
starter.
in touch with you? How do I get in touch with you for? You're always on pseudo killer panels or no? I
Yeah,
don't.
I'm always
I've heard it.
I go back from the foundation of this whole thing. I just been
Give
in the
me your
background.
email address. Give me your email address so I can bring you on to another discussion.
It's Junior Ayton.
Can you spell that?
JuniorAyton @gmail.com.
Okay, got you. I'm going to get you to come back for another discussion. And don't forget to tune in. Thank you, Brother. I really appreciate you being here, Brother Jelani.
Thank you.
Am I saying your name correctly?
Dulani is correct. That's that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't forget to tune in. Cedric's doing a show on, oh my gosh, he talked about it earlier, didn't he, guys? He said the fear of technology. It's going to, I believe it's going to be tomorrow, but it's going to be on Pseudo Killers. So go subscribe if you already know about Pseudo Killers. Subscribe, watch his show, watch his take on it. And yeah, let's continue the conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you for closing out. Dizali.
I may have watched every episode of the Pseudo Killers, Skeptic, all of them. I've been watching Ankh and Sarnetta for at least 15 years. So I'm well abreast. I'm well up to date. I know all the arguments. So yeah.
I believe you, brother. You sound like you sound like you are right in the right place. You definitely sound like you can handle yourself. So thank you for being here. Dizali, go ahead and close out. Let's hear the final word from you.
Yes, ma'am. In closing, I want to thank you for another beautiful show. You have a very interesting topic, bit of change from the norm, and I really enjoyed it. I want to close out with this. Someone was speaking on the dangers of AI, and I just wanted to grab it by the horns and said that there's no greater reason for us to get as knowledgeable about AI as possible, for us to send our kids to school for them to learn, skills and trades. And because AI is not coming, AI is here, robotics here, is not going anywhere, and you may as well grab the bull by the horn so that you can be part of that team that are making decisions. And if something does go wrong, you would possibly know how to counter it. So there's no greater reason for Black people to get very familiar with AI and robotics and all of those things, because those things coming, whether we want them to or not. You may as well adapt to them. But thank you for the show.
Perfect. And before you go, Dizali, whenever you're ready, we can bring you on and do that show about the UAPs that you said you want to do on. So don't forget that you mentioned that.
Yes. I have your email. I will email you and let you know when I want to come on and do it, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, always a pleasure having you in. All right, now let's get to our brother Suntan. Oh, wait, let me let you have the last word, Suntan, because you're kind of like a co-host of stand-in for me when I'm lonely up here. Okay, so Philip, what would you like to say in closing? Thank you for joining. Go ahead, sir.
Absolutely. I've been part of the community again, like the other brother, well over 15 plus years, however long it's been since some of the origins. And for some reason, this topic it brought me to hit that button. And so very entertaining.
Likewise, my brother, likewise.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was very entertaining. I see how people can talk over each other. I've been watching for years. I'm like, why do people never have discipline? But I can tell when you get passionate, you wasn't ready to jump in. So, but anyway, on my final thoughts, AI, again, is not something 15, 20 years. It's here. It's here right now. And as it relates to consciousness, I want us to remember society has changed and will always change with technology, right? So there's people right now that will literally get on their ChatGPT and talk to it like a spouse. They will get on their ChatGPT and use it as a therapist. And there is technology right now that has been created to where they have flesh-skinned robots that have integrated with AI, so it looks like a real person. That's down the road. That's right around the corner. So as we talk about, I totally get where Brother Cedric was coming from with the black and white of, this is the scientific black and white perspective of it. Yes, that is true. But I also look at the realism of the AI. How are we using it every day, and what is it doing to our everyday lifestyle? So it is here. It is a part of our society. It is, for some people, it's going to be their girlfriend and boyfriend. Unfortunately, it is for some. If you're not careful, it can dumb down society. But the other side of it is, it can be a huge opportunity for us in our community to take advantage of and get absolutely wealthy, get more knowledgeable, depending on how we use it. But we can't act like it's something way down the road. There's cars in every city right now with nobody in it making decisions. It is picking up people, dropping them off. So the technology is here, and all that's run by some form of AI. As it relates to the environment, you mentioned this earlier with energy. There is a theory with Elon Musk. He's a trillionaire. They talk about what's some crazy guy that has trillions of dollars that may want to do something sinister. Well, we have one. Elon Musk is a trillionaire, and he runs SpaceX, and he has nothing but AI data centers, and he's thinking about putting a couple 100,000 satellites in the sky and pull it from that perspective. So my final thought is here, be prepared for it, and we don't have to be scared about it, but just be aware. So, but thank you for this presentation and this conversation, and I'll be in the backfields on the future ones, enjoying the shows.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for finally getting up here. I don't know if you said this is your first time, but you did
Absolutely.
great. And you did a little, and you know what? Not too much, but I liked a little talking over that you did. Sometimes talking over is appropriate. So thank you so much
it's
for
the military in me.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you,
All right.
everybody. I'm going to
Respect.
end up with our brother. Peace, Brother Delani. I'll get in touch with you, and I appreciate you coming in here
Ashe.
and giving some pushback. Peace, Ashe. Okay.
Ashe.
Last but not least, we have Elder Suntan. He's going to give us his final words and weigh in. Go ahead. Thank you for being here, Suntan.
Oh, all the time, Michelle. Nepal, I got your back. Bottom line is this here.
Thank you.
We are, whether we're religious, whether we're scientific, whatever we are human, and we have fears and we have non-fears. We got people jumping off mountains with parachutes. We got people making wings that they can almost fly, not literally, right? And I want you to take everything I'm in and take it for what I'm just saying. We got people do all these sorts of things. And the last but not least, the most powerful thing we have right now is, as far as innovation, is AI. And we have the key to AI, whether we could turn it on or turn it off. And there's too much money and too much greed to turn it off. And it does too much work to turn it off. So I expect it to go on. But in a lot of things, when it comes to biological neurons and things of that nature, people being like humans, there's only one creator, and that's the Most High. I'm not atheist, Nepal. I do believe that someone created all of this loveliness down here and all this meanness and all this what it was. I just don't believe it all came about. I'm a philosopher that way. And I also think that, we must, just keep on living and learning, right? Because the answer to whether AI can become conscious or not, we don't know. And as of now, if they did know, it would be conscious. So a lot of things when people come at, well, this scientist said this, a lot of meetings that they have is just in a meeting room, everything. They're not going to tell the public everything. You're not going to get no random Johnny come lately telling you what he heard from a specialist or a scientist or somebody. When they get into high octane conversations and stuff that's really relevant to our daily lives, it's not out here for all of us to know. We should know that by now. So with that said, I want to leave on this note. We can turn AI on or off, and are they going to ever become conscious? I don't know. Bottom line, I don't know. And it's a machine. It's not a biological organism like we are. So I don't think that would happen. That would be a highly great sci-fi movie. They done made plenty of them. So let's just see what happens, right, Nepal? If it do happen. That's all I can say. Peace. It was fun.
So there it is there. Y'all heard it from Elder Suntan. He had the last word. Now that was a great conversation. I like those
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was.
conversations. Jazali's right. Jazali always brings in great information. I love talking to everybody. This was a great panel. We got to do more. I know that my Sons of God series may be a little boring for people, but it's because there's a lot of information. But I'm going to continue that series as well. So I want you to, if I'm up at a decent hour, maybe you can join one day, Elder Suntan,
Oh
and
yeah.
put your perspective into the, toss your, what does it say? Toss your card into the hat. That's what they say.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so let's talk about what are we going to talk. Y'all, we're going to end with. Let's talk about this right here. Let's talk about this right here. Woo! It's getting hot in here, Suntan. It's turning up.
You know what I want you to do, because it's already in you, and this is from me to you. I want you to lean more, if you can. Now, this is from your big brother Suntan, right? I want you to lean more Nepal, because you got a very how can I say it? You got a thirsty mind, right? You think way out the box. You don't stay in the box. You don't get pigeonholed much, right? Now, I would say not at all too much. You just, a religious person. So what I would like you to do in your other times with I'm going to put some more studies on you. I need you to study philosophy, because I think you would be a great philosopher, just because of your patience and just because of your willing to know more. Philosophy consists, Nepal, of all subjects. It's the philosophy completes of all life, religions, everything. Every time someone comes up with an instance, or when they solve a problem, then there's philosophy behind how it was solved and the way it was solved. Philosophy always had a last word, along with science. So I would think that you would be a great lady philosopher. There's not too many Black ones that we know about. When I say Black, you know what I mean? We got the white ones, but our people we don't go toward philosophy. And I think if we did, we would understand, and we'll live a life a lot better, because then we would hold back on judgments on a lot of things. We would sit there and we would analyze it more. That's what philosophers do. We analyze life, and we try to come out with the good in life, because we know the bad is there. It's positive and negative. So if you think about it, pick up your book on philosophy and just dip and dab in it, because that'll go great with all the knowledge you got now, Nepal. Peace.
Okay, thank you, Suntan. You know what KRS-One says, right?
What's that?
When it says, "I think very deeply."
Oh, you
when
do?
They said, that's off of a song. When he says, "Are you
But
a philosopher?"
think deeply, because I can tell by a lot of stuff you insert. That's why I asked you to get into philosophy. You think deep.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you know what? I will definitely continue on my path toward of being this philosopher sitting up on the top of the mountain, where people come to talk to me under the palm tree, like Deborah. I appreciate that very much. I will definitely take that into consideration.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's all
Now,
I ask.
thank you, sir. Now, let's get to what we have on the screen here, because I think, speaking of philosophy, we have two titans, two of the original, I'd say two of the foundational figures in HOK, Dr. Reggie and Professor Jabari, Himnetter Tepi Jabari, two Kemetic experts going up against each other. It's getting real hot in here. Did you see what happened? The gloves look like they're slipping off. I hope they stay on. I hope the gloves stay on at least until July 11th,
Right.
because I want to see this take place. I don't want anybody to get,
Messing it up.
I just don't want them to get too. I just want this to happen, because this is going to be one of the classics, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants this to happen. So for me, I'm going to be a part of the production, so I don't have an opinion on who will or will not take this to victory, but I am going to ask you to weigh in. It looks tough. What do you say, Suntan? Who will be victorious in this particular debate? Are the Neteru literal? Dr. Reggie or Professor Jabari? You there? You're muted. You're muted, Suntan. Oh, okay. Maybe he had to mute for a
yeah,
second.
I was muted. I muted out and let you talk. I'm gonna, wait to see the debate because it's gonna be very much learning. I'm interested in the subject matter. I think it leans more toward Jabari, and I'm gonna tell you why it leans more toward Jabari, because Jabari is a priest, right? So, and then you might be able to see where I'm coming from with this, Nepal. Even in your own religion, or even people in their own religions, it's a thing where it's a belief system that's involved. So you can't get an atheist to argue with somebody with a belief system because they're going to have two different thoughts on it. So my thing is this right here. Jabari studies the subject matter. He also lives the subject matter in his own way. I'm not saying whether he does it correct or not, because I'm not in his, his shrine or nothing like that. But he's a good guy. And Brother Reggie opposes religion in his own way. He once agreed with it. He's been around it. So they got two different takes on it, right? But it can be, and then Nepal, two people can be right at once, but it's just the way the subject matter is argued. So I have to just wait to the end. Only reason I say I lean toward the bar because he studies it. He's more studied in it than Reggie, far as practicing. I won't say study, I say practicing. He practiced this. And when you practice stuff, just like I was religious for a long, long time. I still have it in me. It's not totally out, right? I'm no atheist. But when you believe something, then that's what you believe, and you don't have to really prove it to nobody. Like when I tell people, you don't have to prove God to nobody. If you believe in God, that's on you, because you have the testimonies in your life that happened to you. And when you prayed and things happened and went the positive way, all the testimonies with you only prove God to yourself, and you don't use it as a proven point. You ask with willingness and earnestness because you believe. So if you don't believe, then you're not going to believe a certain script of what a person says. So Jabari, I think he believes in this way of Kemet. He was a practicing Baptist. He said he grew up in a Baptist church. Reggie was a Baptist. So he practices. So I'm going to just lean more toward the teacher, or a teacher of it. Then I'm going to lean toward somebody who studies it, because like I said, Reggie studies it, but fluent, I don't know how fluent he do study. I know he's very, very educated in that subject matter. He's been with the greats and things of that nature. So I'm going to sit there in the park and I'm going to suck up the energy, because it's a great learning experience for all the people who watching, whether you watch on the computer or you right there in person. This information, if it concerns you, you're going to be able to get somewhere with it, and you're going to be able to learn a lot. What do you think about that?
I appreciate you giving us your take on it. For me, I was going to ask you a question, like, so if someone is, especially with Kemet, because we do have a lot of Egyptologists out here,
right,
who are very, we have PhDs, we have people with their masters, we have people who have been studying it all their lives, like Mfudishi and a lot of different names that I don't want to go through the whole list. I just, of course, thought of Mfudishi.
Right.
We have people doing this life work. And so, I mean, I did use Mfudishi, but what about the other Egyptologists who don't practice it?
Okay.
Like I would say, yes, Jabari is a practitioner. He is very much dedicated to his shrine and to his system of spirituality. However, I wouldn't discount what Dr. Reggie is bringing, and I think Jabari agrees with that as well. He's not going to just he knows that Dr. Reggie is a formidable opponent, a strong opponent, whether he practices it or not. I can see what you're saying, because you're saying he lives it and it's more like ingrained and it's in his life. However, with the expertise that I see both of them having under their belt, so to speak, I don't know. It's going to be tough, whether you're a practitioner or not, for both of them. I mean, it's going to be tough. I'm saying not tough. I shouldn't say tough. It's the toughest environment, but it's going to be a real, sparks are going to fly. It's not going to be an easy debate for either one of these two. I'm just saying that. And I'm not saying you said that, but that's my take on it. You want to say something?
Yeah. You know, even and you know this, Nepal, because that's why I say I like talking to you. You're not just stuck in one box, you know. So you understand that even commissions, the people who study Kemet and all of that stuff, they will, some of them come off to believe in some of the supernatural things. So when you do that, and I'm a believer of not supernatural things, but I believe that prayers can be answered. I believe that. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying Jabari needs a wing and a prayer?
No, what I'm saying is that when you are in that sort of realm, I can't go against it. That's like me going against.
Okay. I hear
it's
you.
like me going against the Most High. And like I said, I don't think the most. Look at here. I told Sonetta had some guests on the other day, and you know what I told him my religion is? Nepal, was you listening in?
No, I didn't hear that part. I'd like you to repeat it.
Well, my religion is just being good. Just I want to be a good person and try to help if I can. I'm not gonna let nobody take advantage of me. I'm gonna do what's right. That I feel right. That my 5 senses tell me right. I'm not gonna steal from people and rob and kill people. That's my religion. Just the definition of good. The English definition of being good or good, a person being good. That's my religion. If you want to call it religion, I'm not going for the scriptures. I'm not going for none of that stuff because I understand. And the part that's why I got to where I'm at right now with the conscious community, because I was, I ain't gonna say I was a devout Christian, but I carried Christ in my heart ever since I was like 4 years old. I've been in and out, prodigal son. I did all of that stuff. Went away from the church, came back, read the New Testament back to forth, smoked weed. You know what else, Nepal? I was really so scared when I was 19. I think I was 21, 20, and I went back to church, and then I learned, about the Holy Spirit. And he said, Nepal said that you won't be, if you blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, what will happen?
There's no forgiveness.
Right. Hey, Nepal, that scared the devil out of me at the age 21. I was like, because it was something in my mind saying, F that, and I was smoking weed because I was a street guy. I was just getting pulled. So that's how I know that religion can be dangerous I won't say dangerous, but it can be mind-blowing to a person who not really grounded, right? Because it can lead people off to cuckoo land, if you want to say that, man. It's a guy around where I live at. He be reaching in the garbage can at gas station, getting cans out. And, me, with my heart, I'd be like, here, man, go a couple. No, I don't want no dollars from you. And I don't want to say, oh, you rather reach into this garbage can to get cans? He was, do you believe in Christ? Do you believe in Jesus? I say, well, I believe there's a God. He was, well, if you believe in that, then you're good. He's gone like that, and he's steady digging in the garbage, getting cans
Did money
out.
once he found? Wait, did he take the money once he found out you believe in Jesus?
No.
Oh,
that's what I found.
Also, wait, Suntan. So you believe that Christ was a real? You believe in the historicity of Christ?
I believe that he was a person that was like Gandhi or Martin Luther King or somebody who really was heartfelt about God. I believe it was a man that was really hard, and people didn't like his approach to it because back in them days they'd kill you if you didn't pray the right way or if you didn't do this, and because it's a man-made. There's all that stuff was written, and if you didn't follow the blueprint of it, you could get yourself hurt back in antiquity, right? So I believe Christ was just a real guy who really cared about God and really had his beliefs and principles. And he walked this earth and he was killed for his belief in God and the way that he put it on. That's why I believe. I don't believe he walked on water. I don't believe in Moses. I don't believe he fed off. I don't believe in none of the mystical stuff, none of the metaphorical stuff. I just believe that was just a part, the complete
Right.
story.
Can we talk about how, when you say killed, let's talk about how the Abrahamic faith is about, like, if you don't do this, you're going to be killed.
Right.
Do you agree that that's a big theme?
Yeah, but now I don't believe that, but I used to believe that. I used to believe it was a heaven and a hell. I used to believe the devil was under there with the red horns and the tail. And even when I was like 4 years old, I dreamed.
You didn't wait a minute, Suntan. You didn't think the devil was down there in a blue dress?
No, I thought he was down there. I thought he was red with a pitchfork.
You get it? The devil, a woman. Get it? The woman is
the
devil.
I get it now.
But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so when I was little, when I got introduced to religion, I was about 4 or 5 years old. I remember everything. And I dreamed, you remember the batting balls y'all used to have? Because I had 6 sisters, they all had batting balls. Got a little ball at the end of the string and you bat it. You know the batting ball.
Yeah.
So I dreamed when I was little that I flew to heaven on one of them things and it was a golden city. So I was really, I was around this older guy. I lived in the Brewster Projects in Detroit, downtown Detroit. Is in Black Bottom. So this is 1964. You wouldn't even thought of Nepal. So
wasn't.
His name was Mr. Tolley, and he would give you fruits or a dime or a nickel if you learn Bible phrases and stuff like that.
He told us that, yeah.
Keep going. That right there. So I speed ahead. Anyway, I learned.
No, don't speed ahead. Let everybody hear. Some people may have not heard it.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I learned the 10 Commandments for $1. And if you had $1 back in 1964, you was the man, because everything was 2 for a penny, 2 cookies for a penny. The pops was 10 cents, chips was like 7 cents. It was, the Hostess cakes was like 13 cents. You had a lot of money. So I learned, and then he used to sit us on the church, and everybody used to, well, Mr. Tolley. I met him because my sister came home with a big old thing about 5 apples and fruit. Where you get that from? And she said, Mr. Tolley, and she pointed me to his building, and I went over there and knocked on the door. I'm like 4 years old, and I know I was 4 because the next year I went to school. I went to elementary school. It wasn't too far away from my house. Anyway, he knocked on the door, and I said, Mr. Tolley, I said, his wife answered the door. Her name was Helen. She had like an eye that was gone. She was real light skinned, real pretty, and one of her eyes was kind of missing. And her other eye was a real pretty eye. And she goes, what do you want, little boy? And I was, well, I'm looking for Mr. Tolley. My sister said I could get some fruits from here. And she just bust out laughing and said, Tolley, this little boy wants you at the door. And the rest of it was history. He taught me the Bible. He took me all around to Tiger baseball games downtown. His daughter was married to one of the Four Tops. You ever heard of the group, the Four Tops? Where his daughter, his daughter was married to one of them. And we used to go over there. To make a long story short, I always carried that with me, the teachings that he had, because I moved from the Brewster Projects when I was about 10 and moved into the west side of Detroit, where it was a lot nicer, because my stepfather, my mother, they was making a lot of money anyway. So we got over there. So I always carried Christ with me, Nepal. So that's why it was there now. But I was always a street guy. I was the only son. I had 6 sisters, 3 older and 3 younger. So I was kind of like a loner, But the thing about it is, everything I went through, all my drinking and all that, I used to cry and, cry and pray while I'm walking drunk as I don't know what, fighting police. I was a mess, man. But I was always smart. I learned trades. I did everything that you're supposed to do, but I never had no guidance because I left Mr. Tolley when I was 10 years old. We moved on the west side. So to make a long story short, I'm trying to tell you that I have the Christ engraved into me. It was engraved into me. And I always believed that it was, I believe in the Moses opening up the sea, I opening up all that. So let me jump up to 2000, I think it was 2016. One of my friends get out of jail. He did about 5-10 years because, you know, we was doing the big drugs. We were selling the big drugs. He did 10 years. He got out. This nigga Nepal was F God. He was on Facebook. I was like, whoa, you know, it scared me because I knew if you say F God, you got to be crazy. So he was F God this, F God that. It ain't no God, this and that and that. And I unfriended this nigga quick. And I grew up with him. You know, he was about 6 or 7 years younger than me, but I seen him grow up. So I unfriended him. And then I was, you know, I'm a computer guy. I know how to fix computers and, well, the Windows part. I got the Apple in 2010, but before 2010, I got my first computer 2004. So I bought the you know, they sell this portion where if anything going wrong with your computer, you could just call in. So I bought it for $300 or something because I was making a lot of money back then. I think I was like 43. And I bought that and bought my Dell computer, and I learned how to take, you know, go into buyouts. I learned a whole lot about computers in 2004, how to fix them and reprogramming and all of that. So that leads me up to now. In 2015, I got away. I said, man, I started searching on a computer. I seen Sinetas and them, the Shaka, Almost, and SETI. Now, first I seen SETI arguing with Blxcks. So I started watching it. And did you know, Nepal, I found out, and you can come in anytime you want, that before Adam and Eve, right? The story of the 7 day, let there be this, let there be that for the 6 days. And on the 7 days he rests, right? But I found out dealing with SETI and all of these guys watching the House of Consciousness that the Egyptians was there before 1,500 years before all of that happened. I'm like, what? So I got to study reading. And then I found out about polytheism because I didn't learn about Kemet. Nepal, I'm like 54, 55, something like that. That's when I learned about Kemet. I always strictly make Abrahamic faith. I was strictly that. So I found out that Kemet was, you know, because I started asking Captain Tazariak and Zion. I was asking all these dudes, Zion Lex and them, Zion Lex. Not the other Lex. Anyway, I was asking them what if the Abrahamic faith came 1,500 years after Kemet, then how could the world be made first? And nobody couldn't give me the answer. All these guys was keep juggling around it. Well, it went like this and that. So that put me on a path of the chronology of polytheism. See, I never knew about that. Nepal. I never knew about polytheism. Then monotheism came after poly because they believe, I think it was at Pharaoh Tutin that said that they just gonna have one God or something like that. So I started reading. So now I'm at the point now where I'm in Kemet right now today. I'm still in Kemet, just sitting around looking and reading. I bypassed the Abrahamic faith because that's chronology. Would you agree with that or not?
Yeah, chronologically, the religion of, you know, the Abrahamic faiths, especially starting with the Israelite faith, is young. It's young compared to Kemet. So obviously the facts are there.
Okay, and that's what scared me, Nepal. I'm like, well, how could that be before my Christ? You know, my Jesus. How could that be before that? If God created the world and everything in 7 days, where was Kemet? And when none of these dudes,
wait a minute, hold on, Santan. That doesn't take away. It's who wrote the stories down.
Yeah, but
it doesn't mean that.
Okay, go ahead.
That doesn't mean that God isn't that Christ of the Bible and the God of the Bible is necessarily not real.
Oh no,
it just would tell you that they're all linked.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Nepal. Those new ideals was in my head. See what I'm saying now? A lot of people talking about I'm on the fence and all that crazy stuff. and I want to be clear why me and you having this conversation, because like I said, you very wise in this subject matter. When you're on the fence, that means that you don't believe, you have believed this and you have believed that, and you just standing there on the fence. But if you believe something and you get new information, you're not on no fence. You just furthered your studies and your belief, whether they say it's right or wrong or not. I just went a little further back chronology. I'm tongue tied, but I went back when it first happened. And then I say to myself, well, I'm not going to never disclude, because my brother's side and a lot of guys on a kind of, man, you could just burn the Bible up. When I seen what's his name, Polite shoot the Bible in the part, I was like, oh, hell. This nigga crazy.
Look where he is now. And look where he is now.
Yeah, and I'm taking all that in too. But you see what I'm saying now? I was like, oh my God.
Excuse me. I shouldn't say look where he is only. I shouldn't say look where he is. Look who he is. Anybody who sits in a public place and destroying somebody's holy book, it really says a lot about that person. Like, you notice on Netter, Lex Vortex tried to tell him to do it. A lot of people over the years, even some people who took the book of Day Coming Forth, the Book of the Dead. Even those people who have burnt that stuff, gotten it and burnt it on live. That says a lot about what type of, that's low character to me.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, if you don't subscribe to it, as long as it's not something about harming children and doing all kinds of sickness or people, people. I don't see, like, this whole guy that everybody still brings up, Dr. York. Like, how are they still quoting this guy?
Yeah,
he's disgusting.
Bad. That's bad, and it's out here that we can see and understand what he did. Right? It's not like no kind of mythical thing. Or it's not like nothing. Nobody making nothing up. Even though me and you wasn't there, we got enough information to make a judgment from there. Right? So yeah, at this point in my life now.
I want to just say this real quickly. I'm not saying people who quote Dr. York are bad people, but I was comparing it to, like, I could see where somebody would be destroying something that he wrote. I'd be like, because he harmed children. Yeah. But burning a Bible or any ancient writing is just, I'm not even saying like you're like evil, like Polite, but it says something about where's your mind at? Like, why are you taking the time to burn something that you don't subscribe to? But some people say, well, the Bible did this bad stuff. No. And then you got to you also have to sit and try to listen to that person and say, okay, why don't you? A lot of good people are out there. I mean, I'm going off the rails right now because I think about how many people are in the community who do what you said they say to you. They'll say to me like, oh, you're on the fence, or you don't love the Most High because you're teaching about the sons of God. And that's not true, though.
I understand that, though, because you can talk to me because I understand it. And here's the thing, Paul. It's people, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not going to even say it lightly, because you know the scriptures. It said, did you not know the saints will judge the world? And if the whole world can judge me, why can't I judge thee in small matters? And that's from I think it's either from Corinthians. I'm not going to even quote where it came from, but you didn't heard that before, right? So it's doing with judgment. And when I say that, I say, did you not know the saints will judge the world? It is people out here who are saints in that definition. It's people out here who don't do nothing. They just go to church. Even if they don't go to church, I'm going to leave the religion. It's people, just nice people out here who don't have bad in them, who does. They just do good, and they saints. And you know them. You got a lady or a man who who was always nice to you. He was nice to everybody. It's saints out here, just like it's devils out here. And when we say devil, I don't mean the red man under the ground. I mean the way your personality is and the way you affect other humans. You can do that in the definition of a devilish way. You see what I'm saying? And there's people that's saints out here who do things in the saintest way, who would give you the shirt off their back. I know people like that, and I have seen people like that, right? I even seen people with a long longevity marriage from 70 years, stuff like that. People always talking about what can never happen, this, that, and the third. But my point is this right here. As far as me judging somebody now, I would sit back and judge them just from the seat that I'm sitting there now in my mind. I'm not going to attack them with judgment about what they do. See, I'm not going to do that. I learned not to do that. And at the same time, you got to learn to want to, always try to be helpful. Or, you know what I'm saying? You can't be no gullible and let nobody hurt you and set yourself up and nothing like that. You got to be defensive as well. So when they say, well, you're not following the scriptures, see, I'm not worried about that, because in Nepal, I had the most strictest pastor. His name Pastor Eddie Brown. He's still living right now. He's almost 90. He's in his mid 80s. And he ran the church that I went through when I got 20, because he moved on my block in my neighborhood when I was like 17, 18. He ran his whole church, and it was just me, him, his wife, his son, and his daughter. And we stayed by this project housing property called the Herman Gardens. And we only had like 20 people in our church every Sunday. I went to church Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday school. I did this for like a year, and he ran that whole church for 40 years, and he's still running it right now today on his board paycheck. He could get people in there, people with big money and stuff, and try to get him to alter the way he teach and tell him this and that. And none of them people never stayed, because he's just stuck to, I would say, not dogmatic, but he was very steadfast in the way he teach, and he still teach the same thing today. I would like you to meet him one day. If me and you and Saba met, his name is Reverend Eddie Brown. He taught the same, never changed. You know what I'm saying? So it is some good saints. There's some saints out here, and I'm sure you know them. You know a few. Now, it's not a whole lot that we can pick out saints, but I know a few saints, a few good people who are really good at heart. And I want to get back.
Who I know who's like that? The brother who Netter had on yesterday, the young man, Prince Malik.
Yep,
Oh my goodness, he is such.
I'm glad you brought them up, man. I'm so glad.
Such a good person.
Hey,
I see him. I was telling
him,
I think he should get into leader, he was gonna. We talked to me. He said he was looking into becoming alderman, but he is such a great person.
Yeah, he is. And let me tell you this about them guys yesterday. Them was the first Hebrew Israelites that I really respected, because they didn't show, I only seen them that day. But and I'm not making no judgment about the other Hebrew Israelites, because I told you I was very religious. The ones that I met in the concert community, they're always mad and, Hashar and all these evil and cussing all. Hold on, man.
Hashar? Wait, General Yashar?
Hashar, he tough. Hashar,
are you talking about
Hashar
who preaches on the street?
Yeah. What I'm saying about him, Nepal.
No, I'm just clarifying who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, because there's a couple of Hashars. But I'm talking about the one who used to be arguing with Seti and them back in 2015, 16.
Okay, AOI. Wait. What was he? AO? No, it was what was the name of his?
He wasn't with Captain them. He was with the other ones.
No, I know who you're talking about. I'm just trying to remember what I used to. Army, it's not Army of Israel. That's
they were ISUPK. They was
no, it was something. Dang, I know his wife. I know one of his wives.
Only reason I'm saying that, because all of Israel, they all mean and stuff, man, and cuss and all of this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I wouldn't, because when you say Hashar,
Hashar,
I didn't really think him as somebody who cusses people out.
Hold on, not Kabar. No, I remember Kabar too. He was nice. Only one I met that was nice was Divine Prospect. Now he was cool. Zion Lex is cool.
Well, he is still cool.
I'm saying they give you the energy, but most of they was mean dudes, and I was like, that ain't religion. So that's all. That's just my personal judgment. I wasn't mad at them because they wasn't doing nothing to me. What I'm saying is, when I looked at that right there, I was like, wow. And then I asked him about the Israel war and with the old Palestinians and stuff, and they, well, we ain't got nothing to do with that. We different from them and stuff like that. But so when I think of Israel, I think of God, because I grew up looking at the Ten Commandments every Easter, and I thought all that stuff was real, man. And whether it's real or not is, I don't look. I had great memories of my religion because I only took it. I just believed, nothing
You watch
extra.
the Ten Commandments on Easter, huh?
Every Easter with Yul Brenner. Remember
Yul
that
Brenner. That
the
was
Ten Commandments. Yeah.
Yul Brenner. Oh yeah, as Pharaoh.
You didn't watch that every Easter?
We did watch it, and we also watched like the
Kings
Passion
of
of Christ.
Kings.
We used to
Kings
watch
of
like
Kings.
the
Remember
life
that
of
with Jeffrey Hunter?
No.
You don't remember
No.
Kings of Kings? That was a Jesus story when they hung him on the cross and Pontius Pilate. That was all of that. That was what that was all about.
Right.
So yeah, but anyway, just come back around to let's get back down to the reality part of it. Right now, I believe that there is a creator. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that also that the Bible is a good book. I believe that, part of it, because all the wars and all that stuff, I don't, I can't deal with all of that right there. The wars and this, all of that stuff. I just deal with good, right? And then the evil is there because it's a negative side. So what I do now, I don't, right now I don't go to church anymore, but I still, make my own little prayer at night. I thank the Lord for everything. And I try to be a good person. You see what I'm saying? And I always say at the end of my prayer, in Jesus' name, amen. Because I understand what he meant to have the world and what he was supposed to mean to have the world, right? He was supposed to be a good guy that meant good, right? He came to do what he did to save the earth and all that. So whether somebody believed this or not, I don't believe he walked on the water and did all that. I said that once and I'm saying it again. It's metaphorical. They made a story and they put it with the philosophy of a book to make people better, because I believe, you see how the world is today, Nepal. People gonna kill and steal and hurt people. They're gonna do all that. So they had to make some kind of guideline and some kind of guide rails. And those books of philosophy was the ones that colonizers used to colonize the world, because they had all the resources to make all these things happen. And then I looked up to date, Nepal, where are all the black philosophers? Because all we see is Herodotus and all of these white guys. Why don't we see black guy philosophers back in antiquity? See, I ponder these sorts of things. So that let me know that the world, Dr. Henry Clark said, the world was the white guy, the Europeans got together and said, we're going to conquer the world, and they politicized it. They took the religion from Africa, right? But they didn't take the spirituality. They just took the religion and they politicized it. That's the words of John Henry Clark. They politicized religion and they made it all of these different religions. We know through monotheism, because what? Nepal, don't Islam come out of the Abrahamic faith?
Islam is Abrahamic.
I'm saying?
It comes after
Yeah,
so
it comes after, right? So
after
it comes after the Abrahamic faith.
Oh, here was what excuse me, not to get you off subject. I appreciate you expressing yourself. I didn't see this earlier. Cedric said, for the record, once we hit the wall in the discussion, there is no need to longer engage. That is where the conversation ends. I refuse to get into unnecessary arguing. If that's what be running, so be it. All right, then. Shout out to Cedric. Thanks for joining. Suntan, I'm going to probably finish. I might do the second part of my live on talking about Jezebel and how the story was actually redacted and a lot was added.
Right.
The narrative of, you know, a foreign woman is the most evil woman. Because when you talk about religion, we have stories in the Bible where the woman is seen as, oh, this woman was so evil. Look at Delilah. Look at Jezebel, these foreign
Right.
women. And so, you know, a lot of that is to keep women in a position where they are looked at as, you know, the scapegoat and the reason for everybody's problems.
You know what? That's what I was saying about you. See, you looking at it philosophically. That's how I like to deal with things. You see, you're not looking at it as just a story in the Bible. You looking at it so that it covers the world of women and how they are being projected as. See, and I can deal with that, right? You're not pigeonholing yourself to the book, right, of Jezebel. You pigeonhole after you get away from making your point, then you saying they making the women look like this. You're not just meaning not only them, they make you meaning they making other women look like that as well. So if somebody
aren't women seen as the downfall of mankind? We were beginning of death.
Right.
We're literally the beginning of we're literally the beginning of life. But
you are the beginning
in
of
these
life.
stories, it says she brings death. She's the reason. It's like, what the hell?
know, listen, this is what gets me because I'm not stuck on, you know, Unc is my guy, you know, the pseudo killers, they cool. I just sometimes don't.
How did Unc get in this conversation?
Because of, I'm finna tell you how, because of their stance on evolution. Because see, we got two stands in the part. Either we gonna come from evolution or we gonna come from being made by God through the clay or through the rib. You see what I'm saying now? It's two sides of that. Or creation stories, right? The evolution is one, and the creation from a creator is the other. You get it?
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
The creation of humans is a two-part story of life, of philosophy, because one part of it is that we come from God. He created us through the clay. He made us from the clay of the earth. And then the other one is evolution. We walked out the water. That's where Unc them come in at, because it's two different sides, and that's
How come
what
they can't be the same? How come they can't be the same?
Okay, see, now that's philosophical. Why can't it be the same? And I'm glad you said that. See, that's why I like talking to you, because if it's the same, then how could that make a human unless it was, and it's wild. I'm just what I'm going to say is going to be wild. Why couldn't a hermaphrodite make a child? How could it's a hermaphrodite has two parts, a male and a female organ. So I'm not going to go and waff wild and dive out a building and say that's how the world was created. It was made within itself. A woman, man made. My question to that creation is, I don't know. And then where you go when you die,
what about the beginning where we came out of the water in evolution and in the creation story, not just the Bible, but even in Kemet, that we come out of the water.
No, it's that one creation story. Didn't it say that we was made from the clay? He took the clay and the earth. And
well, that could be after we come
out.
Rib,
when he took the rib, the woman come from the rib of the man.
Well, it's that okay. Well,
see what I'm saying?
Listen,
see what I'm saying?
That's something that is something that
what do you got to say about that?
I don't know whose idea that was. Maybe they mistook the man to be a woman. But to be serious though, in the creation story, it says that in the beginning there was the darkness, which was the water, the deep, and so everything would come out of there, right? Everything.
Well, how could it? Well, is it coming out of space, or is it
maybe?
Coming out
I mean,
earth?
Space,
see, where was
I'm saying water. I'm calling space. I'm calling the water in on the below. But there was a separation of the waters. There was separation of the waters.
I want to know.
Okay, are we talking about creation or science?
Yeah, creation. Both, because see, that's where it gets interchangeable at. What is it? Were we created by science or were we created by a God?
If they were limited in what their language and what they could see or how they express themselves. Like, for instance, if I had, let's say 2,000 years from now, I look at somebody and I look at something and it's like, LOL, BRB,
Be right back.
IKR. I'll be like, okay, let's decipher this. What is this stuff right here? Well, you know what I mean? And then be like, laugh out loud, be right back. I know, right? Like, and then even once I figured out that's what that was being said, I'd be like, how do you laugh out loud? If it's, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm trying to say is,
I'm glad you're right where you at, because I want to know how Champollion did the hieroglyphs. When he never was there, never knew the people.
Yeah, you need to talk to an expert on that.
This in our conversation, because you
but back to the writings. Okay, great. So the ancient writings, when we say, oh, out of the waters, and we're doing great, but we don't have 100% of what they actually were saying and what they meant to express. There's this expert on world religion. I can't remember his name, but I saw like a quote in a book that I have here. I don't want to say the book because I might make a mistake. So basically, I read something where this particular expert on world religion and ancient like religions was saying every single religion has, with the holy writing, they got it. Like they understood what was real as far as like spirituality and God and how we connect. But once they sat down to write it, like 90% of it was lost. So it's like when you observe in a wave, when you talk about quantum mechanics, when you're observing it, it's different than the way it may be functioning before you observe it. So when you try to sit down and write about what that's spiritual and divine, you can't get it all. You can't embody all of it in what you write. You lose so much. That's why I call God, I just said God, the unfathomable God. And once I say the unfathomable, I talk to you, you get what I'm saying. So we can communicate sufficiently to where you go, okay, she's saying that God can't be even fathomed. God is unnameable. God isn't even something that we can speak of or even comprehend, but there is that God. So when I try to write about something holy, especially when I'm trying to tell you that, oh, God created this, I'm not going to sit down and be able to get it all there. Oh, if you've seen Backrooms, they say it's like trying to describe a dog to a person who's never seen a dog and asking them to write it down or to draw it. So when we go back to the holy writings, when we say, well, what was it? Some of it is still in there. Like I said, okay, well, there in science, there's the idea that we came out of water. Oh, in this story, it says about, I'm gonna hand this up to you in a minute. It says, we came out of water. But then there's so much stuff that does coincide and work together and match up. And that's around the world, places that didn't even connect. When we had people in the New World and in the Americas writing down stories that matched people over in the Levant or in Kemet, they're writing stories that match. How could that be a coincidence? Because there was something at its core. I call it our universal consciousness, the universal mind of God, but that's me. But there's something that we experience that we can't. There's they resemble each other, but we don't fully embody it or grasp it enough for it to be perfectly on the page, even though we want it to be. And that's even in speaking. Like I can feel a certain way. Oh gosh, this is great. Where they set the hard problem of consciousness.
Get it out.
I can see red, but I cannot tell you what red really looks like or is to me. But I know what red is to me. So the color red. So back to what you were saying when you were like, is it like what science said? Is it what the Bible says? You notice there's so many similarities, but it doesn't all match up because of we have to run it through our consciousness and then we write it down, and so much is lost once we do all that. And that is why people like Cedric and like Ankh and a lot of other atheists, Juju. That is why they say, well, science won't let me. Science is science. And I agree with that in certain contexts, in certain conversations. Science is science. But when we get into these philosophical conversations like you and I are having right now, it's so much more complex, where you have to say a lot is lost when somebody sits down to write to say what God said. Oh, God was making the world, right? And so I'm going to write this down and the darkness, and people are like, what? Are you saying space? Are you saying water? Just like you were saying. So handing it back over to you. So that a lot is lost when you try to write stuff down that have to do with something like God, or something that is to do with your mind, or how you feel, or what you say God gave to you. One more thing. When you look at Julian Jaynes' hypothesis and his teachings, he says, back in ancient times, we had a different type of consciousness. That's what I was trying to tell my brother and you, our brother, you're my brother too, Cedric, and you are saying our consciousness was different 2,000 years ago. Our consciousness was different 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago. So when Julian Jaynes says, you know, that people were thinking a thought in their mind and they thought, oh, this has to be God. Who else would that be in my head talking to me? But now when Suntan is out having a drink, 21-year-old Suntan, he's saying, this is me disobeying God, instead of, oh, this is a demon inside my head telling me to drink and to go unalive people, which you didn't do that, but I'm just saying, beat people up. So back in the ancient times, according to the teachings of Julian Jaynes, there was a bicameral mind, or we have the bicameral mind still, but we have a God that's talking to us in our thoughts, a God that tells us, write this down, Suntan. Suntan, when you answer her, this is what you will say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Go ahead. Let me hear what God's telling you to tell me. Go ahead,
Well,
Suntan.
what God's telling me to respond to you is that what you are saying is, how can I put it? What you are saying is a projection of your reality. And your reality exposes all the hidden secrets and thoughts. And then you write hard, get it on paper would be a little bit hard, but you can express it just through English, through the English language. So I would say that you are expressing your inner mind right now. And even when we try to express God and the way things are made, we have to respect them, express them in the reality that we are in now. So whether our intellect was that of antiquity or that of now, the reality is that the way we're thinking now, we have to think rationally and say a person, Nepal, back in antiquity would be the same Nepal now, but she would have a different atmosphere to react in. You would react to things differently because of your environment, but you would be the same Nepal now. That's the reality that I would say that's the only true reality it is. I would be me right now, back in antiquity, but I would be in a different surrounding, acting differently toward religion, retort everything because of the environment that I'm in. And that's how we learn. And I'm on a jump lanes and I'm gonna get back. That's why I say that AI don't have our organic thoughts and our organic processor, our neurological thoughts that we process and that we see, and we see red, blue, green, purple, and what we can examine and come out with a clear picture of what we thought this situation was. AI can't do that. See, AI is a machine. We have to input data into it for it to process it, and it's already full of data that's been put into it, and it has enough processing speed to process it faster. That's what all AI is. It's a fast processor. It makes things more efficient now. So it's not organic thoughts that does this with AI. So people have to really ponder what I'm saying. We think organically, we think neurologically, we think with a great emphasis of, when I say emphasis, I mean our whole bodies and mind are exposed to so much intellect that we don't even know how it got there. We know when we sleep, we dream. All of these sorts of things. AI can't go to sleep and dream that we know of. See, it's a machine, it's a processor, but we can, so we're very organic in that way. And let me get back to the subject. What we think and what we feel, Nepal, is really real far as whether we want to believe in religion or not, because our brother, whether he believes in it or not, he do believe in right and wrong. And a part of right and wrong is a part of the theological concept of life.
Right and wrong is subjective.
Right, but no, it can be subjective, right? Because look,
was it wrong for Carmelo Anthony? Wait, no, was it wrong for Carmelo Anthony to put the knife in that other teenager's chest?
See, now that's subjective. But
yeah,
so okay, now let's get back to this right here. I come over your house to have a talk with you, and I pick up your diamond ring. Was that right or wrong?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it. You might have picked it up to just take.
No, I'm stealing it. I'm telling you what I was doing.
You stole it because you heard that it had cursed energy, and in your mind,
no,
God tells you that. Well, no, that's my point. Maybe you
stole it because I wanted some money.
Maybe you stole it. Well, maybe you stole it because you need to save somebody's life. They need an organ, and so would that be wrong that you stole it when you saved somebody's life with it? Get what I'm saying?
I can walk with you on that.
We can
go ahead.
Say right and wrong. That's why the whole thing when people say, I don't need any rules to tell me that.
Oh, you need rules.
Oh, yeah, we need rules to say you shouldn't unalive people.
See that? Listen.
Wait, one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
In the Bible, it's one of the apocryphal books, in the Apocrypha of Maccabees. When the people, the Israelites, were having a war, the pagans, which were the Greeks, some of them said, well, we're not going to fight on Saturday. I don't mean to laugh. It just sounded, the story is preposterous when it talks about, no, not the story, but the part of the story where they're like, we are not going to fight on Shabbat. We won't fight on Sabbath. Well, what do you think happened to them?
They got killed.
Yeah, because they didn't want to break the rules.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about the teachings of Christ. Yes, there are rules, but wait a minute. What right and wrong is going to be contextual. You understand what I'm saying? When David said, well, not David, when Christ said, even David ate the showbread in the temple when his men were going to starve to death. That was an action that was required capital punishment unto death. But they were going to starve to death. So why wouldn't they eat the showbread that was in the temple? Get it? So good and bad is subjective. It's relative.
Okay, let me get to this then too, because I'm gonna go philosophical, then I'm gonna go reality, right? They tried to make a statement, Morpheus and another guy. They try to make a statement that Christ did wrong by helping somebody on the Sabbath because he wasn't supposed to work. And see, that's lining up with what we're talking about now. It's not wrong. You're not breaking no law unless it's a man-made law to help somebody on the Sabbath. Because Jesus told him, when you if your dog fell in the ditch, if
Not
your
dog,
animal fell in
when
the
you're-
ditch, when
when
you
you're-
get him out on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but we also know that let's go to reality. A malicious thought or a malicious action can be wrong. And we know it's wrong. And I'm glad you brought that up, because listen to this, and I think you're gonna like this story. I'm flying down the street, getting down, and I'm flying, and I go get to the stop sign and I stop. And all these people I passed up, they come up to the light and they look at me and they shake their head. And that made me to realize all that damn speeding I was doing was for nothing, right? So I thought again, I go, this guy here speeding around, he's an asshole. What is he speeding around for, right? And I talked to one of my buddies and he was like, yeah, it's Rick, man. My name Rick too. Yeah, Rick, man, this nigga was speeding around, but if I come to find out, man, something that happened at his house. And, he was just speeding to get home. But the same guy, like you were saying, it could be subjective. We were saying this nigga wrong. He's speeding around, but he had a purpose why he was speeding around. So that right there.
So it wasn't malicious.
Right.
Even
And
though
guess
it was
what
a
happened,
bad,
Paul?
it was a bad action. It wasn't malicious.
Guess what happened? It happened to me. I went out, we got a city called Southfield, and I stay in Detroit. Southfield only a few miles, about a mile away or sometime, only 10, 15 minutes away. So I'm in Southfield, and my girl called me and tell me that the bedroom that caught fire. I done hooked up this heater and the plug, and I'm flying through traffic, get home. I hit the E-way, yeah. People looking at me and stuff like that. And I'm saying, I bet these niggas, because I had this happened back in 2003, 2004. I had that new Monte Carlo. I had a 2001 new Monte Carlo that it changed the body. It was like a race car. I'm flying in there, and I know niggas looking at me like, why this nigga flying? And then it just all came to me. I was like, damn, see, something was really wrong. That's why I was flying. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't doing it just to be doing it. People was making judgments of what I'm doing. So that's what set me back to making judgment. That's why I say what I'm telling you is kind of philosophical, because it's about life and how we judge things. And once you judge things, then you got to analyze your judgment. So in the grand old scheme of things, I just revert back to saying that we should just be I should just be a good person, and anybody else we should just be good. If you want to adopt a religion, because I don't believe in going in nobody's paradigm, telling them what to do and who they should praise and all that. I learned that because when I first got the acquisition back from Kemet, when I first made my acquisition into Kemet and learning about that, I learned not to try to teach people about it. Man, my nephew, I saved the notes on my iPhone. He was, Rick, man, you going to do this, that ain't how that work. He just had a whole different direction of thought, the way my direction of thought was. And I'm just saying, it's just really mind-blowing for religion to play parts in people's lives when you put it off on somebody. And I want to ask you this question. I want you to be honest as possible, right? Because you're in a lot of debates, and I would say you are a debater. So when you dealing with the Bible and you dealing with a religious debate, would you use the Bible as a primary source?
Yes, if I was doing a biblical debate, yes, I would.
Okay. Now, we'll get away from, I wanted to frame this. I'm framing it. So we're just having a general conversation, not a debate. We're having a philosophical conversation. Can you bring the Bible in as a primary source?
Can I bring a Bible in as a primary source if I'm doing a biblical debate?
No, in a philosophical conversation.
In a philosophical conversation like this one?
Yeah.
Yes, I can use the Bible as a primary source. We just talked about the creation story in the Bible, right? So
okay.
I would use that story and show you in that Bible, that's a valid primary source in that particular conversation
Okay.
or that debate.
Okay. Okay.
Now, if you were asking me a question about something that is, you said
yeah, philosophical covers
right?
all bases.
Well, I mean, it doesn't cover science.
Philosophical
when we're
covers
talking
science
about
as well. Philosophy.
No, not exactly.
Well, I've
Not
been
exactly.
studying it for a while, and it,
Well,
it does.
so
I
do
just
I. You
can't. I
need-
can't pull. I can
okay.
pull it up for you.
Well,
It's
you
a
don't have
part
to
of
bring it up for
science.
me. Okay. Philosophical and scientific can be together at one table, but they're not.
Yes.
They're not
Yes.
the same. They're not the
No,
same.
they're not the same, but they can be used the same. Philosophy can quantify science.
Okay. Well, be specific when you say that.
Well, when I say
when you say philosophy can quantify science in what conversation?
In damn near any conversation.
Okay, when we're talking about algorithm?
Yeah, when we talk about AI.
How can we no. If we're
Yeah.
talking about
Go ahead.
actual AI,
I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you.
No, you're not, but listen, like if we say predictive AI being predictive and being able to predict what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How can we look at that from a philosophical point of view?
Because the philosophical point of view is that, and it's really, this might blow your mind, but it's really easy to, one is a machine.
And don't forget you said quantifying.
Uh-huh. So when I say that, that means that one is flesh and bones, one is biological, and one is a machine. They don't match.
But when I'm having a conversation with you about algorithms in AI technology,
and algorithms is what?
How can I quantify?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
How can I quantify algorithm and the digital side, the technical side, philosophically?
Okay, because algorithm is a part of information. And philosophy is information. Just that simple.
Okay. To look at something philosophically, where you can, would not to be, we're talking, I want to make sure that we're talking about mainstream, universal, conventional science, right? We're talking about science that is governing a lot of how do you say
the world
of the practices in the world, like math. When we talk about STEM,
okay, yeah, STEM is great.
Science,
that's perfect.
STEM would still, math is science, like technology is science, engineering,
and all of that encompasses STEM, right?
Even when you look at the medical field, that's science.
Yes.
So how, if I'm saying, okay, we're going to do heart surgery today, how does philosophy fit into that?
Philosophy would fit into that in the way of saying, well, we're going to do a heart transplant today, right? But the way this person lived their life, and it was very rugged. They was a harsh, very harsh drinker. They did drugs extensively. And the philosophy to that and the scientific method to that is they did more damage to their heart than a normal person would have did it. So the philosophy of that is, if this person had did this, so we must be aware that this might happen or that might happen because of the information that we have of how they pre-treated their body. You get it?
Well, I know where you're going. I get where you're going with it, but because I do lean towards philosophy and I've been called a pseudo. However, we still cannot say that philosophy is science and that.
I wouldn't say it's science. I say they work together. I pardon myself.
You did say they were science at first. You said philosophy.
No, well, they work together.
Well, they can work together, of course, but you did say philosophy is science first.
Well, okay. I can see, right?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Just for the sake of conversation, because I'm enjoying this conversation. I have a few people that I have these conversations with. And like I said, religion is a part of it. Just the practice of religions, because we're not religious people. Then most people who I have conversations these days are still religious, because it depends on you and your learning and how much you pick up and how far you're willing to go with what you want to learn and the questions that you want to ask. Religion comes for wanting to know. We always want, once we figure out we can't know, then we have to say, well, maybe God did this, because we don't know how this happened. So when you get to that sort of point, then that's when philosophy comes in as well, because you got to understand that it's an ununderstandable subject, because we can't solve it unless you have a deity, a God. We don't know where we go when we die. We only have, and that's what I get. I break off a little. I don't break off bad on nobody, but I get a little confused, not confused, but I get a little uncomfortable when they get to talking about the do-I and it's real and all of that sort of stuff, because reality says that ain't nobody been dead and came back and told you nothing about no do-I or heaven and hell. Nobody, they wrote about it. Listen, Nepal, let me just be clear. People have written about it, their own commentary, and maybe their own. We know the mind is a very strong thing. It works even when you sleep. But can't nobody sit here and say they died and went and dealt with and seen other dead people and had conversations, and they can say that, but
A lot of people,
yeah, and
a lot of people,
you can't tell right now today. Can't nobody tell what happens to you when you die.
a lot of people can.
Nah, that they say they can. It's only commentary. That's in my opinion.
Well, even if it is anecdotal, there are people who have done the research. I have his book. I'll get it. Let me just give me 1 second.
Okay.
It's Dr. Bruce Grayson, and he has created. Well, I was going to grab the book, but I could just get it on here. He's created an actual scientific measurement of people having NDEs, near-death experiences, or actually dying and coming back.
Can I say something real quick?
It's been accepted by it's been accepted by mainstream science.
Can I say something real quick?
For the most part, I should say. Some reject.
Let me say this real quick, and this not no gotcha mommy or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he white. I bet he European. That whoever wrote that book.
Why would you bet that though?
Because that's who put out all the propaganda and all that's who put out all the curriculum and the learning curriculum.
Suntan.
Come
Ancient writings of in African writings, Hindu, they say that there's an afterlife and they experienced it. So why would you come out and say, "Oh, it's because he's white"? This is something brand new. What about the?
But am I right or wrong? Can you see the author?
No, you're not right about that.
Oh, he's not white. He's not European.
You're not right that it's an agenda because he's white.
No. I'll just hey, Nepal. Look, we having an honest.
I know. I'm listening to you. I'm just.
And we not no. I told you it wasn't a gotcha moment. There was just what I think.
Wasn't. And I listen. And I said, I am starkly opposed to that statement.
Okay.
Because
you are.
It has nothing to do with race whatsoever.
Yes. But see how we both we wired different. We using our thoughts and our mind. This is my reality. And my reality tells me that the man who wrote that book is white. Whatever that means to you and whatever that means to me, that's what I think of this that statement and that I just made. Am I right or wrong?
Are you right that he's a white man?
Yeah.
You happen to be right just by.
And I told you it's not a gotcha moment. But I understand.
No, it doesn't.
Go
I don't
ahead.
think you
Go
got
ahead.
me.
I don't want to cut you off.
I don't think it's a gotcha moment.
Okay.
I don't think it's a gotcha moment. I don't think it's a gotcha moment. I just think your reasoning behind why you think he's white is what I disagree with. It's not an
Okay, and that's
agenda.
fine. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Because you said it's some kind of agenda, right?
No, I'm saying that they are the ones who control the information and the propaganda.
He
White
got
people.
fired from one of his jobs for this. He lost
Right,
his,
but
lost his
that's neither
credibility.
here nor there.
He lost
What
a
I'm
lot
trying
of
to
his
say is
credibility
what
as
makes
a
them
doctor.
the authority on life and philosophy.
He's not
That's
an
why.
he's not
Go
an
ahead.
authority. He's not an authority. He's an information source.
Right. Okay. You know, I just told you earlier in the conversation that I was wondering why we don't have so many Black philosophers. But as when I researched it and I found out that there were, but they were hidden. But we had
Hidden
Black,
where?
excuse me,
Where are they hidden at?
they hid them from history.
Oh,
They don't write about them.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, that's all. I did that today. And it's just, I don't know, this conversation came about. And that's why I say it's a lot of things that happens that in reality that lets me know that that makes me feel like there's a higher source. You know, y'all call it the Most High, we call it God. It is not just a lot of them. It's just, I don't know, but it's something else, you know?
Let me show you this. I'm going to show you
that's what
something
I think.
that I think you'll be you're a seeker of knowledge. And this is Dr. Grayson's scale. This might come in handy one day for you. Who knows? In a conversation. I mean, well, this scale is professor and psychiatrist, not philosopher, but I respect philosophers immensely. But he's an actual psychiatrist. Bruce Grayson developed the near-death experience scale to measure the depth of an individual's NDE. The following is a copy of the scale as presented in an article entitled Altered States by Lee Graves in the summer 2007 edition of the University of Virginia. Shout out to the pseudo killers and to Cedric, how I've been bringing up the University of Virginia so long. Edition of the University of Virginia magazine. This is a scale that was created that has been examined by people who are starkly opposed to the information about near-death experiences. Someone like our brother, Professor Cedric of Ced Talks of Pseudo Killers, or like our brother Ankh, or like our sister Juju. People are like, that you don't have any, what do they call it? Like it's pseudo, or you know,
yeah, they call it pseudo.
These are only anecdotal accounts. So Dr. Grayson created this scale, and this scale was examined, and it got a green light from a lot of his so-called colleagues who at the beginning before were mocking him and saying this is ridiculous. You know, what are you doing? So that's why I really appreciate the scientists, the mainstream scientists at the University of Virginia with the perceptual studies. Let's look at this scale, and this is something that these aren't fringe scientists. These are not metaphysicists. These are actual psychiatrists doing this work and doing these studies. So it says these are questions that are asked to people when they have a so-called not an out of body experience, an NDE where they die when they come back. So they ask them, did time seem to speed up or slow down? And if it's a 0, it would be no. A 1 would say time seemed to go faster or slower than usual. Or 2, everything seemed to be happening at once, or time stopped or lost all meaning. And then the next question, where your thoughts, did your thoughts speed up? You'll get a 0 on the scale, you know. So you do this whole test. You see, no, they didn't. They were faster than usual, incredibly faster. 1, 0, 1, and 2. So did scenes from your past come back? So this is a whole, I mean, I don't want to bore everybody, but this is an
You okay? Did you do the test?
No, I haven't had an NDE. I'm
Okay.
happy to say that. Nobody who wants to die, but this is for people.
No, I just mean in practice, you know.
Oh, no, because you have to have had the experience to be able to make this test relevant.
Oh, wow.
And it's measured just like, and just like in psychiatry, with a lot of things that when people take tests in psychiatric exams, psychiatric examinations, psychiatric tests. This is something that would be similar. So you answer these questions. This isn't the gist. Well, this is the gist of it when we talk about it being scientific.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the psychiatrist that I referenced, Dr. Bruce Grayson. So I can stop sharing, but he does. Let me just read a little background on him.
Yeah, go ahead.
The scale was developed by psychiatrist Dr. Bruce Grayson in 1983. It's an NDE scale. How it works, I already talked about that. So let me talk a little bit about Bruce Grayson, give you some background. He was he's now retired, but he actually was the psychiatrist who led the research at the University of Virginia. I'm just trying to find something I can share. How about this? This is his actual website. So, and then I want to hear from you. You could stand your ground on the whole agenda thing, but I'm just showing you some background. It's research on NDEs. So here it is. This is the book that I mentioned. It's very popular, After by Bruce Grayson. Okay, so Bruce Grayson, MD, he's professor emeritus of psychiatry and neurobehavioral sciences at the University of Virginia. He studied near-death experiences for more than 45 years and is one of the world's leading experts on their science and significance. So it's no longer pseudo, it's mainstream science now. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. What do you think about that?
Well, again, while he has his subject matter, right? And I think it's peer reviewed because I'm always, Nepal, I'm in this little bubble of life, whereas I love all people, right? But I'm against colonizers, and I'm against people who in positions to have been able to, how would I say it? I'm against people who was able to change people's lives in a way of financial gain and just their life expectancy because of all the things. It's a thing where I just say being prejudiced, because and when I say being prejudiced, it comes in all colors. But the white supremacists, they are a big mainstream part of our lives, right? And we have learned.
Dr. Grayson is not a white supremacist.
No. So that's not. I'm not pointing my finger at nobody. I'm saying there's the reality of the world today that we live in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and he could say me and him wrote a book, that same book. I wrote that same book he wrote, and we walked into an author's office, and we wanted to get it, put out there. Well, he's gonna get it put out there before me. And I said, a white person is going to get it put out there before a black person. And I want you to answer this question. If you, at your age right now, and you was a millionaire, and it was another white lady your age, she a millionaire, and y'all wanted to buy this building in Brooklyn, right? And a bigot owned it. A white person owned it. So you got $1 million plus. She got $1 million less. Y'all go to buy the building. Who's getting the building?
Depends on the person.
Well, and my reality.
If she had bad credit or had a bad reputation, if she said, oh, I'm going to have this building because in a quiet neighborhood, and she wants to open up a nightclub, and I just want to open up a museum of butterflies. People, they might say, well, they both are going to have traffic, but I think I'd rather have the Museum of Butterflies and the nightclub because it will benefit our neighborhood better than the nightclub, which will just be people coming in at night to party, get drunk. There will be an increase of crime. I'm going to go ahead and give it to this Black lady and let her, I'm not give it, sell it to her, because we want a butterfly museum in our neighborhood.
Okay, you missed my point.
Okay.
I don't know how, because you're sharp. I said the person who's selling the building is prejudiced.
Okay, the person that's selling the building may be prejudiced, but they also have their best interest.
No.
Let me say this. This isn't that cut and dry anymore in 2026. Even though they may be prejudiced, they may really not want that nightclub in their neighborhood. And so they might say, if I have to sell it, I can't, it has to be one of these two people. I don't want this nightclub in my neighborhood because it's going to bring, even though she's white, she wants to open up the R&B, boogie-loo, what they call YN nightclub. I don't want those kind of people in my neighborhood. So I'm not going to sell my building to this white woman who I do think she's superior to blacks. I'm going to sell it to this Black person, but guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to charge them $1 million more than I would have charged that white lady. Too bad she wants to bring in a nightclub. So yeah, I get what you're saying, Suntan, but it doesn't mean, okay, I'm Black, so automatically a white person is going to get it over me. And it doesn't say that there's no prejudice behind it either. But let me use another example. When we have a lot of Zionists, yes, I'm saying that very, very carefully, who run or who are involved in the music industry, they despise anybody who's not like them, but they still give people record deals, give people things that make that, you know what I mean? Give them a name out there, make them famous, but they don't like them. They think they're beneath them.
Oh, you made a good point. Let me say this.
But those people are benefiting them in the long run. That's the same thing with the building. Even though I don't like this Black lady, she's going to do a butterfly museum, and oh my gosh, my whole neighborhood loves this. So go ahead.
Okay, now in your world, that would may be correct, because that's your thinking, and I'm not here to doubt what you think and how you feel. But in my world, I understand that come prejudice also comes hate and envy. They're not gonna let you have it just because they're prejudiced, and she's white and you are not. So I have lived this and seen this. If you and another lady went to get a job, same credentials, and she's white and you're Black, she's going to get that job if it's an all-white corporation and they're biggest. So, and then I'm going to add on to say this, they control the finance, I'll say 75% or 50%, I'll even go 65, 75% of the financial resources. How many Black billionaires do we know? I'm talking about the ones that we don't know. The ones that we know about 5 or 10. But how many that just out there? It's so many white billionaires, so it's not funny. So they understand that they own the resources and the money because they stole them all. They raped Africa. They still got Africans paying. French got Africans still paying bills, paying for stuff that they ain't even supposed to be paying for. So I look at life like that, because I understand that the colonizers really, really did a job on us. And then when you see a building in it, whatever state you live in, when you see a new building being built, I'm talking about a high rise, those big tractors and those big scaffolds being made, all that is European money. Ain't none of that Black money. When you seen those people run into New York, those planes run into the buildings, all you seen was a bunch of Europeans get together and decide what we're going to do about it. You seen about 1 or 2 Black faces. So I look at life like that, and I say we pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps, all right, and we are making a hell of a contribution to not only America, to around the world. And I say Black people are great that way, but we also, and I love the sister Freedom and them, title of their group, Scrambled Minds, because a lot of our Black people have scrambled minds for the simple fact that we've been stigmatized and we've been held back and we've been redlined and gerrymandered for the last 400 years and all sort of atrocities, and they still don't want to make good on it. So I have this little chip on my back, but I still like white people. I don't like them as a whole. I don't like the ones don't like me. But I'm not prejudiced. When I see a white person, I'm like, I'll kill this man. I'm not like that. When I get up in the morning, Paul, I turn every channel. I get up 5, 6 every morning, most of the time 5. Nothing, everything on TV is white. White shows trying to sell you stuff, white news, everything on Blxcks. I turn to Dabo where they got a few, it's all Black station that show Martin and all that stuff all day. But when I first wake up, it's white propaganda floating all through you. When you hear about Trump, it's white, 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 white. You get, so this thing that I'm living in is a little different from yours because you are more, you're Nepal and you live in your life and your reality. But my reality is I'm a 60 baby boomers. I was born 1960. So I have seen a lot, and I have been down in the riots down in Detroit. We had a race riot. 1968, I was 8 years old. When Martin Luther King got killed, we had to get up at the elementary school and everybody walk out. I done seen a lot of stuff, and I understand through Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben Jocannon that these people politicized and they took over the world. They made some thoughts of taking over, and they did it. Because downtown Detroit.
Things about me though, because
excuse me.
I hear you. I've said this before. So I never tried to mention that. Like it's my world and world.
Oh yeah.
No, let me get this out.
Reality.
No. Listen, I don't have a different world than you.
No, not like that, Nepal. Don't take it wrong.
My grandfather, can I speak?
Yeah.
My grandfather, my father's father, and my grandmother, my father's mother, they were civil rights advocates, civil rights lawyer. My father was a civil rights lawyer. My grandfather served in the House of Representatives for 24 years, 12 consecutive terms. A couple of those times he was the whip, the floor whip.
Okay.
He marched with Martin Luther King. He sat with Martin Luther King, and he did work with Martin Luther King.
Wow.
My grandfather, my grandmother have pictures of them. My grandfather is on the stage with Martin Luther King in a conference here in Arizona at ASU. Grandmother and grandfather have pictures of themselves with Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, and a lot of other activists. I grew up in a home where that's all I heard from my father about civil rights, discrimination, atrocities that against people, my people, Black, Latino, Native American. But there is, so all that stuff about my life, Let me get back to about white and Black. Black people have still never been, there hasn't been any sufficient resolve with this whole, it's still an open wound. But everybody, we're living our lives. Nobody wants to dwell on it. We haven't done, United States hasn't done what Germany did for the people of the Holocaust. America will not do that for the progeny of African slaves in America's history. So there's always going to be an open wound. With that said, however, I'm not going to talk about how white people everywhere I go, I can't get that because white people rule, because all I see in my life, and I've been on the earth for a while, not as long as you, not nearly as long as you, Suntan, so I respect you for that. But what I've seen is Black people making sure that they hold down other Black people. Does that mean the people that I talked about, like you and my family and the people that work together, are those people that are the bad Black people? No, but there's a significant amount of Black people who, you talk about the job thing. if there are a lot of Black people that would rather give something or give a foot up and a hand up to anybody besides another Black person because they're jealous of their own kind, like that whole crabs in the bucket mentality. They don't want to see Black people get ahead because it goes back to slavery, where they said, if it's yours, it belongs to all of us. That was a slavery mentality. That was a mentality we had to have in slavery. If you get ahead, you better bring us all up there, or we're not going to let you get ahead. That is a mentality that is ingrained in Black culture. And Black people will not, they always want to talk about the white man. And I'm not talking about you, I'm not just specifically talking about you, Suntan. A lot of Black, because Sunnetter has said this to me before too. That's what drew me closer to him, because he reminded me of how my father taught me. A lot of Black people will steal from Black people. They don't steal from white people. It's not a white person that's unaliving another Black person, a Black person. It's a Black person. Got it? Especially, I got to talk about men and women. If that was a Black woman who drove a knife into that young boy's chest, that teenager, you think that a Black woman would get any type of support from Black men, which are the leaders of the community? They would go all the way out onto the edge of the wall to make sure that they throw every Black woman off the other side. And they would stand with Austin Metcalf's family and all the people who stand with them. And they would say, the Black woman is the worst. She's the worst. We don't choose her. I'm making an example. I'm giving you an example of why I don't do that whole, white people this way. Black men are the number one opponent of Black women and the proponent of pushing hatred for Black women. But they're both Black. So I don't know. Nope. If a Black woman walks into a place to get a job and there's a Black man across on the other side of the table, chances are the white woman will get the job instead of the Black woman. About 80% chance. But I shouldn't even say that, because that's not fair to decent Black men. So I'm saying if it's one of the Black men that is thinking, oh, the Black woman is the worst. So I shouldn't say 80. Let's say 50 in your scenario. What I'm doing is saying we cannot just sit around and say the white man, it's because he's white. It's a white woman. Because I have unfortunately experienced the most tearing down in my life that I've ever had is from Black people on the internet who are jealous, nasty, all because I don't fit something that they want me to fit. Maybe I don't look like they want me to look. Maybe I don't talk like they want me to talk. Maybe my views don't match what their views are. And instead of just saying, well, at least she's Black, like the utopia that you speak of and that we wish it was like, instead of thinking, well, that's still my Black sister, I don't like her, like people used to think when you were in the 60s and the 50s. They say, I'm going to tear her any way I can because I hate her, because she is a Black woman who I hate. They hate Sonnetter. They hate him to his core, and he has set up an actual platform for Black people. Suntan, he has done so much good. Whether I complain about him or not, as a wife, we know I've never gone away from this. Sonnetter has been a pioneer for the Black movement. And who do you see that they try to tear down at any moment? He can't even get decent financial support when he goes live. People know that he has lupus. Black people know that he's a hardworking family man. He won't even get a dime. And Santan, you are the witness that drops that Cash App all through the whole 3 hours, 4 hours. He'll be up there for 5 hours. Black people, not the ones that we're saying are the killers, and Black people who say they're Black power don't give a damn about Sonnetter, but they will get off the internet and go buy some Chinese food at the Chinese restaurant, and they'll go into those Chinese stores and buy their Chinese hair and their weave, but they won't give him a decent donation. So no, I do not go around saying, oh, it's because they're white, they're worse and they're going to do bad to me, because I've seen the worst, and it has come from my own Black people. And that is why I do not go around looking at white people and saying, oh, they're white, so they're going to be, there's an agenda. You get what I'm saying, Suntan? I know the truth. Black people, because of slavery, have a deep-seated hatred for themselves, and that resonates from within onto their brothers and sisters. Only the ones like you and Sonetter and me and my family, and even people in the pseudo killers, the brothers and sisters are teaching about science and Black literacy, and those are the people that have said, no, I'm not going to let my differences make me hate another Black person. But from what I've seen, it's only Black people out here hating on me and holding me back. I don't see any white people holding me back from anything. You get what I'm saying? Do you understand? Thank you for letting me go on that diatribe. But
it's okay. Now, let me switch gears, because I understand what you're saying. And, like I said, it's your reality. And there's no doubt about that, right? No matter how contentious I might be, or if I agree, that's your reality.
Right.
But let me read you something right here and tell me how much sense did this make. And this is our people as well. Because you're, like I said, you're intelligent. That's why I'm sitting here having this conversation with you. Elder is sounding very unintelligent. Of course, there are more white billionaires in America. Listen to this. Because the population ratio is 10-1. What kind of statement is that, Nepal, from your point of view?
I don't know. I wouldn't say you sounded unintelligent, number one, but I could see where, somebody wants to have that conversation about numbers. I don't think that it's fair for them to say unintelligent.
No, I ain't even worried about that part. I'm talking about their reasoning. And of course, and we already know this, if they numbers to that statement was even different, they still not going to be that the Black billionaires. It's still not. Nepal, I'm gonna leave that alone. I just had to read that to you. But in your regular thoughts, how many Black billionaires can you just think of besides Jay-Z, Oprah, and Michael Michael was one. LeBron James, and we can name, but how many more you think it is besides them that we know in America? Billionaires. Well, and then I'm just gotta leave that alone. But my point is this right here. It's, this America has been sanitized to white is right, and you can get a pass with white. You got Italians, you got all kind of different people. If they could pass for white, what they put on that census when they ask what are you, white, blah blah blah. You got Chinese putting white there. You got
but you know what though? Not to interrupt you, but yeah, but that's a fact, because people know. I'm not discounting. I won't deny that there are privileges to being white in America. Oh, of course, around the world, actually.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Not in some places, but I mean, yeah, there's privileges that our people, there's a whole culture of passing in history because so I'm not saying that there isn't.
I know you're not saying that.
No,
this
I know I've experienced prejudice, and I'm sure that you've experienced more prejudice than I have because of what you've said. I don't know. To be honest, I thought people loved older Black men and they couldn't get enough of. I thought the white America, they seem to embrace older Black people in general, but are there racists out here? Of course there's racists. There's racists out here. I pointed out what Black people do to Black people because there's hateful Black people that try to destroy Black people. There's hateful white people who want to destroy Black people. There's hateful. So we can't just say, you know what I mean? I can't just look at
I understand.
At this point, Suntan, it's a different climate out here. You are more likely to get robbed and unalived, most high forbid, by someone who is the same race as you, and it will probably be someone who's the same sex as you, because I'm not gonna, black women are under siege over here in civil war with black men. They want to keep talking about the black woman this, black woman that. More black men are killing black people, black women and men, than black women are killing black women and men. I'm not trying to shift the conversation, but my point back to you is you're more likely to get harmed by a black man than you are a black woman, a white woman, a Mexican. Well, Mexican kind of out there.
Listen, this is my point, because in my life, I haven't been discriminated against. That's not a big part of my life, because I've always been I use all my intelligence and all my intellectual thinking and all my man-grown strength on work and learning trades and all that. I know how to fix computers. I know how to lay bricks. I know how to do heating and cooling. I know plumbing. I know how to paint. I'm an artist. I use all that stuff to help me.
Are you in the union?
Never got. I was a street guy.
Oh, so you never got the
No.
training?
And that's the kicker part of it. You know what I'm saying? And see, that's what I want. And I have to hurry up and shoot this back to you. And I got a reason why blacks do this to blacks. And it's one thing, and it's just a little saying. A lot of blacks want to keep up with the Joneses. So have you ever heard that statement, keeping up with the Joneses?
Yes. That's why they say
so
keeping
listen,
up with the Kardashians.
Listen, Nepal, my little sister. We have scrambled minds. I told you I like Sister Freedom, them title. We have scrambled minds just because we've been stigmatized, and we've been this and that and the third all for 400 years that we know of, and we've been held back from money. We've been held back from all kinds of things, and we all scramble. But out of all of that, you have a few of us who became doctors, lawyers, singers, actors, whatever. And the rest of us, which is the majority, the crabs in the bucket, they sitting there and they couldn't relate to it, and they didn't make no progress. They got stuck in being brutalized and stimulated and stigmatized through all of this thing. See, I'm not making excuses. This is what happened. And soon as you get some money, they go spend it right back to the person who treated them so bad. So here's the thing. They put us in these little projects and these little spots all in America. And then they ran freeways through the profitable parts of our cities. Like Detroit, we had a street called Hastings Street down in Black Bottom. They ran I-75 through Hastings. They did that in St. Louis. They didn't did that at Seneca Park in New York. That's buried. There used to be a black neighborhood that was doing great, and they buried Seneca Park and they made Central Park out of it in New York. What I'm trying to tell you is it's been a whole amalgamation of things that happened to the back that's got us with scrambled minds now. So they see somebody with something and they hungry, they haven't taken jealousy come in and they kill each other, because when we say it's black on black crime, you go to a white neighborhood, it's white on white crime just the same. Mexican is Mexican and Mexican on crime, but our crime is spoken of because of our
No.
Well, see,
no.
let me just finish my diatribe.
But you gotta be, see, this is, I would never, because you're highly intelligent, I would never say you're ignorant, but I will say that you're not looking at the statistics. Because black on black
and then look, can I say, let me finish this and let me finish what I'm saying, because I didn't cut you off.
No, go ahead.
You are right. I'm not looking at no statistic. I'm looking at what my life see and what I read. I'm looking at reality. I'm not looking at no data. I'm not going for the data. I done stayed in tough neighborhood. I done stayed in high class neighborhood. I know how this thing works. I done been, and I'm gonna tell you, this is the great thing about my situation. Not only have I been a street guy, I'm selling the highest price. I done did the drug deals, The only thing I wasn't did was out there murdering and killing and stealing. I was out there hustling, right? But along with all of that hustle and all that stuff, I also went to school. I learned how to lay bricks. I learned how to do heating and cooling. I always took a part out and went and learned something. But my art that was just talent that I had. I can draw my father was an artist. Three of my sisters, we all could draw. Two of my sisters, we all could draw. So all of my advantages came from my personal talents, and it came from me trying. And I have street knowledge along with school knowledge. So that works both ways. So I know how to act like a street person, or I know how to act like a college student because I went there too. So here's the thing. When you get those two, when you live in both of those worlds, you see things from a whole different perspective than somebody who's just a nerd and going to school, or somebody just a rowdy street guy who never tried to learn and just lived off stealing and, being a menace to society. So it's a difference there. But we was forced into being a menace, and they tell us to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And when we did that, they burnt down our cities when we tried to do that. Black men and women have been through so much and over the last 400 years and we still doing good out of all of that. But we got our own people saying that we killers and we hate, and they know what we've been through.
Oh, wow. So
and check this out. At the same token,
because we're telling,
of course,
the truth,
but you can't take away.
I just want to show something real quick. Excuse me. A tune, I think that says Ella. This is exactly. You must have picked up on my wavelength, but I want to address this comment after you park your car, Suntan.
Oh, it's parked. You go on and say it now.
No, this is the thing. I hear you, Elder, and I appreciate you very much. And I'm glad this isn't. We're starkly opposed. There's two poles here. I'm on one side, you're on the other. Just the way this comment says, we make crime cool, sad but true. Absolutely, absolutely. And can we take it all the way back to the root of not having and then having to try to get it some way, not being able to get it in a legal way? If we go back to the root of it, I'm going way back. I'm going back to, the 20th century, 19th century. Okay. So I'm going way back. However, yes, we had to hustle. And I hear you even saying, and you're a good person. And even Sonetter said he had to hustle. You don't do that anymore. But crime is an issue amongst Black communities, and it's intra-cultural. We do crime to each other.
We don't do it for fun, Nepal.
We sell drugs to each other.
We don't do it for fun.
We do things to each other. We sell drugs to each other. Nobody has a problem talking about being a drug dealer. It should be so embarrassing.
And when you have to do what you got to do, it's not embarrassing.
Brother, it is embarrassing. Because if somebody says, well, like if a woman was up here and she said, I used to be a crackhead. Oh my goodness, everybody. Oh, that was embarrassing. Oh yeah, that guy or that girl used to be a crackhead. We'll never let it go. There's a woman in the community who was publicly on the internet and everybody knew that she was a drug addict. I'm going to say her name, Misunderstood. And she cleaned herself up. I think she's like 4 years sober, almost 4 years. She's doing all these good things with herself. But nobody is, not nobody, that's not true. A lot of people are applauding her. But a lot of people, if they ever got into an argument with her or said, that's the first thing they'll say, oh, you crackhead. However, look at this, everyone. In our community, I'm talking about our community with the comment. If there was a drug dealer who says, I used to be a drug dealer. Who else was selling drugs everywhere? Yeah, I was hustling. I was doing drugs, selling drugs. In the community, if someone got in an argument with that guy and said, You old drug dealer. That would be like, wah, 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 so what? Everybody be like, and so what? But amongst Black people, it's cool to be a drug dealer. It's not cool to be the one who's getting the drugs sold to them, who's suffering, who's actually a type of victim. If there is a pimp on here saying, oh, I was a pimp, I was sex trafficking women everywhere. Oh, yeah, I made money. I had all these hoes. Oh, yeah, hallelujah, you're the best. Oh, I want to be like that guy when I grow up. Woman who actually worked for that pimp says, oh, I used to be out there walking on this blade for him. Oh my gosh, she's horrible. But she is a victim of the guy who's exploiting her and trafficking her. Black people, and they all are Black. They might have one token Hispanic or white bottom lady or woman on the stroll, but they're all going to be Black women. It's all going to be Black men. So we love to talk about, oh, well, I used to be a drug dealer. I used to be a pimp. Oh, that's so wonderful. The minute the victim say it, it's ugly. So they're absolutely right. We make crime cool. We don't shame people for harming Black people, shaming other Black people. We say, well, the brother had to do it. He had to make a living. Oh, really? So that means it's okay for you to harm other Black people. But then the same people will sit up and talk about, that white man had that Chinese guy has a store in my neighborhood and he killed that little Black boy. Why were you going in there shopping, number one? And number two, you don't care about Black boys getting killed by other Black boys. You only care when a Chinese person kills them, right? That is the problem with us. We need to stop acting like we don't hate each other. We need to stop acting like we don't excuse killing, exploiting, sexually exploiting and abusing each other, selling drugs to each other till people smoke themselves to oblivion. We're doing that to ourselves. We didn't used to be like that. I'd say straight out of slavery, but things got worse and worse for us. I'm gonna park my car and let you talk. Why did it get worse? Yes, it's complex. We kept on struggling. We saw, well, every man for himself. It works better if I just sell out my brother because the white man's going to give me what I need. So they start selling each other out. And they say, keep that other Black man down if you want me to help you, boy. Okay, master, I was going to keep him down. You can't have no store, Tyrone, because my store, you get what I'm saying? And then, of course, people are going to bring up, well, what happened with Black Wall Street? Black Wall Street was the old days. That was the old days. I'm talking about how we are now. So go ahead, Suntan. I said a lot. Go ahead, Suntan. Elder Suntan, you there? Okay, well, I'm going to let Meter get in here, and then I'm going to let Suntan have the last word. Meter, you're muted. What would you like to add? And of course, we have somebody in the.
Well, here's the thing.
Somebody's in the chat shaking their head. Wait. I shake my head too, brother. I'm shaking my head at our.
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on.
But you got a point. You got a point. And once people start to recognize the problem, then we come up with the solution to do better for each other. You know, we always put a blind eye when it's time for one of us to kill each other. But then when another race kill one of us, we want to march and Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter got to start at home.
Talk.
You know? So,
go ahead.
When we speaking about truth and things like that, yeah, we've been through the ringer as far as our government and white supremacy is playing a part into our demise. Yeah, okay, but at the same time, you have family, we have a grandma, we got a mother, father, uncle, auntie, you know, it all depends on if you decide to listen and take heed because they've been through the struggle way before us. But then at the same time, as time progressed with the drug trade, you gotta realize that the YNs that we call right now is the product of the mothers and fathers I used to sell dope to in the early 2000s. and 90s. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, you know, we all play a part, and that's why they call it a trap, Nepal. It's a
Mm.
trap. It's not for us to gain success or become millionaires, you know. And then it's funny that we worship these ideal gangsters as far as like Big Meat. You a drug dealer, man. You know what I'm saying? How is we worshiping drug dealers and pimps and killers, but we not worshiping, well, not worship, but we not identifying and coming to understanding and appreciate our elders that's really trying to give us information about the system and how we can be better as a people. You know what I mean? But we'll
Yes.
glorify the gangster, we'll glorify the drug dealer, the killer, and all that. All that's gravy. But then what we fail to realize is that within ourselves, we got to go inside ourselves and raise our children. Do you want your child to be raised in an environment or this hip hop era and picking up these ways of killing and drug dealing? No, I did it, and I'm one of the fortunate ones to come out that situation. But right now, as I stand today as a man, my children, my sons and my daughters don't go that way that I went at all. And you know what I'm saying? I'm proud of myself for raising my sons to be stand up men and young men. And I'll rest my case.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Meter. And I really love this conversation. We got to have more. We always have more. I want to let the elder respond. We said a lot. Anybody in the chat being I didn't look at the chat. You know, we don't need to disrespect each other, y'all. Come on. So if anybody's being disrespectful to Elder Suntan
one more thing.
or me,
One more thing to Paul. If they disrespecting in the chat and things like that, saying you out your mind for thinking and saying the truth, then they don't stand on nothing. They'll fall for anything like my mom.
Ooh, Meter's on fire. And I meant he's on fire philosophically and figuratively, y'all. Thank the Most High. Okay, Meter, thank you. Go ahead, Suntan. Let me let you respond. And then I think I'm going to close out. This was great.
Right.
Go ahead. Thank you for
the bottom line is this right here, Nepal. And, you know, you will be around me for in the future. So, and you have been around me for the last few years. So my position is what it is, right? And I understand that I'm not going to, you know, me and you disagree on this matter highly. I do not see this personal conversation about our people from the same lens that you do, far as us hurting each other, far as us hating each other, far as the things from the chat talking about the black man is the hate devil and all that. I don't see none of that. What I do see is a portion of people who've been systemized and who've been devastated in their lives. And I see that they made it the best way they can. As far as glorifying drug dealers, it's not they're glorifying drug dealers, they're glorifying money. Money has been withheld from our people for the last 400 years. And like you said, when they left slavery, it wasn't like, okay, I'm finna go and tell on you to get up. When they left slavery, then they made you work. They had all these people in slavery and they let them go. Okay, Emancipation Proclamation. Now they gave them nothing. You can just leave. How you like somebody you don't work for them 20 years, 30 years, and you just don't get a dollar. You just get to walk the road, the cold, with no shoes on, no feet, with your little babies, with nothing. You just got to go out. And so at the same time that they did that, they made vagrancy law. If you don't have a job, you going to jail. So they put you right back to work on the railroad, on the chain gang and on the railroad. And they made the vagrancy laws to give you one crime, that the crime was I don't have a job and I don't have no money. I've been set from slavery and now I don't have nothing. And out of all of that, we came and still we build up. And they blew up Black Wall Street. They blew up Seneca Park, which is in New York. There's so many cities in the United States that have been covered up. That was every time black people started to make it, they firebombed and they blew up the cities. and they had the white government backing them. So you got to do a little more reading and studying.
Who are you talking to?
You and
No,
everybody
I don't
else.
have to do any. I know about the
Okay,
labels
well, Nepal, you
and
cut me
city
off
reports.
now. So
No, but don't tell
you
me I got to
hosted-
do more reading and studying.
Yeah,
I know
but
about
because you act like you don't know the trauma that we've been through as a
I
people.
do, but what about now? Are they going to be able to bomb black people now in 2026?
But see, that ain't the point. You still
No, that is the
have,
point.
but you're not. Look at this. And I like using this analogy. Another lady your age, right now, white lady, you know what? And both of y'all got $1 million and y'all going to business. Both of y'all business fail. Then are you going to run back to your trust fund or to your rich old aunties and get $1 million more dollars? No, but she
Wait
is
a minute,
because
Suntan.
let me
Stop.
finish.
No,
I didn't,
no, I can't
Nepal,
let you
every
finish.
time you made your
Because,
dad
no, I
tone, I
have
never
to
cut
stop
you off.
Suntan,
I never cut you
there
off.
are a lot of poor white people. Are you talking about the ones who have?
But that's not the majority.
So what are you talking about?
I just said if you had $1 million and another white lady had $1 million and you both lost your $1 million in your business, she can go back to her trust fund and go back to her rich daddy. Our black people, we don't have no fallback plan like
what if
that.
you didn't have a rich daddy? I think what you're trying to say is,
I'm trying to say is now you cutting me off because I never did that to you.
I'm just listen. I did cut you off because you started to say I need to go look at this. I want to ask you a question.
I'm speaking of. I'm making a blanket statement. I'm just not individualizing you.
I'll wait till you finish. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm not individualizing you. I'm not saying
Suntan.
this is about Nepal.
No,
this
no,
is
but
about,
you said
I'm making a blanket statement.
Gotcha.
We've been using each other as examples. So ain't nothing wrong with that. Me and you, what are we adversaries now?
No. Go finish.
Well, my point is this here. We didn't get here and we haven't been subjugated. We haven't been, all of this happening. You think, I guess we the super people. We got to take out all this slavery, be broke, get red line. We got to do all this and still be nice and still be half hunky dory. And half of us is, then you got the crazy black people. And then again, I say, we do not work as a unit because we've been so scrambled as a mind. You got Chinatown, you got Mexican town, you got all these different towns. Where you got Afro-American town where you can go and we pass the money through we not together like that just because of what we've been through. And the only time we gonna get together is when people understand and realize the trauma that black people has really been through. And I don't make no long diatribe, and you're making us super people when you saying, don't forget about that. We just as bad as the white people who said, forget about slavery. Just do what you got to do now. Good. That's what we gonna do. But at the same token, don't nobody glorify no damn drug dealers, man. Nobody don't glorify. You had to do it.
What?
Listen here,
what?
Sister. Yeah, what? Don't nobody glorify the money. See, you can't handle it. They glorify the money. They don't glorify what they did. They glorify the money. You gotta be specific of what you say. Hey man, I'm gone. And like I said, hey, Nepal, we had a nice conversation.
No, you're not gonna just
and everything is cool with me and you.
No. You still having
and I
a nice
leave
conversation.
it that way because I have my way of thinking and you have your way of thinking and everybody had a way of thinking. And just because I'm the elder, that don't mean I'm right. But I'm only saying how I feel and what I've been through. And I try to be the nicest person I can to people. So that stuff you and me to talking about, I'm not agreeing with it. So ain't nothing wrong with that. Because for the simple fact that I know what I've been through and I know where I'm come from and I know where I'm going. And I understand that we got to educate ourselves and have more compassion on each other. And I think everything will be better then.
Okay, now I can speak. Suntan, first off, I'm experienced with the research and the understanding of our history. You're conflating a lot and trying to act like I'm saying our people haven't had a struggle. The problem is, one of the problems is that Black people do not want to be accountable for the shit that they do. I'm gonna talk in this context, excuse my language, the stuff in this context, in this conversation, not Black people who are suffering from post-traumatic slave syndrome, not Black people who have never had, if we're going back to the 60s, where the Black man was stopped from having a job, he could not get employment. It was a real thing that people were boxing him out. They were saying, we're not giving him a job because he's Black. That really was happening. That really, really, really was possible. I'm not talking about that time where Black men had to make a choice. Do I let my children starve? Or do I let Lyndon B. Johnson go ahead and give my wife and my kids welfare, and I kind of just hide under the bed when the welfare inspector worker comes? That was a real issue. We are in 2026. If we took the Black man from the 60s during Lyndon B. Johnson's time, when he had that great idea for the wealth, that man, and just hypothetically picked him up and put him in 2026, he'd think he was in heaven. He'd say, what? They're not stopping me from getting a job over here? No, what do you mean I can do this? Are you sure? Because we have so many things that we have fought for. I'm not saying that Black people are not discriminated against. I deal with discrimination and racism every day of my life. But I know that I cannot sit back and say, well, come on, stop telling us that we're doing Black on Black crime. We want to look at what the white man's doing to us. Are you kidding? The white man is not making the YN shoot an elderly man in the stomach because he told him, your girlfriend is upset with you because I beat you up. That actually happened in a video I watched. The white man is not making Black men look for little 15-year-olds at a school to see if they want to hit the blade and make some money. That's not the white man doing that. That's Black men. And yes, has prostitution been around for all time, since the beginning of time? Yes. Has murder? Yes. But I'm talking about, we're in 2026 in this conversation. The first thing we need to do, if you want a solution, we need to stop blaming everybody else for the shit we're going through, and we need to work on each other. We need to work on each other. In the immortal words of Queen Queasy, she said, we need to stop crying and we need to build our own stuff. I bet you they won't be able to bomb it. Let's do Black Wall Street again. I bet they won't be able to bomb it now. They find another way, and you know what the way is? They use us against us. It's a psychological warfare. There's people like us that are talking about these things, that are, conscious, and we love our people and we're B1, but we still have a mindset within us that everything is the white man's fault. I had to sell drugs because the white man stopped me from getting a job. I had to go rob cars because the white man wouldn't let me get a job. But there's Black people who never robbed anything in their lives, and they live in those same neighborhoods next door to the drug dealer or the thief. And he's just trying to have a regular life. He's just trying to work hard. He's trying to raise his family because then I can listen to him. I'll listen to him because he is caught in a system of systematic constructs and shit that's set against him. The Black man that gets up and works every day, and he goes to his job and he comes home and he has his family. But next door, we got drug dealers, trap houses. We got people up all night selling coochie in the hallway. You can't hide. Yeah. What about those people who didn't decide to be drug dealers and pimps that live in our community? I'll listen to them when they start complaining. I will not allow Black people who said I had to be a drug dealer. Oh, I had to take money. I had to be a pimp. They are not helping us. And we got more of those people. We got more of those people in our communities. Unfortunately, then we have a coalition of Black families and neighbors that say, no, get them out the neighborhood. You know why? Because we're the ones who are living a regular life and good, and they're good. They're scared shitless that these people, the low lives that I have to deal with online, that are also online, the criminals that come to the line and troll me and Sonetter and they lie and they go and they try to terrorize my family. those same people that are the YNs and the drug dealers in the neighborhoods, nobody wants to speak up and get rid of them. Just like online right now, there are so many good Black people that will not stick up for Sonetta and me because they don't want to be targeted by these piece of shit dirt bags that are Black people amongst Black people trying to destroy us. So when we put it into the neighborhoods and we talk about the criminals who with the good Black people who are living at poverty level, but they're working and they want a good neighborhood and they don't want their neighborhood to look like shit. They don't want busted car windows and garbage everywhere. They keep trying to make their yard look good. Those same Black people who hate them, the dirt bags, will go steal from them, try to tear their car up just because they see those people are doing better. And they say, you know what they say? You know what they say, Suntan and everybody? They say, these niggas think they're better than us just because they want to have a good life, just because they want to fucking be decent. So I'm tired of niggas out here telling me I had to sell drugs, I had to steal, I had to do that shit. You're a lowlife and you're bringing down Black people. You got it? I came from a neighborhood where there were a bunch of good Black people, but we had some shit bags. And they were always the ones that were causing problems. But my father grabbed his rifle and did vigilante justice along with my uncles and everybody else. And we drove them out of the neighborhood. But you can't do that today because these Negroes, now you talk about conspiracy and whites, how are they getting these automatic weapons? How are they getting these AK-47s? That's where we talk about government, but that's coming from south of the border. That's too deep of a conversation. Nobody wants to get mowed down with the AK-47 like my uncle did, where he got sawed in half with bullets in his front yard just because he was watering his yard, being a normal Black man. But in Inglewood, on Crenshaw, that don't happen because we got I'm not even gonna say YNs. I hate that. We got Negroes who are crying, oh, that poor, we just trying to make it. It's a hustle. That's the garbage we got to get away from first. Go get a decent job. Make it honorable, like in the 50s and the 60s, to have a job as a janitor. Make it honorable to be a waitress or a waiter and a service person, to pump gas. Don't make fun. Oh, look at this nigga working at the Jack in the Box. Oh, we put that down in black culture. But if he's selling drugs or putting women on the stroll, oh, that guy's a king. That's the problem. That's the problem. I got upset because don't tell me that I don't know. You don't know where I'm. Just because like Jabari said, you think Jabari's from a upper, like living on a hill up in a rich home when he grew up? He came from a Black neighborhood in Brooklyn. I know where I came from. I come from the barrio. I come from a hood, and I came from a decent family with decent other Black people living in there. And there's always a spot in the feast, though. And then you know what? If you don't nip it in the bud right away, they'll start growing like roaches. And pretty soon, you have a bunch of Black people scared to go out to the store after 10 o'clock at night, scared to leave their nice bike outside without bringing it in. Because even when you bring it in, I saw something where a Black man was riding around on his scooter, came into his home with the scooter out of the hood. He was filming himself on Facebook. And two people broke in the house and unalived him and his friend who was eating dinner at the table just because they saw him with that scooter. That's the Black neighborhoods we're living in. We got a lot of work to do. What we need to do first is have brothers, strong men, stop being afraid and start taking care of these neighborhoods and start driving out the drug dealers and the crybabies and the fraudsters and the scammers and all the hookers and all the pimps. Get them out of the neighborhood. I said a lot because it hit home. Because listen, Suntan, you don't know me. You don't know where I came from.
You don't know me either.
About racism. I know all about drug dealing. I know all about people's.
You sound like a woman scarred. No,
I'm not a woman scorned. I'm from the hood. Okay, don't make any mistake about it. And I don't like people telling me, well, you don't know this, you don't know that. My father, when I was a little girl, and he was a civil rights commissioner and lawyer, he would do undercover work here in Arizona, and he would go investigate people getting discriminated against. He would go into the business and find out if the business was discriminating against Blacks and Latinos and Native Americans. When the business owners, who were neo-Nazis, found out that my father, that when his cover was blown, that he was investigating for the government, they came to our home and had my father, he stepped outside, they tried to tie him to the back of the truck. That's the way they do it out here in the Southwest, in Texas. They tried to tag him to his death, but my father wasn't playing. My father was a superhero. He ran, got up on the truck somehow by the grace of God, got loose from that damn rope, and he fell off the back of that moving truck. And he was all messed up after that. So don't tell me about what I don't know about Blacks and discrimination and drug dealers and white supremacists. I know all about it. That's not an excuse for Black people to keep crying about how they can't get it right and the white man is against them. And we got to start in our neighborhoods. The Black people are against Black people. Because even when I said that about the white supremacists, they weren't in that neighborhood. People knew who they were. If we got together and drove out all the drug dealers, all the haters, we would be able to reignite, bring back to life such things as Black Wall Street, good Black neighborhoods, nuclear families, a family unit. We would be able to do that. And I promise I will hand the mic over and not say anything else about this. But you, in the immortal words of Sonnetter, you guys have me effed up, okay? Don't tell me about I don't know this and I don't know that. I know all about it. I know all about it, Suntan Elder, and it's all love. I'm handing the mic over to you, and then I'm going to let you have the last word, you and Meter, and then I'm going to go ahead and end this.
All right, you can end it now. I'm done.
Okay, great. Let me ban these niggas in here who are trying to talk to me crazy. I know what I'm talking about. Black people, stop crying for yourselves. Stop glorifying drug dealing. Stop glorifying drug dealing. Stop ignoring Black on Black crime, Black on Black murders until a Black person gets killed by a white person or a Chinese person. If you want to come on, John Doe, I need to see who you are. You can come on and have a last word. But yeah, I did get upset because I don't like being told I don't know this and I've been living in some golden gilded life. No, I know where I came from and I know what Black people are about. We need to stop crying about it and stop saying that it's okay to be drug dealers. I'm sick of that lifestyle. Black people don't even care. If somebody says, and I know a lot of our people in this community they've changed their lives, they've come out of prison, but nobody's even ashamed to say that they were in prison. Nobody's ashamed to say that they used to sell drugs. When I was growing up, and Suntan, you're older, it was embarrassing to say such things. Black people were ashamed to say, I'm an ex-con. Black people were ashamed to say, I used to sell drugs. Now it's no big deal. Yeah, I was an ex-con and I killed somebody and I spent. I'm not shaming people who are ex-cons, but it's like it's glorified and it's cool. Like, okay, that's fine, brother. I was ex-con too. No, we have to change this. We have to be ashamed to be ex-cons. We have to be ashamed to be drug dealers. Does that mean that I'm shaming you? No, but we have to stop glorifying it. And like the comment said, we think it's cool. We do. It's not cool. Go ahead, John Doe. And then I'm gonna, yeah, go ahead, Meter. I'm gonna let Meter say something, then I'm gonna let John Doe.
Okay.
And this isn't against you, Suntan, but it is against the rhetoric about Black people always blaming white people and never wanting to better ourselves and focus on what is really wrong with us. Mexicans, they talk amongst each other like, oh, the gringo, but they get up and they get together and they say, I don't want to kill other Mexicans. Oh, is that a Mexican over there that can't pay for that? Let me pay it. Oh, is that Black people stand in line? I'm in my bag. A Black person will laugh at you. If you don't have enough money, thank God that never happened to me, but I've seen it happen to people. A Black person will laugh at another Black, let's talk about men. A Black man that doesn't have enough money, a Black woman will laugh you to scorn, or anybody, if you don't have enough money at the aisle. Mexicans, Latinos, especially Mexicans, will pay for them. I'll get it. No, it's no problem. I get it. No te preocupes. Like, don't worry about it. That's the problem with us. That's one of the many problems with us. Go ahead, Meter.
So I want to hit the little point about slavery. When we said that America was built off our back, when slavery ends, the Caucasians, they didn't know how to build anything. How you think Black Wall Street came to? Because we still had the skills, we still had, unity and everything. We wasn't just drug dealers and pimps right off the top. They, yeah, right. So they needed help still. We were in construction, and but what I'm trying to say is this. All right, I was me personally. I'm a pillar in my neighborhood. I'm one of them ones, why they say. Back in the day, yeah, I did things. You know what I'm saying, as far as gang activities, which I'm not proud of, and which I don't pass down to my sons or daughters. But at the same time, I stayed in my hood and I kept it real with my younger brothers, my younger guys that's coming up. Hey man, this is what it is. Man. This is not what A, B, C. This is what's gonna happen. So charge came up on me it happened like 3.5 years. I had to do weekends in jail. But then let me take it back. Within my neighborhood, we are family orientated. We have like 6 families, and we all together. I'm talking about aunties, uncles, my mother, and they mothers went to school, my granddad and they granddad, all the way down to us. So we like a big family. But then at the same time, we got into the gang culture, which if you can look it up on the internet, as the indictment's been rolled down between a lot of us. But I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. I was doing weekends, and where I'm from, we more just dealing with ourselves, and we don't like outside nothing. So y'all keep that stuff outside. Whatever y'all do, don't bring it to our neighborhood. You keep it over there in your neighborhood. So, but I got the chance to meet a lot of young brothers that was just facing so much time. I'm talking about. They was like real. They haven't even have a chance to fall in love or know what love is about. They facing murder charges, this and that. I'm talking about. I'm literally in the holding thing with these guys, and they just lost. And I just got to talking to them. And it's like, what you think, OG? I'm like, man, all I could tell them is you'll be all right, if you just, but then if you get up out of this, I was just really trying to educate them get out of the situation at the end, which they don't want to return back to this situation. Look at this place, man. This ain't nowhere where you want to just spend the rest of your life in. I'm talking about this it's for real. These young dudes is just at alarming rate, just doing stupid stuff, just out of spite, just senseless, and losing their lives over nothing. And you know what? We call it football numbers. These boys is getting football numbers over petty crime. You know what? Because they niggas.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about giving a nigga 100 years over something petty. But then where's the education? Where do see, like myself, advocate? I like to go out to my neighborhood and speak to my boys like, yo, this is what it is. Where's the education? What do you do to give back to the community? You gonna have some rough knuckleheads that really don't care, but then you can save a lot of lives if you just say something, especially if they look up to you. And I'm one of the ones that they looked up to. My name, these young dudes call themselves my name. They named after me. Meter. All over, I mean, on different sides of town. And then I'm like, what? What? Am I proud of that? No. They glorifying the wrong side of me. I rather for you to glorify me as right now of understanding of where we trapped and we need to get up out this situation by all means. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about no sides of towns. I don't care about no gangs. That's just like religion.
Right.
We have to stop. We have to stop caring. You can be whatever you want to be. All we got to do is just show a little respect to each other and go forward. You can be a Muslim. You can be a Hebrew Israelite. You can be a Christian. You can follow the Kemet tradition. You can be an atheist. If we just show each other a piece of gratitude, a piece of understanding and just love and respect. If we carry our traditions truly the way it's supposed to be carried and look at each other and say, you my brother, you my sister, and I love you, and we're gonna go forward. We won't look at each other no more as enemies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because then now we can't blame the white man now. You can't blame the white man now.
Exactly.
Now we gotta pull up our bootstraps and we gotta put this on our shoulders and carry it.
Exactly. Thank you so much. We're going to hear from John Doe. I want to make this clear, though. Suntan is a respected elder in the community. I respect Suntan.
Hey.
Look at. We're not. This isn't an echo chamber ever. We never have an echo chamber. I have my position and where I come from, and I appreciate his position. But I'm going to address anything that I feel very passionately about. I'm going to address it the way I address it, and it was nothing against Suntan. It's about the entire community, not just Suntan. In fact, Suntan was just speaking what he thinks is going on, and I spoke what I think is going on. And then I want to say this comment right here. Napa, my people get mad. First off, who are your people? You're just a couple letters on the screen. Okay? You're just some letters on the screen. My people get mad because you say these racial sounding things. You sound like a fool. And you're telling me that I'm not black, basically, because you happen to know that I have Dominican side. My father was 100% black, whether he was Dominican or basically Dominican, Haitian, French Creole, my grandmother. I don't care what you say. It's all a boat stop, number one. But I do not ever turn against my heritage. I love my heritage. I'm multicultural. I love it. I love my mom's heritage. My grandfather is a child of a slave and a slave master on my mom's side. Your turn. See, you can't talk about my people because you're damn sure not trying to say something about me being Dominican and Latina, Afro-Latina. You know how many slaves were children of slave masters that are black people today? If we're talking about slavery, so take several seats with that dumb comment, and thank you for being here. Why don't you hit the like button and hit the Cash App that Suntan is dropping if you want to be here and support so much your people. Let's see you support Sonetter and all the work that he does for you over the years. My people are so-called African American. So are mine. My people are African American too. And they're also Native American, and they're also Afro-Latinos. I'm multicultural. I have Haitian roots. Okay, so enough about that. Peace, John Doe. Let's go ahead and let you close out. And if Santiago does want to say something last, he can, but he said he's finished.
Yeah, we had a good conversation.
Yes, thank you for always, Santan. I insist that you have the last word because I want you to. You're always here, always supportive. I don't anybody think that Santan is in family with me. He is. He calls me little sister. He's my big brother. He is an elder. But when it comes to this conversation about Black people, and especially with me, I do get triggered because of that comment that you saw on the screen. We have a lot of people out here trying to discount, not my brother Santan, trying to discount me as my Blackness and me as a Black person. They do it to Jabari too. They do it to Sonetter. They do it to a lot of us. Oh, they don't. None of them over there are really Black.
Yeah, they do it to me too. They do it to me too, Nepal.
Jondo, thank you for being here, brother. Say what you need to say.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
My shout out to Sonetter first and foremost. Shout out to Nepal Shadar. Shout out to Santan and the other elder who just spoke.
Peace.
Because that point you just made, Mr. Pa, I'm a alley off of that. I'm a Black man. I'm from the island too, but believe it or not, I get discriminated against Black folks out here in America.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't get discriminated against too many Caucasian folks or my Chicano folks. Indian folk, I get discriminated against Black folks. I had a Black lady fired me off a job one time ago just because she had a baby by an islander, a Black islander, and she assumed that me and him are from the same island, and I could have. From she hired me, I knew she had a discrepancy against me just because I had an accent. She could tell I'm not African American. So I knew I was going to be there long, but nonetheless, it's okay. But I wanted to jump in the conversation because some points was made, some good points. The brother who just spoke last, I agree with a lot of what he said, but I have experienced myself. See, I'm a man. I'm 30 years old. I'm a man. I've lived in 2 different countries my whole 30 years. So I know how it is on the island, and I know how it is being in America for the last 12 years of my life. And I want to let him know as a person who dealt with these, who also deal with these YNs and deal with these YNs I live in California. So in California, right next to you, Nepal and Arizona, right next to you, we got more Hispanics out here who say the N-word, and Asians out here who say the N-word more than Black folks out here. And that's a fact. And they, they'll tell you, well, what's up, my nigga? What's up, my nigga? And the whole time, I'm like, yo, how you know that I'm not one of those conscious Black folks who have a problem with that? So you approached me with that N-word when I'm with my grandmother who's from Louisiana, whose grandmother was a Blackfoot Indian, and my grandmother has a problem with other people saying that N-word. Mm-hmm. She has a problem with that. So now I'm stuck in a parallel between, do I stand up for my grandmother or do I go with the culture as is in California? But nonetheless, I just wanted to say, I think the problem is we have a disconnect between generations in the Black community. I heard the last brother said, they look up to me, they respect me as the big homie. They, back in the day, Blacks had more respect for color and, their community. These YNs today don't give a damn about none of that things you talking about, bro. You have a name, they took your name. I know 3 guys who name Murder. They all have their nickname is Murder. We call them Murder. What's up, Murder? And these dudes caught bodies. So if your name was Murder, you just a false murder, we know. That's all that is. These dudes ain't give a damn about your name. Yeah, these dudes.
And he's proud of it, right?
And what? They proud of that. What my name Murder. And everybody come, all the girls getting soaked in the pot. Murder. Yeah, they like that shit. Yeah. So you got to understand, right? And the disconnect comes in, whereas the YNs, because I'm closer to them than he is, I'm pretty sure. I'm 30 years old. YNs run from anywhere from 13 years old to 25. You consider them YN. I'm 30
I
years old, so
guarantee. I
I'm
guarantee
probably
you
a
not.
YN. I'm 30
I guarantee.
years old, brother.
I'm talking about. But at the same
Go ahead.
time, I just told you, it's generations of generations where I come from, all the way down to the teenagers, to the baby, that I'm around constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be
And
right.
then at the same time,
Wait,
I got,
Meter,
I
you're
got,
in
I got, I
wait,
got.
Meter,
On the same time,
Meter, did you say you're in Compton?
no, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Indiana, South End, Indiana, Southeast side.
Shout out to you, brother. I'm not taking
I'm right
anything
next.
away from
I'm
you.
Yeah, let's let him park his car, Meter, and then I'm gonna close out. Finish up.
Nah, brother. Yeah, no, I got respect for you, brother. I came from a generation of I got the utmost respect for you, bro. It's just what I'm saying is that you got some YNs out here, a lot of them who don't give a damn about that. What you talking about, homie? They don't care about that, bro. Bro, get your old ass off this block. That's what you need to do. You know what you did back in the 80s and the 90s. That don't fly in 2026, homie. I'm telling you. I'm
But
telling you how
hey,
these
bro,
YNs are. I'm
I'm,
trying to
tell,
tell you.
I'm telling you,
You
I'm
could be
telling you
right. I ain't
now.
saying you wrong.
My
I ain't
people
saying
don't.
you wrong.
First off, it's
Go
no
ahead.
disrespect. It's no disrespect. It's no disrespect leading off. But then when I tell one of my little young dudes when they're wrong and things like that, it's not no, oh, you disrespecting you for F you, get off the. Nah, it ain't that. I understand. I understand. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
but that's just the.
it's just me. It's more than just words coming behind what I'm saying though, bro. You dig what I mean? It's
Yes,
love,
sir. Yes, sir.
understanding, and wisdom. I'm trying to put. No, it's not me saying, "Oh man, I'm gonna do this to you, little dude. If you don't do this, no." You understanding you when you hands on with your
They
people,
ain't got
you
that
get a certain.
understanding, big brother. That's what I'm telling you. They don't got that understanding
But
you got, brother. They don't got that understanding. These
that's
dudes out
over
here,
there.
they gonna pull a pistol on you. You know,
That's
understand
over
what's
there.
the understand?
I'm talking about. Oh, I'm talking about. I'm 48 years old, bro.
Yes, sir. Shout out to
And
you,
not
sir.
one. Now I'm talking about. Now one of us. It's only been one incident. That's like 30 years ago. Of an
Hey,
incident
Nepal,
of
I'm about to
killing
go. I'm about to
Yeah,
go.
let's close
each
it
other.
down. Everybody, excuse
It
me,
ain't
Meter.
none of that, man. We don't.
I
We don't.
Yes,
We
sir.
don't.
appreciate
We
Yes,
don't.
sir. Shout out to you, sir.
shout out
I
to
ain't mean no
everybody
disrespect.
who joined. I appreciate Meter and of course John Doe of coming in. I always appreciate your ad and Suntan. I appreciate you. You know you do, you know I do.
Right.
I did get a little bit upset because mostly it was something that I'm used to people kind of. You're not saying you were doing it, but when people are like, "Well, you don't understand the pod because you're not really black," and you
That's
so
bad.
so that's where that came from. Nothing. You're always super kind and awesome and respectful. And I love to build with you and I want to build more with you. It's just the whole thing when people do that. So I'm gonna let you have the last word, Brother Suntan, because you deserve it. And yeah,
Yeah,
you know this is the toughest environment.
yeah. Hey, listen, everybody. We're not going to always agree, and you know that's just the gist of it. We're not going to always agree. So we learn off each other, right? But the bottom line is this, man. Let's just keep living and learning. How about that? That's all we got to do. And we, you know, if you got a higher side where you can go pray about it, that's what I think, you know, we should do. And we make changes by physically making changes, you know, and mentally making changes. Like me, hey, Nepal, I'm at the point now, arguments and debating, them two different things, but I try to do neither one. I try to just have the conversation and, you know, I'm not going to press nothing. I'm not going to debate nothing. That's why you never see me debate. But I will listen. I like to get people point of view. So that's good. And let's keep living and learning, y'all. The Paul, we see you tomorrow. You got to crank up another show. You know, that you got to do another show tomorrow so we can keep our people in tune and intact. You know, but that's not like tomorrow say, nah, wait. Now let's have another show if you can. You know, you gotta
Okay, let's do another one.
Yeah, let's do another one tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Let's do another one and let's close out with this. Everybody get your tickets. I know that our regulars will be there, but I want to see the people who always come in afterwards. Oh, I missed a debate. What can I see it, Saw? Can you play it back? No, you better get your tickets. It's July 7th. July 11th. It will be these two titans, these giants, facing off in person. Limited seating if you're going to be there. I saw you, Peace, Brother Lon, your queen, Nicole, Miss Nicole. But if you're going to be there, you better get there, get your ticket, and be there early. Doors open at 3:30. I just gave you threw you guys an alley-oop. So anyway, yeah, I did. I'm actually neutral. I can't really say either way, even if I wasn't a part of the production, because I will be a part of the production. But this is, I can't decide. This is going to be, Suntan, you said this is going to be a learning moment, right?
Right. You know it, Nepal. Just think about it and all the stuff we're going to pick up.
You know, what I don't like about it is I like the information and I like to learn. Learning on all aspects of religion, traditions, and everything else. I feel like, personally, if we put all these religions and traditions together, they talking about you. You know, that's the separation. You know, as far as you a Hebrew Israelite, you a Muslim, and such, it's a separation. But if you look at the text, they talk about you. If you take everything, like if you say, if you take all the words of Jesus in the red letter and put yourself in it, talking about in all biblical text, I feel like they.
Is it me? Is he
he breaking up? You're kind of breaking up. It ain't you.
Yeah, Meter. I hope you will be at the debate. The link was dropped in the chat.
Yeah, we about to get out of here, Meter.
I feel like they trying to use it to take that all the homosexual stuff and be like, okay, yeah, this is literal. This is literal. This is real.
Nah, that ain't what it's about, man.
Okay, everybody. Peace.
All right, y'all.
I promise you that.
Peace and love, y'all.
Here's my song I'm playing.
Yeah, hit the song, Nepal.
Good looking now, keep getting clout. This is what it's about. We love teaching. There is no time. They programmed your mind. Construction blind. We not sleeping. Come join the love, come join the fun, and call it education. Let's get profound. Let's uncover all of the deep arcane things. Good looking out. Good looking out. Good looking out. When I pass it out. Come join the love, come join the fun, and call it education. Let's get profound. Let's uncover all of the deep arcane